he don't lead. With a man's a wife, he don't lead. With a fabulous life without love, cause it ain't much. Of course I did, because it claims it took too long. You don't leave, and a fabulous life without lead. With a man's a wife, you don't need. With a fabulous life without love, cause it ain't much. That is not the right one, Carl. Fabulous life, we won't need. And a hell life, we won't Oh, man, what's life? You don't need a man's wife. You don't need a fabulous life without love, cause it ain't much. We just started, Struggler. Why you asked me that question when we just started the broadcast? Although technically, in terms of lolcow hunting, learning that Angry Vermilia directly supports pedophiles that have asked and have recorded children in a state of duress in a bathroom is kind of like up there. Same thing with the Nike No More drama and Cog City and KOP and Ethan Ralph trying to strike accounts that are re-uploading the content of Mr. Metokur because they're ass mad that Mr. Metokur says things that they don't want to agree with. This is where my movie night went. One, this has been a stream a long time coming. We'll have movies tomorrow night. There are people who have said that we would never get done with this topic in general, because this is one of the topics that I was behind on. But we're here now, after massive delays that were not my fault. Mods, steal his melanin. You can't steal my melanin. It was already stolen last night. It was taken from me. And I let her take it. Like, mind you, you might be upset, but there's like 4 to 5 people who are excited for what we're going to be discussing here. However, I need more food. This is a double feature, which means it's going to be relatively long. So I'm trying to find something. Something good. More importantly, something I can chew. Right off the dick, you say? Yes. Yes. Also, in case anybody noticed, yes, I did indeed change my profile picture on Twitter. And the name. I don't think I changed... No, I did. I only changed my Discord picture back to the Lucifer link. I'm not retiring Carl Luther, per se. It's more like it's time for an evolution of a new profile picture. Add it to the pile. What's open on 11/26? Makeup, 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 Taco Bell, Crystals, Marco's, Domino's, American Deli, Legends, CVS, only for the next 3 minutes, Hunt Brothers, only for the next 11 minutes. I guess I'm forced into the Taco Bell box. Alas. It's not fair. It's not fair. I was slightly preserved, but now I am no longer. Mods, add it back to the pile. I did nothing when you reposted my post about Chibi and the levels of pure metal City gets doesn't match his actions. We will be talking about that tomorrow. I was going to go live earlier today, but I was cleaning the house. We had a nurse visit. I was already on my job. I was cleaning the house. Today was a payday. I had lots of things I had to handle. And I just did not have the mental energy or time because I was trying to prepare myself for this broadcast tonight. And because certain people would not let me do so, that's why we're doing it here at this time right now. But this is happening. It's happening. However, passing statement. The problem with Chibi reviews is mixed. However, the actual result of this is the internet is acting like they found a new Lolcow that they can try to milk, and they forgot that the reason people know about him is because God is giving this guy immaculate levels of spiritual and personal character development, as though he deserved to go through the Behelit, and his name is Guts. He is being forced to suffer actions that are even close to the level of A-logging and the level of flesh simulating that they did to both Flesh Simulator and people are attempting to do to myself, interpersonally with drama. This man said he didn't like Boruto, so somebody hacked into his art account on DeviantArt to upload child porn. Man said, I don't like the woke stuff in video games, so somebody goes to his grave site for his sibling and keeps terrorizing and also hazing and trolling and destroying and defacing the memorial, so then the memorial has to be taken down because they have caused enough of a problem for it to be an issue. They don't like him because of his takes that they have tried to attribute to being equal to the annoying level of attitude from users like JoeCat. And their response was to mock him about his entire friend group choosing the cheating girlfriend, who he was with for years, siding with her and the cheating friend, who was NTR cucking him in his relationship, where they chose to spread the information out publicly to further endame him, to add injury and insult to already encapsulated public insult, injury, and embarrassment. And now, you've got content creators like that of, not June the King, but one of the other commentary channels that specializes in video essays. I think it was Rob's Media, making a dossier about him and declaring him as the internet's new crybully. In order to be called a crybully, the thing that you're complaining about has to be not true. In other words, how dare you complain that people are trying to destroy your life and commit life ruination upon you, in the style in which they could say, total Chibi reviews death, total Destiny death, complete Carl cucking. How dare you complain that we're trying to kill you? It didn't work, so why are you crying? That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. That has always been weird. It will always be weird. The amount of energy that they're inputting does not match any level of reciprocal, let alone proportional, distributive justice. And justice is pushing it. Because there's no justice here. It's just harassment. It's just harassment blanketed as perfect, justified demonization. We keep coming back to this being the case, but once again, the Kane principle, I'm going to name it. SinglePlayerCarl's Kane principle is in effect yet again. If you can't hate someone honestly, and you have to come up with bullshit to justify silencing somebody's opinion and labeling them as a lolcow so that you don't have to feel bad about the evil and the actions and the behavior and the arguments and the statements that you make you're doing and you're stating publicly and privately, then you have a problem and you just want to antagonize somebody and you want to be able to do it for free. It goes far beyond Duper's Delight. This is not about yucking somebody's yum in their face and being able to get away with doing it. The things that are being done to people like GB Reviews, that are being done to individuals like myself, past, present, and future, things being done to people like Rush Simulator, that comes from a deep, inset hatred of people. That's oikophobia. That's the hatred, the outward hatred of a person that in this case has been considered an acceptable target. Because it's those two things at the same time. The refusal to hate somebody honestly, and no bad tactics, just bad targets. If you were to do it to your rivals, you'd say, oh, it's justified because they've done evil things to me. But what did GB Reviews actually do? At worst, he gave an opinion about Boruto. That's it. That's the only real crime. To say otherwise is retarded. I'm sorry. Like, anybody with a fucking brain can see it for what it is. The only people who are arguing that it's not that are the people who either stand to benefit from trying to monetize him, the same way snarkers around, say, Wick TV, benefit from trying to label him as that level of behavior. I'll show you an example. Because I was just looking at them on the timeline and responded to some of them. So, the content from an account by the name of Donal Torres Burgos is some type of influencer documentarian who has been keeping track with this drama content in perpetuity. 1 second. Setting up the super chats for tonight. Okay, that's live. Has been keeping track of this particular content cycle. Everything from Aiden Underground and Morale, still hiding behind the handle Doomer Media, despite having tried to delete every fucking thing possible, while still acting like a spurg, both publicly and privately. Fan edits from people clipping Wick talking about this shit. Events happening publicly and being reviewed live on broadcast from the likes of the channel of Aiden Underground. All of these things are snarker level behaviors, right? We already talked about the example of people trying to A-log it about me. But in this instance, people like Aiden Underground keep going on to platforms that they think will either be neutral or positive to their behavior, to justify why they deserve to have the right to have a platform to speak from in the first place. They go out of their way to tell people that, for example, they feel that it's not normal, or rather that it is normal, to engage in tactical malice, systematically hoarding private messages with victims that they have been claimed and accused of grooming. Entire DMs archived and put to a Google Drive in case anything comes out. Calculated, coordinated intimidation campaign to keep a minor silent, with Aiden and Morale standing fully unmasked as a danger to an entire community. Aiden and Morale being confronted live on air. Aiden resorting to desperate personal attacks on a person. Aiden attempting to weaponize a pants-down incident in front of a minor to push a completely fabricated narrative about behavior that exploded violently on a live stream about somebody else's reputation being in question. Morale explicitly asking a minor to show CSAM pictures sexually of them engaging in behavior and actions. When the minor breaks down because people are telling her that she should kill herself and calling her an e-whore inside of the Discord server managed by Aiden Underground and Morale, Aiden gets asked about whether or not he's going to let his fan base terrorize a child. And Aiden Underground's response is, yep, dead ass, yep, it's a great idea, I love it, I like it, I love it, I want more of it. Or, if you want to go as far back as the example, if this account still has it, of them showing the moment that Aiden got banned live on air when he was choosing to antagonize Wick and his calling guests. Might be a big scroll if I was to go far down enough for it. But this level of behavior, all the way back then, when they took the example of my call-in live that day from Zero Snark 30 to demonstrate this level of behavior. And then, as I scroll through the media feeds, you can just see the examples over the examples over the examples over the examples. Because this snarker behavior is emblematic of everything. The snarkers around Hassan Piker, the snarkers around Ethan Klein, the snarkers around the girl with the microphone, and members of the H3 podcast that work as employees of both Ethan Klein and the Hassanite followers of his moderators and staff, like Frogan and Denims. The snarkers that are antagonizing Destiny and also antagonizing any person who engages in politics amongst the liberal content creators, which also includes with TV and other such individuals, which includes people like myself, people like Stardust, includes my followers, includes my moderators, etc., etc., etc. All this shit and more to the etc. position and opinion.
He's funny.
Of antagonizing people for no other reason than because they just want to and have to and feel that it's their job to and believe that nobody will get that everybody will be able to get away with it because nobody will take it seriously. It doesn't matter. It's not real content. It's just drama. And yet,
who I feel
multiple times, for example, Aiden going live onto Wick's platform to promise to name the source of people that gave the docs information away on Wick, and claiming that he would investigate it, then claiming he'd have answers within an hour, then saying that he'd have answers by the end of the day, only for him to change his opinion and say, oh, actually, you're just trying to use this as a way to identify other people to antagonize this thing so that you can try to hold something over my head. A similar argument that was made by Cog, literally towards Nike No More today, about why he shouldn't reveal whether or not he's been flagging people because he doesn't want to have this information exposed to a wide studio audience so that people can know whether or not they're trustworthy or they're bad faith. Every single step along the way is all about justifying the targets, because no bad tactics, just bad targets. No bad tactics, just bad targets. No bad tactics, just bad targets. No bad tactics, just bad targets.
On Destiny.
It's why Dickers was involved in the drama. It's why Aiden Underground was involved in the
biggest
drama.
Pieces of the...
It's why Aiden was banned live on air. It's why I called in to affirm if blanket protection means blanket protection.
Was watching other...
Whether it was acceptable and normal. It is why other creators like Hutch, who is a personal friend to Wick, we're talking about the fact that this obsession from the snarkers that are involved in that in the secret hidden OSINT doxing tool / snarking server, Logistical, Raul Kittenhouse, were actively coordinating targeted harassment campaigns in public and private, using the Snark Left Discord and its user base as literal tools to execute weird interpersonal vendettas. Only for them to then have plausible liability and say, you can't prove that, 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 you can't prove that.
And I want to talk about them, I want to go through them.
And this level of behavior being basically what informs pretty much everybody's knowledge on the platform and whether or not this behavior is acceptable. So, when I say that, I mean explicitly this. When morale comes up to people like Stardust, those of you who have met Stardust or watched the video where Stardust and I had a chat when she got to actually interview me directly, possibly we'll have more of that in the future with other people that are from the political or apolitical or commentary space, depends. When Morale walked up and said things like, cute enough to be Beckett's slam pig, not cute enough for him to justify staying with you and dating you, how's your dead dad, bitch? And then he walks into Wick's platform and says, effectively, with his actions and his words, I am walking towards you with debate and monk trial intent. I intend to have epistemically clean arguments and debate, while continuing to engage in this behavior on, off, in private, and in public discourse on platforms. Why would and should they platform you? With the example of the people who are trying to snark and flesh simulator me, that we already discussed before. If you do this behavior, and he's already against it foreign, why would you do it in his Discord domestically? There's no level of justification. It's not, oh, these people won't follow our social rules. It's not about your social rules. Because first off, the social rules are bullshit. And that's a lie in itself. But also, the rules as written and the rules as they get interpreted are not the same. Why would a person follow an unjust and unfair system of behavior and then allow you to browbeat them into silence, only for you to use other people's moral standards and moral failings and moral script as a justifier and as a permissiary barrier to create a permission structure that allows you to make the ought statement of, I ought be allowed to do this. Come on, bro. It's just content. It's just content. It's just content. It's good for airing. It's good for money. It's good for discourse. But it's not good for airing. It's not good for content. It's not good for discourse. It sends the wrong message. It creates an air of toxicity. It creates the standard and permissiary structure that this is how this place actually operates. It's how it actually operates. These are the actual rule systems, and the only people who will thrive in this are the people who are willing to not behave in a rough and tumble space, but are willing to execute this level of antagonization, only for them to now have to walk it back live on camera. As in, hey Morale, why do you think it was acceptable for you to say this about Stardust and then show up on a panel where she is, and then continue making sly comments referring to the behavior that you just did? Because it gets my dick hard, bro! Okay, you're no longer on the platform. I thought this was a free speech place, bro! I thought this was a free speech place! Okay, you can say it over there. I'm not letting you say it here. Oh, you're just a hypocrite. Yup! That's where it goes. Yup! You're not gonna say it here. Say it over there, on your platform. What's that? Your platform's not as big as my platform. Damn, son! It's almost like actions have consequences. Fuck out of here. This... but make it chibi reviews, and instead of having actually done something to deserve this level of demonization, the guy's just eccentric. Time immemorial. You're just an eccentric person? What's a lie that I can come up with that you've done so I can justify poisoning the well and destroying your reputation in every community possible so that we can permanently hold this over your head and constantly make fun of you and nobody will defend you? Because, hey, who's going to defend Satan? Nobody defends Nazis. It's a perfect plan. And nobody will ever know! Except you're doing it publicly and you're announcing it to everybody around you. It is probably one of the most topically comical problems that will ever be effervescent to the commentary community space. Commentary channels as a basis, the commentary space, the third space in the industry of making drama explainers, drama content, presentation streams, etc., and how people communicate and talk about antics and attitudes. You cannot function with this level of toxicity unless you're willing to be the arbiter that says this far no further. Because the only way to investigate whether or not it's justified and fair is to actually have the conversation. You can't have the conversation if you have a fucking retard who's just absorbing the air in the room and won't shut the fuck up and believes that the best way for them to get over is to just keep antagonizing you.
I won't pretend it's not.
Is it like 10?
So, literally, the antic and the action that I'm describing right here, this moment was the moment where Morale got banned live in air. Right here. This moment, right here.
I won't pretend it's not.
Is it like 10 minutes ago? When has he done this?
Especially when they miss.
I can say I am indeed banned from Wix Discord server.
It's characterized. That's annoying. It's annoying, right? But that is not the same as what these snarker bitches have been doing. Not the same at all. These snarker bitches have harassed me, have constantly lied about me.
I totally didn't miss out on anything from avoiding covering this. Has he just been whining about harassment for 2 fucking hours, dude? Is that all that this guy... They've been harassing me! They've been harassing me! They've been harassing me! That's all he's been saying for 2 fucking hours?
Have doxed me. Have doxed my co-host. Have...
Again, it's like they didn't dox you. Nobody called for you to be doxed. One person doxed you. And then when we were made aware of it, I say we, it wasn't me. I wasn't in the server at the time. But yeah, they were removed from it and banned.
Doxed my fucking friends. Bro, these are...
Again, there's just no evidence for this. Has he shown, like, has he shown any screenshots in this entire stream?
So, notice, the entire problem is how dare you complain? How dare you say something? How dare you react? But these people are basically trying to shoot you with a gun. Pew! How dare you complain that I missed? Pew, 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 pew. Why do you keep complaining that we keep trying to kill you? Stop whining! Stop whining! And then when consequences come, I've been banned, but all this guy does is complain about the banning and the action. Oh my god, he like just never shut the fuck up. But he's complaining that he no longer has access. That's the problem. He complains that he no longer has access. And also, while we're here,
with that...
Who's that? Who's that, chat? Who's that in that image? Why, could that be World Star Phenom, the most accessible influencer on the internet, SinglePlayerCarl, literally calling in live on air on the day this happened, on May 26th, to congratulate Wick and say that, hey man, I've been praying for you, and man, that shit was crazy. I can't believe that guy did that shit. And now he's bitching because he got banned live on air? That's wild! Let's listen.
Warning. With that, I have to give the warning, right? I have to give the heads up. If you're on a show with me, you might become a target of these mentally ill, crazy people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they've already started calling it my DMs.
Yep.
Led by Morano, nonetheless. But you already handled that live on air, so I don't even gotta go there.
Well, I'm just not gonna look. I'm just not gonna target. I'm not gonna tolerate bad actors that are calling me and people around me rapists and pedophiles. With that,
so all of that together is to say, when it comes to the shit involving morale, and to the shit involving people like, let's not delete that, and the shit involving people like that of cheater reviews, especially from this idiot influencer video that was put out by Rob's Media 5 days ago, it is the kind of thing that colors how people react to information and how they're going to treat things moving forward. Because this video is carrying so much water. It's carrying so much handmaiden water right now. For the reason that, actually, don't you know that Rob's Media only makes videos about people who deserve the scrutiny? Where? Present some! Evidence! Any! Well, it's in the video, so it kind of explains itself. No, it doesn't! What would you know? You're just some dumb chud. Creator? Person who studies it? Can speak about it? Has spoken about it? Continues to speak about it? Because if you don't, then people can get away with this kind of hassling / bullshit? Oh! Oh! Bitch, you guessing! Oh! And they was wrong. Because then, when you direct attention to it, and it's like, hey, why did you think that was a good argument? No answers! They evaporate into the distance. Oh, I was told that that this guy did something wrong. They literally harassed this fucking guy's memorial. and then doing the it's like, oh, my bad, my fault. Hey, but I was told that he's like an annoying person on the internet. Does that justify him having information sent out against him? Does that justify making fun of him when his girlfriend admits to cheating on him and his entire friend group decides to side against him and basically leaves him for naught with his fucking suicidal thoughts and ideation? Oh, my bad. You see, it was completely okay for me to jump onto the bandwagon when I was, you know, only aware of 50% of the details. But now that you've made it excruciatingly painful to stand on this bandwagon, now that I know 110% of the details, 130% of the details, and I'm directly involved in it, now I gotta wash my hands of it. Damn, I didn't know. I didn't know. Now that I wash my hands of it, you can't hold me accountable anymore. Some people need to get sued more over shit like this. Not making review content and material about people. They need to get sued for engaging in this level of cyber stalking and cyber harassment. They need to get banned off the platform for engaging in this level of bad faith amelioration. They have to get consequences and have to get banned out of the communities that allow this to fester. Because if you don't, they will always make the excuse. And they will grab for power. Once you have a person that is that evil in response to this level of power structure, you will never be able to stop this. Because they will make it the culture. The behavior is the goal. The culture is the goal. The goal of the action is to make it permissible. And once everything's permissible and nothing's off limits, bad faith actors are the maximum, not the minimum. It's all connected. It's why the word community is in the commentary community. You can talk some shit, you can say some shit, you can even say some salacious shit, but eventually you're going to have to defend the take. You're going to have to go live on air, you'll have to defend the take, you'll have to give the reasons why it's justified, you'll have to explain the reason why it's justified to do it, and you won't be able to lie and say, well, I was just following orders. Because it's a choice. It's a choice. It's a choice. That being said, that gave us about 32 minutes of hang time. I need to actually make the tweet to promote the stream, and then we can get on the way. As soon as I order my food, too. Fortunately, I have never-ending drinks, but, I am hungry, so there's that. Alright. With all that being said, how are y'all doing tonight? Me, I'm doing fan-fucking-tastic. Number one up, you're full, you have a burger. Hello, Carl. Hello, person I've never seen before. I'm doing great, celebrated friend's birthday, and won the first game of Velocio. Yay! Good job! Yay! Yay! I passed my addiction on to you. Have fun. When you start modding the game, let me know. It'll happen sooner before you think. You're gonna blow through all the basic challenges, and you're gonna be hungry for more. And then you're gonna discover how to mod your shit. Sucky part is that my gum still hasn't healed from my teeth pulling. So I gotta be careful about things getting caught in my gap. I'm fine. Alright. So, we've got a series of things to do, and it's two different topics mixed together at the same time. But in order to talk about the sweepers, Jeremy's angels, we first have to talk about the SUFFAHING. Alright? So, there are 6 names involved here. Chrissy Mayer, Marilee Mack, Grindlow, Jeremy Hambley, optionally Fireball and Spice Balls, obviously Andy Worski, and PPP of the Kino Casino. What exactly is the SUFFAHING and the Jeremy's Angels double feature? Well, in order to understand the sweeping of the Angels, you first need to understand what the quartering is suffering for. What we like to do here is go back. And what we're going to be focusing on is the material substance of the drama that came up when he decided he was going to try to silence the Kino's Casino by becoming, as they call them, a FLAGGIT. Flag it. Flag, as in striker / flagger. Maliciously and falsely flagging videos as breaking YouTube terms, services, and policy. All with the ability to try and stop information from being readily available and readily discussed. The same way that KOP and Cog City and Ethan Ralph are currently doing to Mr. Medicare in his last streams, and the users of Mikey No More and other things. So let us go to the platform, because I'm pretty sure I made a reference bubble for this. Where's the thread? 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 Because I know I made it. It was a referral page. Let's see here. Not that one. It would be inside of Printing Press Express. There we go. So, to discuss this, we must first discuss other shit. So, the best place to start is with the quartering. So, the quartering, better known as Jeremy Hambley, is a YouTuber, large face YouTuber, who decided to make it his job to try and silence information, free given information on the net. Let's see here. Jeremy ordering. And for a reference bit of this, we can use the June the King summary, which shows the 2 decades of grifting. And we can also use some examples from material that you can find on YouTube Shorts. as well as the expose from the Kino Casino. There's a lot more information than others, but you have the Kino Casino feud as logged by Legal Mindset. You also have the quartering drama summary from Yellow Flash. You also have the follow-up from Legal Mindset. But to characterize this, for the people playing the home game, what you're basically dealing with is the systematic actions of a spurging spurgifically in a place where a spurgs on the spurg. So first,
and then
here's Tim Pool, in his own words, explaining why he blocked the quartering from his broadcast show, Timcast IRL.
that night he was supposed to be on, he went on a different show and criticized me for not talking about it.
Wow, dude.
And then, I'll let everybody who's a member know why I blocked him, because he sent me a message at 2 in the morning, which came off as a veiled threat. I will try and quote it verbatim what he said. "I know our audiences want a war, but I don't. Please tell me your guy is taking her to task." And
Wow.
I just said, I'm done with this.
So he's telling you to do what he wants, basically.
Well,
Just telling you to kowtow.
the context there is beyond what he said. My understanding, and I don't know if Shane probably doesn't want me to say this, but messages had been received basically threatening us that if we did not write a negative story about her, we would regret it. And then a couple hours later, Jeremy sends me that message, and I just said, I'm not playing these fucking games, dude.
Yeah.
And I just blocked him.
Hell yeah.
And people are like, but why did Tim block him? Well, I don't know. Maybe it was because he made YouTube thumbnails of my face with Jack Murphy's beard. Shit talked to me while saying, but Tim's my friend. But you know, he... And then...
Surprise! The caveat in which we did as a warm-up seems to have presented itself yet again. Remember, Carl's never wrong. He's always right. It's whether or not I'm early, present, or late. But I'm always right on time. The exact format of what I just laid out to you about the Snarkers. He intimidates somebody. He attempts to use somebody else's platform. He tries to set himself up as a permanent victim. And then he uses the strong and weak presentation. He presents himself as just a itty bitty little guy. And then, when he decides he is strong enough to do so, he will iron fist, strong arm you into doing what he wants. You can cut the cord at any time, but this is the caveat, see? It's just like when Hassan Piker was stealing and siphoning views from content from JXE, if you all remember, in the React Harder meta of Twitch, which then had a direct effect on all of YouTube. Allegedly, I apologized, but they wouldn't take my apology. All JXE said was, you can watch my content, but can I get my fucking credit at the end of the content? What was Hassan's response? Well, you just won't take my apology, so I'm just not gonna do it, period. What is that? That's him saying, I give you a bump by stealing your views. But how could you be giving them a bump if nobody knows whose content to promote? It's similar when, known Lolcow, that is currently missing into the ether, Shark03, tried to come at me about my video game takes. And after a 4-hour live stream, disappeared as quickly as he and Sansol at the time were snarking before Sansol found himself on the outs with the BreadTubers. And before almost all those people were collected as a casualty to the clout gods. You can't use my name, but you're telling people that I have cringy opinions. You put my face on a thumbnail, but you can't tell me what I'm wrong about. You get mad at my opinion, but you can't actually cycle my opinion back to me. This is ridiculous shit. Here's another example.
Well, the latest thing... Jeremy Ham...
The reverse hollow Charmander and a reverse hollow Charmander.
Pause. Here's another example, which comes from the Kino Casino.
The Kino Casino is going to gobble this up. He felt it. Oh, here's Kino Casino. I believe this is the YouTuber you're mentioning, right? The quarterly panics as his Rumble deal ends, threatens to end the show. Oh my god, okay. Okay, I'm having flashbacks now. Okay, he used to threaten his subscribers that, like, if they didn't donate money to him or join his Patreon, the Magic channel couldn't go on anymore because they needed money to buy the products. So this is something that he's done before. I'm getting, like, flashbacks. And this is something he actually learned from that Wedge individual. Because Wedge used to do it all the time to drum up, like, donations. He would say, oh, well, you know, I'm so broke and poor. If we don't get another $100 today, we will have to end the show forever. Let me show you Wedge. He raised a lot of money for himself. He didn't show any invoices or receipts. He took the money and then ran off to UK. So he injured himself in a Magic convention with back pain. Like, once Jeremy saw this type of money, like, he became a grifter. Whenever someone else gets money, Jeremy would get extremely upset. The Kino Casino.
So this is a part of the June King video, which summarizes basically the malicious years, decades of Jeremy Hambley, utilizing his early career to basically engage in fraud. He was doing this more recently with the Rumble deal, because he was saying, oh, the show's gonna die, but he's a multimillionaire on that platform. And he's utilizing his connections to the Rumble platform to basically secure himself as a strong-arm figure who can speak down on other people. There was an entire event where even Joshua Moon was spurging on Mad at the Internet live streams about these comments that he was receiving from the quartering, because the quartering basically was trying to smooth things over, using Josh as an intermediary to the Kino Casino. But this is contextualization of the theft. Why is my webcam broken? This is contextualized of the theft. And this would be the thing that affects him directly here. Then you have the first few sections of this video here, going over the majority of it from Junior King. The early grift of selling his channels, doing computer repair, MGT's headquarters, his infamy in the FGT community, him eventually getting banned, him starting the quartering, the Walmart story, the many decades of grifting, but more specifically the part that we care about, which is the Kino Casino and its downfall. Then you have the actual outstanding statements about the legal case from 2 months ago. First, the feud, then the summary of the feud, and how this was directly affecting Hambley as he started crushing. And then, also at the same time, him deleting shit as he basically alleged personal shit. Using mass reporting, ban evasion claims, and platform enforcement to nuke other critics' channels, before eventually spurging out and then deleting the entire threads of threats. Because, and this is the important part here to understand, the goal of the quartering was to basically stop the Kino Casino from being able to have channels. So it works like this. The channel in question, the material from the content, has an agent. And what the agent does is that the agent is your contact point between YouTube as a whole. Doesn't matter how you go about it, doesn't matter how you phrase it, doesn't matter how you explain it. You have to do everything through an agent. If you don't do anything through an agent, it doesn't happen. So, how it happens in this fascination is like this. You've got a circle. Boop, 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 boop. So, you got a circle. On this line, you've got YouTube. Just do it like this. On this circle, you've got YouTube. On this circle, you've got the creator. On this circle, you've got the creator talking to agents. And then on this circle, you have the agents making decisions, which then feed back to YouTube. So for examples like this, you're talking about having a problem getting solved, and you can't reach YouTube appropriately. As a platform, they don't usually speak back about things. It's very difficult, it's very hard in which to do so, because YouTube creators is basically pathetic. You've got YouTube, they want to be over here. Then you have the actual team of Team YouTube. And Team YouTube are the ones that actually have people that are effectively, as we've learned, AI, bots, and real users engaging in problems for you on the timeline. And then you've got any regular person, but in this case, we're going to use the Kano Casino. And then the agent of contact, which is Jeremy Hamley, the quartering. And the problem that you have here, oh my god. Oh, that's a horrible AI picture. Does he even have an account on X anymore? Doesn't look like it. No, he does. It just wasn't coming up for some reason. And then the coordinate. So, this is the contingency. This is the connection. This is how it works. If Jeremy doesn't like something that is being done by the Kino Casino, he contacts YouTube. And when he contacts Team YouTube, he gets in touch with a in-between person. He gets in touch with the manager. And the manager then actions as a part of Team YouTube the account in question and punishes PPP and Dworsky. And the reason why is because by punishing them, if Dworsky tries to contact Team YouTube or tries to contact a YouTube representative, they can't be able to make new accounts. This was the actual problem that was being had here. Because the account manager basically decides and has the power to create a case. Creating the internal case structure means that while that case is open, you cannot be able to make a new account. The goal was to get their channels deleted and then prevent them from making a new one. Even though they are co-streaming on multiple platforms, like Kick, YouTube is still one of the biggest platforms to go see content. If he deplatforms them off YouTube and then prevents them from being able to make new YouTube accounts, in order for them to maintain their YouTube presence, rather than through re-uploads of fans re-uploading their content, they'd have to break terms of service. And they'd have to open a new account while not having the case closed for them to be able to make a new one. Then, here comes Hambley. Ding, 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 ding. They're breaking the rules! They're breaking the rules! Ding, 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 ding. And YouTube, following through the policy, says, hey, you're ban-evading. And then they get punished. And then optically, he's created a perfect system. To quote directly what Juan just posted to the chat room, you criticize me repeatedly and people are seeing through my grift, so I'm going to manipulate the system to get your channels banned. He announced this directly in DMs. He announced this directly in his statements. He announced this directly by his texts. He announced this directly with his intent and his follow-through. and then said, but I'm not actually doing that. I don't want to do it. I'm just asking you guys to stop, please. Stop making me point this gun at your face and your dick and your balls. I just want you to shut up. Just shut up. Stop talking. Oh my god. Like, you won't do what I asked you to. I'm being so nice about threatening your life and your career. Why won't you just give me what I want? Give me what I want. Give me what I want. And through this system, Hambley thought that he could utilize his YouTube connection, because he had a YouTube agent moving for him, to antagonize the users, and through them was holding them hostage. Eventually, that person was removed from the case. This was an announcement made by Andy, if I can go find it. Let's hope I can find it from Worski. Probably going to be a little bit older, so I might have to scroll for a while to find the statement. It might also be from PPP, in actuality. Show returning, blah 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 blah, the suffering, blah 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 blah, blah 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 blah. The Jumaxing comment, blah 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 blah. PvP makes a statement about the private actions. It should be the same post from here. Yep, that's for the Eden Washburn stuff. Looking. Nick Ricada drama. Looking. Statement from Quartering trying to approach the guy. Ethan Ralph drama. Another video from, here we go. This isn't the thing that we're looking for, but this is an example from exactly why this matters. You've got examples from other creators and other users that were basically being antagonized by the creators here. This is a video from Nicholas Diorio having a check mentioned on his content that is talking about upper echelon, Chrissy Mayer, and Ethan Van Sciver sweeping for him, as well as his appeal having been granted on his original Quartering Sweepers video being stricken down. So they were literally doing it to other users while they were doing it to them. Here's that tweet for reference. Announcement from Nicholas Diorio having his channel under attack. Worski mentioning and noticing at the time that they were choosing to focus on attacking his channels. I'm trying to find the appeal. May 21, even the Kino Cathedral being flagged had the same amount of viewers as the casino. We appreciate the support, blah 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 blah. It might be on PPPs, but here you can see this tweet that was upkicked by Awkward20k about Andrew Worski and the Kino Casino calling out Quartering after having the Kino Cathedral taken down at the time. Quartering is such a fucking loser, holy shit. He couldn't use his YouTube rep, so he decided to mass flag. There's some intros that were spicy. Keep escalating this, Jerry. It's going to save your channel, you bum. From PPP. The Quartering has now succeeded in flagging down the Kino Cathedral channel for cyberbullying. He's truest biggest loser flag of all time. I don't know why he keeps escalating and keeps expecting people to stop felting him. Oh well, fuck you, YouTube, and fuck Jeremy. Yada 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 yada. It might be on PPPs, but I'm trying to hope that PPP reposted it. I'm hoping to find it, but if it's the case that I can't find it because I don't have it in the right place, hit me for that. But basically, it is a post from both Andy and from Ash about how they couldn't get back the original channels, but would be able to continue with the content. So I gotta go back until May. See if I can find it towards the beginning and the end of the month. Because looking across this, you can also see that they were doing this level of flagging to other users. Here it is with a statement from Star Wars Girl, from that Star Wars Girl. The example of them focusing on the show, about kissing Mayor and their time slot, and ordering not even getting a full hour of time. Ralph shit. The statement that came around March 29th that was reposted by most people that are keeping up with most people involving the content that was sent to Jim, Mr. Medicare, about the swatters and doxers and A-loggers around him getting sentenced for 4 years, followed by 3-year probation, and his tryhard friends still continuing to get antagonistic about that. Right here, Worski noticing on May 28th that Quartering reactivated his Twitter, thinking that he had gotten rid of all of his critics so that he could avoid criticism and actions. An example from the Quartering saying live on his content that he will not raid Tectone on Rumble because Tectone allegedly joined in on the dog pile because he had him on the show to launch his channel, and Hambly regrets that in retrospect because he didn't want him to continue getting bigger off of his name. We've got the Jeremy shit. Can the casino appearance. Drop off after the Felting streams involving Chris Mayer. Trying to find it. Where is it? Casino Strike. The Gumroad videos with Josh Moon for the Nation Digital Circus Watch. The statement of Nike No More's channel getting attacked after having discussions against Cog City, which continues to this day. You've got the Nick Recato spurging, where he said he would rape a person in front of the judge. Here we go. It was Andrew. So, found it. So, we went through some legal channels and got the Quarterings. It was a lot further back than I thought. It was May 15th. We went through some legal channels and got Quartering's YouTube rep to be felted and removed from both cases. Forced to close both case files, although meaning that we lose both channels, we are now able to reapply to new channels, which is now in the open process. Suffragary. Oh, I did save this. Kappa. I should have trusted myself. Additional information. If a manager isn't closing your case, that's how you cannot reapply for a new channel, but if you go to the legal channels, what happens is the manager loses the case and it's sent to a higher up team. And now that it's been closed, they can now reapply using new policies, having to wait for a certain amount of time, which sucks. But if they were in limbo, they would never be able to get a new channel, which is exactly what the plan was. So, now, this here, the plan in full is understood. This was the tactic. This was the play. This was what the Quartering was trying to do the entire time. The Quartering basically was doing gay ops, but a different level of gay ops than most of us are expected. He tried to devise a system where he could use YouTube as a way to reach around and fuck Worski by using this policy to keep them silent. As long as that was the case, on Rumble, they wouldn't be able to grow because he would use his power there and stop them. On other platforms like Kick, they're bigger there than the Quartering, so the Quartering considers that ceded and lost ground. He's not going to fight them on that, but you know, Kick compared to YouTube and Twitch and to Rumble and Odyssey as alt-tech platforms, they're not the who's who and the what's what amongst the people that you could consider to be the apolitical or the prototypical right wing. Because this is where most of the, quote, right-wing creators flocked to. Because, you know, free speech absolutism, allowing you to actually say things that you want to say, and not having to jump through the unnecessary hoops of gay bullshit and people choosing to target you, meant that they can actually have some discussion and some amelioration. Hammerly didn't like that. So he tried to use the YouTube rep that he had on hand to strike their channels. And then on May 15th, they were able to get them legally off of the account, and they were able to allow them in for new ones. And then after they got their shit back, he went back right to the same level of flagging. We're all stuff. We all understand. We're all on the same page. Good, beautiful. Let's move forward. From there, that's where we get into the Quartering expose video and the 2 decades of grifting. But for our concerns, we're only interested with the back half, starting at 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 15 seconds. Let's get this up on the clock. We don't leave. We don't leave. On a man's wife, we don't leave. The minute we roast this wood down low, isn't much. There we go. And play.
The comments on this video are vastly different than the last. They are still in the same spirit, but are cryptic with their messaging. Quote, "The casino sends its regards, Quarter Pounder. Bro, rule number 1 of the internet. Never feed the trolls. The house always wins." Unquote.
You're asking them to do super chats. You're asking them to get channel memberships. You're asking them to do memberships at thequartering.com, Rumblecast, watch the videos, watch the ads, and then they also have to buy the coffee? Like how much more do you need?
Content creators PPP and Andy Worski have been online for a very long time. They are internet jesters, and together they are the Kino Casino. Unlike Jeremy's prior opposition, their motivation for choosing their targets is not influenced by politics. They don't take themselves or their critiques all too seriously. They do accentuate the absurdity of infamous figures, covering their antics on their live streams spread across months, maybe even years. In Jeremy's case, they are the worst enemy to have because the Kino Casino does what Jeremy does, only infinitely better. Jeremy draws online stalemates by sheer attrition or manipulation. He uploads so many videos against his targets and selectively edits them that accurately responding to them all is unfeasible.
This is called the shotgun method. You make a bunch of accusations, you put them in a video, and then you say, listen bro, I put all of my content pieces in a singular piece of content. You just need to watch the video and actually react to what I said. But then you, or let's say this in this case, hypothetically, I say, I'm not going to do that the way that you want it. I'm not going to make a video. I'm going to respond to it in a live stream format. I'm going to go over them on my own time. You don't control how I do things. Click, click, splash, 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 splash. 8 accusations, 8 sets of accusations, including a Google Docu, spread across 8 videos. To address any and all of these claims, I have to address every single video in order, in magnitude. Does that mean that I'm making a video a response? No. I'm going to throw all that shit into a single broadcast. He says, oh, my takes are easy to understand, they don't have to repeat themselves, and it's not me just making shit up on the fly. You can't respond to my takes because you don't have the ability to take accountability for your actions, and you hate when you are being criticized, so you instead are dodging accountability. And by using his larger platform of people who've just seen a piece of information, unconfirmed, uncritical, for the person who is the smaller fish that's getting attacked, big fish eats little fish. Big bank takes big bank. Big bank takes little bank. Who are you to talk up to me? I'm more popular than you. Meanwhile, the Kino Casino, effectively living in the sewers / the swamp, coming to you live from the storm drain, where you've got nuts from the amusement park fairgrounds up above. The Kino Casino, felting, never-ending jokes, screeds, breakdowns, dissertations, explanations, follow-through of every action. Easily understandable, with humor and jokes. The shotgun method don't work very well. Because, hey, I can say thousands of things. They could say thousands of things. You're fighting shadows. Because now, do you fight the accusation, or do you fight the characterization? If you say you're fighting the statement, then the characterization is true. Is he flagging them? Yes. Are you guilty of it? Yes. Did you threaten them? Yes. Did you use a YouTube partner and a YouTube system of contact in order to try and hold them hostage with a bullshit system? Yes. Oh, well, it didn't really happen that way. They're just being hyper-toxic. You're attacking their livelihood. You're attacking their livelihood the same way that you're claiming your livelihood is being attacked by other people. Is it justified to give you the shit that you're giving to others? Yes! But he's a victim there. But he's a conquering hero, threatening them to stop there. And for those reasons, as well as the example that comes from people like Timcast, basically showing how you act publicly, it's no different than the Jack Conti shit with people like like Elijah Schaefer and of the, what is it called, the Publica with Sidney Wasson. Your entire reputation is mud, and you can't say it didn't happen, because who am I gonna believe? Me or my lying eyes? I'm gonna believe my lying eyes because it happened publicly. It happened in front of me.
Such was the case with Tolarian Community College and the H3 podcast. He can maintain his ironically skeptic audience with his deception, knowing that they will only ever watch his video on the matter. The Kino Casino, however, just like Jeremy, weaves narratives about creators they cover. Where Jeremy is reliant on a handful of pejoratives that he uses indiscriminately, the Kino Casino is far more crude, specific, and unconcerned with their insults, as Jeremy would later find. At first, their coverage of Jeremy began in 2024. It was mostly through stories he was tangential to. If anything, they were following Styx Hexenhammer more. Interest in Jeremy grew when Styx failed to show up to his live show. This is when Jeremy found out live that his co-host had been arrested for domestic violence. Jeremy then spent the rest of the stream attempting to bail him out, even asking if any audience members lived near Styx to walk over the documentation needed for bail. It was not until around April 2025 that the Kino Casino had an invested interest in the quartering. Again, partly because of Styx, who admitted to be working for Jeremy basically for free, likely to pay off his bail, and on a live show fell asleep.
He's not happy right now. He's staring at Styx, and Styx is just in a blissful dream state on drugs. He's like, what do we do with this guy?
Listen, we've all been there. Hell, there have been a couple of times where I've been live on content, grinding away like the little N-word I am. There have been times I've fallen asleep on camera. Sometimes because the content's that fucking boring. Sometimes because I'm exhausted. We've all been there. Let he without sin cast the first stone. But, for the quartering right here, this is like bringing a guy on who's supposed to make you buku dollars. And that motherfucker is asleep. You can't look bad. You can't antagonize him. But you're just gonna stare meaningfully while you hope somebody, somewhere, comes to the room. No? This is where you start aggressively texting the wife he would text if he had one still, because he abandoned them, you see. Styx Hexenhammer abandoned his wife and child, so he can continue being just basically an esoteric author pirate, talking about political commentary in the news. That's just how that worked out. Again, God is writing weird story arcs for a lot of people. This is the year of some weird story arcs, bro. Some people like me are getting consistent development. People like Styx, I don't know what the fuck he did. I don't know. But he would, if he could, Jeremy would text his wife to get her to walk into the room to wake Taro up if he could. But he can't. So he's just sitting there, angrily, with this guy who's supposed to be a dollar draw for him, making him look pathetic.
Look at Quartering Bro! He's very displeased right now.
Jeremy fired Styx because of this blunder. The Kino Casino proceeded to cover Jeremy as one of their main targets. Initially, their coverage was on Jeremy's business-related videos, particularly the ones where Jeremy attributes political beliefs to anyone that negatively affected his business. Jeremy was now dealing with a truly declining channel, a possibly failing business, and the Kino Casino. This is likely why he uploaded this video on May 20th.
This year has been the most stressful, most difficult year of content creation that I've ever had.
Naturally, to counter the stress, Jeremy was tweeting about expanding his RC collection, teasing at more RC videos. On stream and his podcast with Melanie Mack, and now Hannah Claire, a former employee of Tim Pool, Jeremy would speak of buying watches for around $10,000. On separate occasions, he would talk about the customized Cybertruck he owns and how he's thinking of selling it. On Twitter, users pointed out how Jeremy was flaunting his wealth and weaponizing outrage even more for money. He simply responded with, "Stop being poor, F slur." As to only dig himself a deeper hole, he responded to the Kino Casino covering him.
Thus, he does the number one thing you should never do. He pulls a Pokemon and says, "Get your bread up, little nigga. Get your bread up, little nigga. You need to stop being poor, little nigga. Stop being pathetic, little nigga. You gonna complain about me who got paper? Look at you not having paper." Thus, giving them the first in of many that allows them to start criticizing him.
Calling PPP the only guy fatter than him on the internet, and Andy Worski a burnt-out cokehead. Also adding, quote, "By the
childhood insults. Ooh.
way, I'm happy to join these clowns any night on a stream," unquote. The Kino Casino, a live stream and clip channel much smaller than Jeremy, has successfully gotten his attention. Now that they have evidence that Jeremy is aware of their insults, they are motivated to cover him even more. Especially now that in June, he was continuing to flaunt his wealth by purchasing a massive saltwater fish tank. Only 19 days later, Jeremy uploaded a video titled, "I'm Destroying My Channel." In the video, Jeremy talks about having terrible anxiety, spending nearly every night thinking about how he's going to save his channel, while reminding his audience that his channel needs to succeed for the sake of his employees.
But I'll rely on YouTube, which has been...
This is him doing the weak part. So instead of presenting himself as strong, he's presenting himself as weak. And it's not about him, it's about his YouTube supporters. It's about his employees. Guys, help me, not because of me. Help me pay these people sums. Help me keep them employed. Please. You've got to help me. You can't let me fail, because if I fail, they fail. You wouldn't want to see them starve, would you?
And extremely consistent for me over the past 5 years. For the first time in 3 or 4 years, I have started losing a lot of subscribers, hundreds, thousands a day.
I wonder why.
I can't figure it out.
Jeremy pleads to his audience, claiming he is reducing the amount of ad reads to 1 a day. As for his content, Jeremy wants to create in-depth videos and be wrong less.
I think the market has shifted, and it's no longer okay just to have to, just to read an article and give my, whoa, that's crazy.
I would argue, why did you ever think that was acceptable? Sidebar. The number one problem that I have with this particular form of content, which is why I don't do it, I've seen it when it was people like Gordon. I remember when it was people like Linus Tech Tips in the Tech Tip era. I remember when it was the bullshit around people like that of, what is his name? Dave DeFranco? Sounds correct. No, Philip DeFranco. Yes, Philip DeFranco, because he's got the monkey icon. When it's people like Philip DeFranco, very much the who's who of the early face of YouTube. That level of content is not just boring, it is also meaningless. People prefer to keep up with things that they care about. Most people keeping up with the drama just to have something to talk about would be bored of drama itself, because drama itself is not interesting. Watching two Spurgs do Lolcow live type content, Lolcow Queen type content, it's like watching Foodie Booty. It's entertainment, but it doesn't fulfill your soul. You're not learning something that's meaningful and will be useful to you in the future. I would say you probably should have made that content in the first place. Just like you shouldn't have done exclusively games, and you shouldn't have tried to hire Elizabeth, and you shouldn't have tried to hire what is that guy's name? Whatchamacallit? Still Gray. What is that fucking guy's name? It's on the tip of my fucking tongue. Lives in Malaysia, tries to comment about public information. Literally one of the most infamous internet bad guys. Am I retarded? Ian Miles Strong. Thank you. Ian Miles Strong, choosing to be a part of exclusively games before it ended up blowing up in your face. You just shouldn't have been doing the content whatsoever. At all. You shouldn't have been doing it, because it's boring. And it's bad. You should have reinvented yourself. You should have done something new. You kind of didn't. You just kept trucking along because it worked. And you were at scale, at size enough that you could basically make a chunk of change off of it. Where people like myself have been hustling and grinding since the beginning of our channels. And have been doing so on things that actually interest us. Which is why I created what I've made in terms of my channel programming and what I choose to do for content. Because effectively, you could say that I'm a video essayist channel. At the same time, I am a culture hobbyist. So I'm basically Asmongold but black, but I know all. I give my opinions and takes on current events and developing dramas and commentary, community, behavior, and essence and knowledge. Speaking off the cuff, while also being a gamer, hard R gamer, about content. So my influence, my business sphere, my space of development as a game dev versus the things that I do for hobbies and the dramas that happen therein and the knowledge that comes from being in the space and being one of the many pillars of the community from those that respect me and hold me in such high regard. You should just do different content. And this, as a cry for help, is just obviously a cash grab for the sake of using your employees as a shield.
I need to be better. And to avoid having my wife sell her feet pictures, I have hired a researcher full-time. I was having near daily anxiety. You see me squirming around, doing this, touching myself, like it's a weird tick, like touching my heart.
Jeremy was agitated, anxious, and one of the casino's prime targets on their July 4th stream. Here, they covered the previous month's happenings, even Jeremy's new, inferior Rumble contract.
So now what he has to do, because of his Rumble deal being changed, he has to show the Rumble subs, and he only gets half of that money.
Let's just say we took a pretty huge pay cut at the end of our Rumble contract, and
I wonder why.
Let's go to his most recent video and see if anything
That's
has changed.
what I was gonna do.
By the way, what's the title of this video?
Video?
Flight forced to emergency land for insane reasons. So it sounds really clickbait. Okay, at least it didn't start with a coffee mug.
What's the thumbnail? Hang on, let's see the thumbnail. Let's see. I'm done.
I'm done flying forever. So it's just full-on clickbait bullshit.
By the way, one of the last chances to get your hands on
there it is! Immediately he's shilling the coffee. How long did it take for him to shill the coffee?
35 seconds.
35 seconds. So we get literally no content before the shill.
We click the first video.
On Kiwi forums, while much of Jeremy's board devolves into speculation, user Return of the Mac and Cheese, while still joining in on the speculation, would often upload clips from Jeremy's Rumble live streams, making sure to prioritize the release of new information, like Jeremy's bout with gout, his worries with YouTube demonetizing low-effort content, and detailed information on his coffee sales. The Kino Casino would credit and utilize Return of the Mac and Cheese research, making the segments more frequent and more popular.
So, what happened here is that he starts noticing that users that are basically, I would say, hate watching Recording's content would start actively basically posting the content about the show, which then makes it easier for Ash and for Andy to be able to source the content, which then makes it more of a thorn in the side, because if there's one thing that people hate, it is when a person is roasting you and they're right. When a person's roasting you, you could say, you know, their representation and their accountability is just stupid and dumb. Oh, they just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It's pathetic. They're just reaching out for clout. But it's like, but they're bangers. Their arguments are just correct. They're just right. Huh? You're just mad that they're correct? It becomes confusing for other people because it's like, well, you're dooming and glooming. Is it like because they did something horrible? Did they try to fuck your wife? And it's like, oh, they just criticized you for doing something that was dumb, and the evidence that you presented of your own volition shows that it was also dumb? Wow! I can't believe that! That's so crazy! And then they click on the broadcast, and then they start laughing along with it. They start building reports of content. Can't have that! No. They're building community. They're creating memes that are based on your behavior. No. That can't be done. Because remember, you can't hate them honestly. That's bad. Bad faith, always. Maximal bad faith for your enemies. Maximum good faith for yourself. That's the quartering way.
Will not be eligible for monetization. Reused or repurposed videos. Copied content. That seems the same to me. Low effort uploads.
Uh-oh. He goes, uh-oh.
By August, it was clear that Jeremy did not improve the quality of his content. Instead of addressing its flaws, he once again turned the blame on YouTube, blaming the company.
Yeah, just continuously blaming YouTube, saying, hey, YouTube's fucking me. Meanwhile, people like myself and Jay, who would have the right to say, hey, YouTube's fucking me over right now. You're claiming my shit and telling me that I can't make money off this. You're striking me unfairly. Head to the millstone. Work. What an ego, Carl. Work, and never once do you hear us complain about it, except like offhandedly so, and then right back to it. Work. You know, if you're not working at an actual job. The attempt is to say, hey, you guys are making low faith content. You can't talk about me. All you're doing is just reposting my content. It's like, have you never heard of fair use? They're adding commercial commentary to the material, and they are transforming it into something that is both entertainment and education. Edutainment, which is what we come here to learn. We're not just here to make fun of you. We're not just here to roast you and to say, ha ha, look at the retard, ha ha. No. How do you avoid being this? Learn for here, today, now. Take our course. Schedule it with Coach Carl from 10 to 10 p.m. only on Carlton Network. Learn alongside me with guest star Jay Longbone and other members of the neighborhood. Wake up today with Carl only on Carl at Home type shit. Can't get mad at somebody being just a good fucking creator. Don't know why you would. It's one of the necessary tools and lessons you're supposed to take from criticism. Are they right? Yes. Find out what you can do so that you don't do that anymore. Improve content. Move forward. If that person stays in the past talking about what you used to do, and it's not true to today, and the evidence itself shows it to be the case, the people who are being told to call into the content can't find examples of it being what it is, they're not going to give air to it.
For selectively lowering his channel's viewership. This is why he made the new channel, Quartering Live.
Used to have Quarter Cast, and there was like 70,000 subscribers on there, but YouTube shadow banned it, which has also been giving me immense stress.
Okay, no, shadow.
There's a part of it where that can be true. The AI shit has fucked the platform, because say what you want to about Susan Wojcicki, God rest her spirit. At least the platform worked back then. Now the AI shit, if you're not in automatic restricted mode, if it's not hiding content from you from channels that you actually want to watch, if it's not filling the feed with the content that you want to consume, but instead the last 4 videos that you watched haphazardly, and now that's all of what you get on the front page of suggestions, the front suggestion homepage being completely fucking broken, all these things and more, there's a level of truth. But it's not always their fault. No, you're just bad at your job. No, you're just bad at your job.
Shadow ban, the stress of the shadow bans. This is what every fucking political grifter says till the end of fucking time. I've been shadow banned. They're suppressing me in the algorithm.
Jeremy's Quartering Live channel has considerably less viewership than the Quartering. These uploads often get less than 1,000 views a video. With these tests effectively proving the shadow banning of his main channel was false, he was now claiming that the majority of internet traffic is fake.
My videos have basically remained the same quality for 12 years.
Oh my god! That's the problem.
And now, that internet theory. Oh, you see, my content has maintained high-tier quality. I've just randomly been targeted. No, it's been the same content quality, which means it hasn't improved, it hasn't gone up, it hasn't gone down, it's just maintained, which means on the sphere of trying to hold people's attention, you've done this. You're doing this. Rather than a stable plateau that goes all the way through, your content just loses attention. And even if it's a scale that on a line that remains forward, you've got peaks and you've got valleys. I'm using the fork to represent the peak and valley. Even if it's like this, but the content goes in a line. And that line is representative of how fucked that is. You cannot deny that on that graph, if you got a line here, and you've got a line here, I hate when it does that, and you got a line here, and the line looks something like this. You still have a downwards trend. You can't deny it. This is the thing that he's trying to deny. Don't believe the evidence of your eyes and ears. It's not my fault. It's YouTube fucking me. Except in the places where YouTube actually does fuck people, you will never hear a word about it. Literally, Keemstar will do more for people like myself and for people who are getting fucked over than you will ever see happen for somebody from Jeremy Hamley.
Problem, buddy.
Imagine saying that out loud.
So you're saying, Kyle, that what worked in 2013 should work exactly the same in 2025? That's delusional, buddy.
I just think that there's something weird going on. Like, everybody collectively has had enough of the internet.
I'm gonna be real.
I love the internet rules. Okay, guys.
There's dead internet theory, which I do subscribe to, which basically, if I'm oversimplifying it,
Ding, ding, ding. Carl's never wrong. Carl is always right. Ding, ding, ding. Carl has not watched this content in order to know that he would say that I just made a fucking read. I am the librarian who sees everything.
is that the majority of internet traffic is fake.
Jeremy was using all that he learned in the past 2 decades to attempt to resuscitate his channel, even using his oldest trick.
Have you ever thought to yourself, hey, somebody should be paying me to watch these videos? Well, I've heard you loud and clear, and that's exactly what this week's going to be.
Hey, Quartering, you dumbass. You're supposed to be a businessman that understands this. You know they're supposed to pay you for the streams? That's how you make money. You're not supposed to be paying them. It's another vanity project for you. Look at all the viewers we have that I paid for. Yeah.
Jeremy was attempting to fall back on giveaways. Only YouTube had long reduced the
Number one answer of why I'd never liked doing giveaways originally, and I only do things in-house. Right there, that's why most people hated that shit, and why people have voted it like a goddamn nuisance. Is it the AI or is it not the AI, Jeremy? You should be getting more views since you've been using AI and making consistent content like that of Kino Casino. True! Because the AI is just a bot. It doesn't know what's proper traffic and what's not traffic, it just knows what's consistent. In fact, this example here of this type of downward trend for people, this is emblematic of if a topic is hot or not. And now, of course, the word is called trend writing, trend chasing, right? You have a topic. The topic in question is, let's use Pragmata, or the Birdman drama. I make 4 pieces of content, 1 live stream, 3 videos, or I make 2 videos, giving my original off-the-cuff awareness, and then full deep dive example of all the naysayer opinions. Most of the videos on my channel do not get above 100 plus views sometimes. It stays beneath 1,000. If a video basically gets 1,000 views, 2,000 views, 3,000 views, that's the equivalent of getting 30K. Because, smaller channel, for one, so the metrics aren't going to match up. Number 1 and number 2. But, number 3, if a lot of people engage with the material, it kind of demonstrates that actually, that was a popular piece of content. You can't always hit that number all the time, though. So, in terms of what that looks like here, what that looks like is it looks like this calculation on the back end. I'm going to show you something from my back end. Because ironically, they actually made a new update to the back end of the platform. You can now see how much money you make, as well as your views and the comments at a glance on your material. So we're going to use the example from the last few videos that I've posted. Here, we have me posting some comments of updates from my regular uploads. Then you have my 39-minute, 41-second appearance on a Dry Bread versus the World segment on the WIC TV panel. Then you have a Carl Yaps, and then you have Pragmata Projection, Pragmata getting Lolicon, souling on her Carl Successos, which was the Soul Sister Power Hour for a new game that came out. The Pinky Silly Pinky Paw re-upload of my own live stream. The Power Hour video about Recoin, the Kingdom Boondock shitpost, the Carl Yap about exhaustion of PC dick writers, as well as in the Carl Yaps about difficulty in relevant design. Here you have a video consistency upload of 108, 220, 222, 150, 143, 182, 34, 432, picking up at the Pragmata is getting lolly-jacketed, and then the next video, 2,208. This kind of signal, when riding on the wave of views, tells you that, hey, creator, you should ride this wave. And if you, as a creator, want to ride said wave for that material, you basically are asking to go above this number on the timeline. So rather than you do that, now you got a chart that looks more like more like this. So even if you have different plateauing points, you actually now have the inverse. Now you're trending upwards. The content's trending upwards, especially off a big bump. Now, for us, that was when we got to meet Kino Casino, or excuse me, Kino Flex. Kino Flex and Jam. It's when we started making more call-ins to TV, and it's also, as I was literally on top of that issue, when I got on top of that topic first, before Sharp Fat Otaku. Dev. I literally recorded that video day of as he started playing the video game. Dev has yet to make a video about that topic of that game, because as Dev does in his own style, he does things in his own time. Whereas I strike while the anvil's hot. This is the game that all YouTubers have to play. It's an unfair system, because it's inherently not meant to be fair. It's meritocracy. Do the work, get the results. You know me? I like broadcasting. So I don't make videos as often as I do on other places. But when a topic comes up and I want to make one, I do. And the numbers would follow suit, thusly. Now, compare that to the people who are watching material for things like live streams. Number starts flipping on its head. Because doing regular scheduled call-in content shows different numbers. The views are up to worth, depending on what it is I'm doing. These ones are about video games. Literally me playing Path of Exile. The views on those remain what they look like. Hey, Carl's playing games on camera. It is what it is. Versus Carl's talking about upcoming shit that he is discussing live on Face. Because alongside the types of the topics also comes the money that can be earned from it. So things like The Return of the Yak featuring Kinoflex, Yappin' with Carl number 48, The Essayist to Lucky Joe Dirt Pipeline, the event that I did in-house of the Eternal Return Lone Wolf Tournament. Examples of multiple call-in shows on Sunday, a regularly scheduled program material block. Like, mock my numbers if you want to, but this is what consistency looks like. I can promise you, if Quartering was to open up his backend, his numbers would not look like that. They would look drastically lower for the channel size that he has. Because you have to account for dead users and dead subs. And that's the problem. This is the argument that keeps coming up with people like Quartering. They blame AI, but it's not AI. It's people not being interested in clicking on your content. They don't want to hear your opinion. They don't care. And when I say they, I don't mean the people who are in your core insular audience. I mean people in general are disinterested in the material. People know who you are. You're big enough that you don't have an excuse to hide behind. You can't say, I'm a smaller streamer, I gotta get myself known. You are a big fish in a very tiny pond. There is no reason why you shouldn't be an overnight success. There's no reason why you shouldn't be a big name. And yet, instead of being a big name, you're a big lolcow. And these are the reasons why. That's why Nerdrotic gets more views. It's why Every Frame of Pause gets more views. It's why the Kino Casino gets more views. They do the work. Jeremy doesn't do the work. He passes the buck every time.
Influence subscribers have on creators. The Kino Casino covered this and were following Jeremy's financial decisions. Come late August, they also began covering Jeremy's many stories of involuntary bowel movements.
Only keep people for an hour and I was totally off my game because I have anxiety diarrhea from you.
He has anxiety diarrhea! He has anxiety diarrhea!
I was trying to poop for an hour straight before the show, and then once
Was it the
started,
15 beers? For an hour straight!
And here's my question about this. What possesses you to tell people this information? Puppy! TMI! Why, Jeremy? Why? Why do I have to know about your incontinence? Bro, come on! Come on! Why? 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 It's ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Can't say that you're being bullied when you're doing that kind of shit, because you're asking for it. Come on. Gotta be fair. That's just not fair. I was supposed to just sit there and not say anything about that kind of content? About that kind of information? You expect them to sit there and not say anything about that kind of content and that kind of information? And they're gonna say, oh, you're so unoriginal. You should be impressed that they retained viewership just by hearing you complain about your fucking itchy booty.
He's on the porcelain throne. The porcelain Punisher is right.
I mean, I had diarrhea for like 5 straight months.
5 straight months. These are the diarrhea files.
When I'm trying to really work on my gut biome, you know, as my well-documented nonstop diarrhea.
In September, the Kino Casino rediscovered the pinnacle of Jeremy's diarrhea-related stories. They uncovered the Walmart story.
The trail of smears.
This is the trail of smears. No, it really is the trail of smears. I hate to spoil it. It's amazing when we get to this.
To Jeremy, this was a step too far. The Kino Casino early September had both covered the Walmart story and dominated the search term Jeremy Hambley, so he renamed his podcast channel.
So if you search for Jeremy Hambley on YouTube, you'll see here that pretty much every single result is now for Kino Casino Clip. We have completely taken over this guy's name. Now, we weren't intentionally doing this. This wasn't a plan by ours at all. Jeremy goes, yeah, when you search my name, it's literally only snark and bullshit. It's apparently now required. So Jeremy has rebranded the Quartercast to being Jeremy Hambley, the Jeremy Hambley Show.
Help me take back the search results. Basically, people that want to spread like terrible.
So basically, right here, this right here is strike 1. In my book. Because what we're talking about here, per the example of this is emblematic of search engine optimization. Brace yourself, chat. We need to go to the circles real quick. Just a quick visit. But those of you who remember from the master file of all the great explainer topics that Carl ever has to talk about, you'll remember top of the funnel, bottom of the funnel. What we're seeing here is the impression of top of the funnel conversational knowledge. When you're closer to the top, that is when you're skimming the views of people who potentially can be caught in the large great filter. Towards the bottom, where they filter down, is all of the insular, more dedicated power users. So what this means is that what the Quartering's complaining about, unfairly by the way, is that he is complaining that they are utilizing top of the funnel, bottom of the funnel knowledge. So to make it more clear, what the Quartering is bitching about is that on a time scale between the two channels, the Quartering looks like this. And Kino Casino, using his name, looks like this. Now, looking at that number, you can see pretty much the reason why the Quartering's pissed off. Like, oh my god, I can't even look up my own name on the platform. Here are these guys skimming all these people. And the way that you gotta look at it, the Quartering is trying to hit people who are here on the funnel. The Kino Casino are hitting people who are, I'll use a different color for this one, here. Here. Stop bending. Stop bending, Bender. That are bending here on the timeline. Just redraw that arrow because it didn't do what I wanted it to do. Here. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Jeremy is trying to target people who are further down the funnel. Hardcore fans. People who are already bought in. The Kino Casino are hitting people who don't even know who they are just by attention economy. Attention economy. Attention economy. Attention economy. He can't handle it. He doesn't like it. He hates it. He wants to call them every single dirty word under the sun, and he can't get it over. It just doesn't exist. It's just not real. No. You bring attention to yourself, and then you're mad that they look into you. Things that you say publicly. We're not talking about stalking. We're not talking about doxing. You said it publicly on a content channel. And they ain't trying to get somebody to hurt you. They're not trying to destroy you. They're just making fun of you being dumb.
Well, misinformation about.
Okay, what is the misinformation?
It's all people who used to watch me, and that's fine. Again, you're allowed to make all the content you want on me. You're just not gonna outrank me.
Jeremy was not only acknowledging the Kino Casino, but also reading their viewers' donations and emboldening them to join in.
Oh, what's everybody got going on this weekend? Have your daily diarrhea dump.
Look how felted he is. He knows.
A week later, with the Kino Casino still competing with the search term Jeremy Hambley, Jeremy was now using his main channel to outrank them. On September 17th, Jeremy on Twitter claimed that he has never even heard of the Kino Casino, while at the same time directly replying to their tweet asking to get on their show. When this did not work, he tagged both TPP and Andy Worski. Unable to take out his frustration on them, he instead settled for his employees.
Oh, wait.
Well, just as Exo-Christian mentions, some of the most notorious Lolcows understand game and ball here. And they just join on the podcast and they just keep the attention going. Bringing names and mentions for themselves. But in this case, the quartering tries to ordain himself down on top of them. Kappa, what an image. Was being lowered down from the suspension cords. Literally like a fucking angel during a high school fucking musical play where somebody doesn't have the arm strength to keep the fat boy up and his fucking rope burn as they're trying to hold him up, trying to descend them slowly and gracefully, only for them to slip and fall and possibly shatter his ankle. People like Darkside Phil, Bleaky988, Wings Redemption, Low Tier God, they just skip that and they just go straight into trying to monetize the content. That's where you get the never-ending fields of Gale. Before, mind you, before he went into court and actually consigned for ownership and for paternity of his daughter. Any other person, they'd either recognize not to give this attention, to give it a certain level of attention, or to play this the smart way. Instead, the quartering's seething about it. Mad, but frustrated, angry, upset. And when he couldn't get on, and when they just continued to ignore him while felting him, he went to the degree of attacking them. Starting here.
Wait, the White House. Did the White House actually post this?
There's a lot of deepfakes around, so who knows?
But they have the White House at the end.
Yeah, but
anyone could cut that, right?
Yeah.
Shut up, bitch.
This is the thing, like, and you saw this with like everything Gavin Newsom's doing right now. Like, there's so much push to get better at social media. I mean, I sent Jeremy a post.
She just kept on going with the, I called you a bitch, and you just ignored it completely.
What?
In late October, the Kino Casino grew even more aggressive with their coverage of Jeremy. Their fans, it did their part.
Jeremy's a Ukraine supporter. No. I do like your username, though. The Porcelain Punisher.
Kappa. He thinks he's out of some YouTube nobility, and he's mad on some high tower commanding a YouTuber pawn to strike down at them. Yes. I'm about to do a devism. To give the devil his due, fair enough. Argumentatively, the problem is the quartering does not live in 2013 anymore. He's not living on the precipice of Gamergate. We're now at like what? Gamergate negative 12? We're like 12 years fully removed from 2014. And then the 12 years removed from when the open floodgates of hyper-aggressive, toxic, cancel culture discourse set forth from the left wing started, he cannot handle the fact that it's not the same. So he doesn't realize he's on their level. He's not above them. He's equal to them. And he's mad. 1 second. So in all the ways in which it matters, they're out the door. So in all the ways in which it matters, he can't handle the fact that he, in all of his power, with every single tool in his arsenal, literally is being fucking destroyed by a bunch of fucking sellswords that are basically walking minstrels. He can't handle it. Right. That's here. Now, give me just a second. I'll be right back. I need to pee. And also do other things I need to do. Now begins the extended period where I have to step away real quick, and by real quick I mean a minimum of at least 15 minutes. So I interject you with some topical music while you wait. Let's go Liquid Reviews. This one. Good, necessary, have to do it. Part of the job. Right. Rewind. Back into it.
They did their part.
Jeremy's a Ukraine supporter. No. I do like your username though. The Porcelain Punisher.
All of this attention towards Jeremy was going to pay off, especially as he continued to post information related to his earnings, like in mid-October when he showed his previous 30 days of earnings on Rumble, amounting to 26,000. That's not all. He also got 6 million viewers and 195,000 hours viewed by those viewers. Though Jeremy streams 4 hours on end, these stats meant that a viewer, on average, watched only 1 minute and 47 seconds of his content. Something is not quite right about these stats. Noel, the owner of Kiwi Farms, then posted his stats as a direct comparison. Quote, both of us are showing you the last 30 days. Let's do a quick comparison. Jeremy gets approximately 48 times more views, but only 5.6 times as much money. Jeremy gets approximately 48 times more views, but only 2.75 times the watch hours. What is driving me crazy is the last part. 2.75 times the watch hours. Unquote. Regardless of Jeremy's peculiar stats, he has now shown that through one revenue source, he has made $26,000, spending more than half of that in November on an RC track.
What kind of dirt did we use? Well, we used what they call baseball mix, like what they use for baseball diamonds. How much? Well, it was about $10,000 to do this. If you do it yourself.
Why are you spending that much money on that kind of hobby? Carl, you can't criticize that question. Yeah, but it doesn't match up with the numbers and the metrics because what it's actually demonstrating, just from the fucking math, mind you, this math here that I'm doing is literally me just ballparking the concept. I'm ballparking the concept based on the idea of what's going on here. The numbers don't match. Now, the actual accusation here, the actual thing that needs to be said, he's cooking his numbers. He's inflating his numbers. He's botting his numbers. He's botting his views. He's botting his chatters.
Probably going to be $4,000 to $5,000. That shipping container was like $5 or $6 grand, and I installed vents and solar lighting on the top, and inside I've run power. But I'm not going to include that. That's like a luxury.
He's not even going to get to use it even one time. I don't know if it's going to survive the winter.
Think about it. 10,000 for the track, 4,000 for the shipping container, 14,000. How much is he asking for the GoFundMe?
14 grand.
Jeremy was indeed fundraising that amount of money for an upcoming trip.
I bought the equipment so that we could do our show live. I want to be able to interview like Russell Brand,
So,
Jack Posobiec.
he just admitted he already bought all the equipment. Okay.
Help us do this. I would be eternally thankful. And then we would also have all the equipment to do more live events.
But you already
so we would
bought
have all the equipment.
Yeah. You already bought the equipment. You just
the money's already paid for. You already bought it. The math isn't mathing, Mathis. The math ain't mathing, Mathis. The math ain't mathing. Where's the receipts? Where's the physical trail of the paper money? From what came from what and where it went to who? At what time? During what time of the invoice? It doesn't match up. You're either lying or you're extremely bad with money and you're borrowing people under the books. And it's nowhere inside of a financial ledger. It's one of the two.
just told us you bought the equipment. What the fuck is this?
This is fucking a scam, bro. Okay, here we go.
You guys can help us out with something because it cost about $14,000 for me to pay for the crew and to buy the equipment to go out there.
No, for us to
all
pay.
the equipment's here.
Yeah,
and
what the hell?
paid for.
Okay, so
and
all the equipment's here and paid for, so why do you need our money again?
Even though Jeremy mentioned he already bought all of the equipment, he would still include it in the fundraising costs. Perhaps Jeremy was reluctant to spend more money because of the failure of Publica and the downturn in coffee sales. His yearly Advent coffee calendar sold 3,500 units in 2024. He does not think he will surpass 500 sales for it in 2025. Lucky for Jeremy.
Mind you, the only reason why the Publica failed is because... horrible. The only reason why the Publica failed, one of the many reasons, Jack Conti, and the shit that happened to Sydney Watson. Surprise, surprise, Jeremy. People don't like it when a woman who hasn't done anything wrong gets treated like shit. Who knew?
Two donators made up the cost for the trip. Jeremy was going to AmericaFest, or AmFest for short, an annual convention hosted by Turning Point USA, and the Kino Casino was going to cover clips of it, analyzing 30 minutes of footage through 3 hours of live streaming. They covered the awkwardness of attendees walking up and interrupting the quartering's crew to get free bags of coffee that were laid out in front of their set. They also covered how Jeremy's setup was a fire hazard that he had to address. The Kino Casino also noted how little leeway Jeremy was getting, believing him to be a very unimportant attendee. Jeremy brought on guests, spoke of the convention, and fumbled much, to the extent that he misnamed his guests from the organization Gays Against Groomers as Gays for Groomers.
So we've got someone from...
Amau. You fucked that up.
From Gays for Groomers coming up.
We have somebody
no,
know
that's
this
the
in
same one.
context.
You're like a new viewer, and you don't know that he mumbles and wish mouths, and you go, he's having...
Mind you, this is all while they're entertaining themselves watching this event live wearing dumbass costumes. I'm pretty sure that they're dressed up as the heat and cold miser. from the old stop motion animation films. So like, damn, wow, what an embarrassing setup. And then meanwhile, in the comfort of the home, as inside boys and girls, they are taking this much money and they're earning this amount of cash. The chart doesn't lie. The chart doesn't lie. The chart doesn't lie.
Who won?
And then there was this interaction.
Melanie and I will be watching the football game tonight, and
oh God. Oh Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the level of cringe that's about to appear on the screen. No, I have not watched this section of the broadcast, but I actually recognize this clip because it was reposted everywhere. We're about to watch a man fail to get into Melanie Mac's pants.
What the? Hannah Claire is like, what the fuck? I haven't been invited to this football game.
maybe going somewhere family oriented.
I can't watch football with you guys. You can.
No,
But
Mel
look
goes,
at-
yeah, come, please.
Is that what it is?
And Hannah Claire will probably be going somewhere family.
Look at this.
That was a plea. Bring it back. Did she actually mouth help me to her? Like, it almost seemed like it, bro.
Oh my God, wait, hang on.
No, she did.
And I will
I
be watching
think
the
she
football
might
game
have.
tonight, and Hannah Claire will probably be going
What the?
No, did she help me? Is that real?
No.
She did.
somewhere family oriented.
There's cringe. There's rejection. There's unfortunate moments and glances. And then there's, yep, look at you, stare at the camera, look back at you, stare back at the camera. Sometimes we miss key things. We miss key things when we're not paying attention, when we're only listening to the audio portion of a piece of material broadcast. That right there, that was the beginning kill shot. That, right now, that was the beginning kill shot that began to fuck over the quartering. Because now, this is when we start having the overlap of the contingency streams. This is where Melanie Mac, first of Hamley's Angels, begins to sweep. Mind you, they ain't sweeping now, but this is where the beginning of the sweeping would occur. It looks horrible when you are expected to be at an event that is being hosted by your boss, and you're acting like you don't want to go.
I can't watch football with you guys. You can.
Now watch her saying you're welcome in female speech. Watch this.
Oh yeah, that.
Whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, she fucking said some shit back.
She's like-
She mouthed it.
Oh, and then last micro.
I can't watch football
this.
with you guys. You can. I would love that.
Oh.
Now watch his face here.
Yeah, that would be.
Wow, thanks, Melanie.
On Kiwi Farms, this interaction was exhaustively analyzed. The Kiwi Farms Twitter account even posted the interaction on Twitter, triggering a response from Jeremy. Jeremy calling it the gayest controversy ever, and tweeting at the owner of Kiwi Farms that this is normal behavior for adults in real life. Jeremy deleted these tweets, but not this one of an AI rendition of the three at Ampest. Jeremy is portrayed slovenly, next to a fearful Melanie Mac as Hannah Claire looks on with concern. The Kino Casino also covered day 2 and day 3 of the Ampest streams. Afterwards, they took a short break for the holidays and came back to cover Jeremy's declining channel.
His video business, his YouTube channel, has declined to its lowest level in over 5 years, down 66%.
2026 was a different year for Jeremy, where he would normally make the New Year's resolution to stop drinking, to lose weight, to work less. It appears he has resigned himself to stay the same. An unprovoked monologue from a January stream captures this.
A lot of people, you like have to make the choice of what you're.
This is going to be very sad. I put music in the background, but having gotten a bullshit strike from YouTube, I'm trying not to get a strike on my channel, so we're going to have to do without it. Sorry, chat. We'll revisit it in the month. Don't worry.
Your mindset is going to be and follow through. And I think some people just it's like you get into a mode and
You're
you're
in the
always
rut.
looking for the yeah.
I would tell guys this all the time at the bar. You know, the bar I hang out at. It's a dive bar. Okay, there has not been an attractive single chick that walked in that bar in 20 years.
Jeremy, dive bars are not where attractive women go to find men. Jeremy, the women who are going to dive bars are either gay, butch, or lot lizards. Okay? And a lot lizard, she can swallow anything. Okay? What do you mean? You're a Midwestern man, okay? I came from Cali before they ruined it and became California. I know what a Midwestern woman is supposed to look like. Even the ones that go to a dive bar. Like, we're talking Lizzie Kaplan with eye makeup, okay? What do you mean? And why are you telling us this? Why are you sharing this story amongst women? This is an ick. Ew.
There is some truth to the fact that people, what is it saying? Like, people are living the exact life that they want to live. And that does play out. But I feel like compelled to always try and be like, yeah, but do you want it? Like, is this fun? Like, there was a point in my life when I was kind of depressed and feeling in a rut, and I would be at that bar 4 nights a week. But like, I had a wife at home, which was even less of an excuse. But like, I saw the same fucking people there every night, the same 10 people every night. And it's like, man, no, like, this is a rut so deep, you're never going to get out of it. Somebody who drank probably 4 to 5 nights a week and has now gone to maybe once every 2 weeks. There's a book I read that is just, it's a really easy read. And I'm not telling anyone, hey, you got to quit drinking forever, because I don't think I ever will. The plan is probably never to quit, but it made it way easier to not drink on a weeknight. You know, it went from like 1 to 2 times.
It's called self-control, Campbell. It's called self-control. You don't have any. That's why you're fat and slovenly. Hello? She's got her own problems because of her furry all-men gin sauna aficionado and the condoning rump stuff of the godly marriage. True. True.
Times a week to like, wait, I drank like 6 days in a row. Like, what the fuck?
In those clips, Jeremy claims he drank 4 times a week, but then it was 6 times a week. The important bit was that he was making peace with his addiction, aiming to drink less rather than not at all. There was a similar approach to his YouTube channel as the Kino Casino were noticing.
Yes. He got, on January 19th, 20,000 subs. On a day, he got 87,000 views. Okay?
Everyone's like, he bought subscribers. I'm like, no, I was running YouTube ads because things were leveling off. I wanted to see if I could re-engage. The views on that video, 80,000 of them were from my own channel. You get like 2,000 paid views, and it costs you about $2 to find a new subscriber.
Jeremy was now utilizing what he previously called one of the most insulting services YouTube has ever offered him. As a comparison, the quartering in January got 10 million views and gained 50,000 subscribers. His peak month in June 2024 was 74 million views and 60,000 subscribers. This is around 7 times the views, yet just 1/5 more subscribers. This is how inordinate Jeremy's subscriber growth was. If 40,000 of those subscribers were paid, then that means Jeremy paid around $80,000 to YouTube in just January. Even stranger, Jeremy had long known how useless subscribers were through YouTube prioritizing their algorithm. But there is the possibility that...
Also true. Subs are useless. What's more important is attention economy, which is why everybody gets in drama. And you're right, 100%. You do not look for a beautiful woman. You look for a sturdy woman. That's why I got mine. That's why I got mine. She's got them hips that's gonna bear my children through the winter. As the young maids say, can we get to the yams? Sweet yams. Show me the way, 'cause I got bills to pay. Let me get to the yams.
That this same learned behavior from 2008 is still present within him, where sub growth directly translates to dopamine, creating a strange loop where Jeremy is endlessly working to escape his life, is burning himself out and exhausting his money to artificially grow his channel, all done to feel better. What's more, exposing that he does this exposes that he has much more money that he's let on. $80,000 is how much he mentioned the K-Cup machine costs. It still does not stop there because Jeremy was reviving unsleeved media also at a cost.
In fact, I have...
See, the problem with this is that you ain't gotta do any of that. Make a new YouTube channel, place it in gaming, force it in the grift, the left wing or right wing grift of YouTube content, and you'll make buku dollars. Culture War will make buku dollars for you. He just won't do it because he knows you can't get away with it. Mind you, you shouldn't do that, but it is what it is. And I agree. I doubt he'll stop drinking. Like, a man like Jeremy struggles in ways where men like myself exceed. He's got no style. He's got no grace. He's got a funny face. He has no confidence. He has no charisma. He has no presence of mind. A presence of character. He strikes you as a person who would kidnap a woman. I mean, keep in mind, that's me saying it.
I have about $10,000 in product to open up to celebrate coming back.
Jeremy claims he was unbanned by Wizards of the Coast. As for the packs, he was phenomenally unlucky with the cards he received, obtaining many inexpensive, rare duplicates. The pinned and love comment on this video reads, quote, "Thanks for the heads up. Forgot about this channel. Unsubbed immediately. I would prefer an actual rectal prolapse than having to suffer through any content from Jeremy, the walking prolapse." Unquote.
So he live streamed this on the Quartering Live, and it has a grand total in a day of 1,500 views.
Live viewers?
Not live viewers, just replay views.
No! Wait, is this sweater inside out?
It might be inside out, but it looks like it's like a poop thing.
Wait, I don't know, maybe it's just a style. I'm being like a little. Now I'm being
It's
like.
inside
extra.
out!
It's inside out!
The Kino Casino reacted to this lengthy stream, in where Jeremy admits to forgetting to go live at the very beginning, which means he was opening packs to no one, and is wearing his sweater inside out. The most shocking event did not even happen in the stream, but a different one.
Ash, emergency.
What's going on?
Quartering just got caught looking at cock porn. No! It's on Kiwi Farms.
That's why I can't scroll Twitter.
That's why I'm out. Like if I'm ever hosting, I'm not logged in because that way it won't. It limits what you can see because I don't.
There we go.
Wild.
Sensitivity. Well, yeah, I guess I can probably do.
On Twitter, Jeremy claims that tweet suddenly popped up, furious that it did so, even tagging Elon Musk in the process. This tweet received a community note.
It's possible that that can happen, but there's a reason why we just pull things. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. Jeremy's just retarded and doesn't know how to use OBS. That's what that is. Ah! You're also aware that you're not even being able to find a temple as proof that cultural content does make dollars. See, it doesn't matter if it's gaming culture war. It doesn't matter if it's normal culture war. It makes money. Mind you, Wick might not make as much as Tim Pool does, but it makes money. It's just that it also requires a level of parasociality. But when you have the #1 podcast, well, it's not the #1 podcast anymore. That's Caleb. But when you have one of the top 10, top 15, I'm sure Tim Pool has to be up there somewhere. His billboard's still all around my fucking town. But top 15 broadcasts of all time? I'm pretty sure most of those people know better. And hell, an argument you could really make is that, well, Carl, what do you mean? You've scrolled through the features and you've had porn in your timeline, and it's like, I am a degenerate who has a woman who is also a degenerate. I don't cheat on my woman. I look at images that reflect and remind me of her. I don't even use the same system that I used before in the past. Because after my first account got stolen and hacked by the hacker, Mr. 8 Inches, I do not use the shit the same at all. I have, at this point in time, no less than 6, technically 5 if you count the picture-in-picture image, but I have no different than 5 broadcast sources for what I'm flicking through, and none of these have porn on them. If there was porn, I would be taking it off the camera, putting the window back on camera when it's on the content, and then putting it back off the camera as necessary. There's no excuse for the quartering. He's just a lazy fuck. He doesn't know how to use the shit. He doesn't know how to use it at all. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It's ridiculous.
Explained that Jeremy has in the past been exposed for searching Reddit for Force Cream Pie, going as far to assume, quote, "It is easy to assume they search porn frequently and get recommended porn in their feed," unquote. Jeremy deleted this tweet. The antagonization of Jeremy had increased sharply. His antagonist now not only utilizing his sexual blunders to expose previous sexual blunders, but also now commenting on his finances and failing channel. Previously, Jeremy spoke about his watches, RC track, and saltwater fish tank. This time, he leaked his Rumble dashboard, presumably on purpose, showing a balance of $904,000. Much of this dashboard does not make sense and works against improving the image of Jeremy. To start,
this right here, this was the thing that destroyed Jeremy's credibility. By far. Because this right here is basically money that he has to pull. He has nearly 9/10 of $1 million just sitting there inside of Rumble. And he's clearly using to pay for a bunch of shit while begging for money publicly in front of people on the camera. And Kino Casino will cover this. And his reaction from there would be what puts a lot of people on his ass. And this is also where the sweeping begins. Ha 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 ha. It's all different because he and Melanie were the ones that are like old Bible thumpers saying porn is bad. And they have porn idols literally back their videos. True! True! The holy butt of consent. The butt of consent. The sexualized rump of consent of Melanie Mac. The Lord said, as long as it's Goonerby, it's okay. As long as it's the correct approval, it's okay. Confused how the Sargon, how the Sargooner of Applebee's pulled out of the nosedive post UKIP? He just focused on the podcast Looters Eaters, that's it. He mostly stopped trying to cover a normal U.S. politics, only now and again when it was relevant, and he built up the podcast of the Lotus Eaters. That's what happened. So basically, he pulled himself out of the eyes of people who would be looking to shitpost on him on all of his failures, and actually just focused on building and importing something that was important.
The center notification states that he has been rejected from the Rumble Creator Program. His balance from the last 30 days is $2,594 from 6.6 million views, a tremendously low pay rate, and with the views he has 158,000 hours viewed. This is even less than last time he leaked his dashboard. Now it averages to 86 seconds of watch time per viewer. Jeremy, soon after, admitted that the balance of $900,000 is false.
This is the super chat that makes him seethe and crash out here. Jeremy, if you have 900K in a Rumble account, why are you asking people for 14K to go to AmFest? And why couldn't you donate the 6K to Toys for Tots? He crashes out about this, and this is the moment where he admits the 900K isn't real.
And I recommend, as a man, as I'm sure you are, you don't worry about other men's money. The idea that I'm not sure what you're talking about with the Rumble money, but I get paid from Rumble monthly, and
okay,
it's not what people think. You know, it shows a bunch of money in there, but that money doesn't really exist.
So there it is. That's him admitting that the 900K isn't real.
There was a new revelation. It turns out Jeremy did not sell his Neo Geo or even Nintendo collection.
Thought you were selling them off, no?
So he's looking over at his wife. Oh, so he's denying he ever sold them off.
She's like, no.
I sold my Neo Geo stuff a long time ago, but my NES stuff is still around. I still have a good amount of Neo Geo stuff.
This is a fucking lie.
You can only really...
Jeremy on 2 occasions claimed that he sold his Neo Geo collection. Once in this tweet to focus on his Nintendo collection, and again when he was pleading to his audience to assist him with the purchase of an $80,000 K-Cup machine. Jeremy in the stream also touched on him promoting his video.
Why would you... Fucking coffee machine? Really?
Claiming he was spending around $20,000 a month, a large difference from the presumed $80,000. He arrived at the $20,000 figure because he doesn't find it strange to reinvest 20% of his earnings back into his channel, alluding to...
Oh, that sexuality on her husband's not questionable. That motherfucker is gay!
Now earning $100,000.
How are you gonna be a man and can let another man bend you over? I ain't getting bent over. Oh, so you're doing the bend? Fuck that shit! Ah! Oh, I'm being so embarrassed. Oh, I'm being so embarrassed. I haven't even made plans to discuss Melanie Mac. Mainly because I feel like that is a little too far. But she stated it publicly. It's public knowledge that she got cheated on before. And that's why she got with the man that she's with now. And then she finds out this man is also gay and doing shit with other men. And women. Melanie's story is that of a person who's pushed into a cultist mindset because they aren't seeing and finding love anywhere else, so they end up going home where the hate is. This is 100% shit that she got from her parents. And when her last marriage fucked up and didn't work out, she went back home and she adopted this mindset. But she still has to make money. So she has to come up with a mantra, a system of acceptance that lets her, you know, not look at it too closely.
A month. Lastly, he clarifies that he has $20,000 to throw away each month.
If I didn't have 20 to 30 grand a month to advertise my own videos, do you think I would be doing it?
With this revelation, Jeremy's fundraising for events like AmFest seemed even less necessary than before. Regardless, Jeremy in March claimed he is not wealthy.
Isn't Jeremy rich? Why'd be concerned about finances? Well, I'm not rich. Only the rich can own a shipping container, according to fat retards from Canada. Yeah, if only fat retards from Canada were actual people.
Is this a short battle talk you dig? Is this a short battle talk you dig? No, he's just being angry. He's being angry at PPP.
Rumble, I've never paid for bots. I don't give a fuck. I have a contract with Rumble that does not care about my minimum viewership, does not care about any of that. None of that.
Which, by the way, that's retarded. What do you mean you have a contract with a platform that doesn't care about your ongoing participation and performance? That would be the main reason why you have a contract and why other people don't, you stupid fucking bit. That's the basis behind a multi-channel network, and being a premier Voyager user. You are the point of contact for which other people should go to become a part of Rumble. It's literally the way that Nebula works. It is through users already established that bring in new people and new faces. It's what Tectone claimed to do, but all he was doing was platforming his own personal homies. Meanwhile, ne'er not a one, ne'er not a nigga or bitch ever has been put on by you outside of that. No, don't lie. Your contract, if it doesn't care about your minimum viewership and it's just about platforming you and your platform, that means that you've created a hug box that won't remove you for when you're shitty. Which means there's even more reason for Kino Casino to outperform you. Because, look, if they're able to make that much money off of your antics, imagine what they can do with actual money to make their own content that was created from their own efforts and energy. Imagine what would happen.
Multi-million-dollar contract with Rumble. Multi-million. And they have never had minimum viewerships or anything like that. So, again, wait, so you aren't rich but willing to risk 100K? Yep, I am. If you can prove that I've ever bought bots for my live streams, I will give you 100,000 USD, or even in Bitcoin, if that's what you want. Just because you're begging us to buy your charity coffee, at the same time you're trying to flex your finances. I'm not begging anyone to buy my coffee. You're living in a fucking loser mindset. Do you have any idea? Like, I sell $150,000 of coffee a month, every month. You think I'm fucking poor? I'm saying I make well over $1 million a year just on coffee. You think I'm poor. So I'm done addressing you unless you put your money where your mouth is.
That last video is where this video was meant to end, and this post by Return of the Mac and Cheese, posted March 24th, was only a footnote. Now, it is the reason this video had to be rewritten to include a new chapter. Quote, yep, I got an anonymous tip from someone who claims to know people who know of Jer IRL that Quartering's best friend is a legit wife-busting bull. I looked into it and can 100% confirm this is real, and dude and his wife swing through the Hampley house to get blackout drunk and hang out in the hot tub and use your imagination, what else? Unquote. Jeremy's friend has stated publicly on Twitter that they are friends. He is also part of the Quartering's Discord server, even given the unique role of Quartering legend.
And thus begins the saga of the Cucking Bull. Dum wom wom wom.
Mac and Cheese then shows Jeremy's friend's Discord ID is GrapeJelly817. There is a Reddit account with this exact same username. The problem was that this post and commentary was hidden, but a bug allowed Mac and Cheese to somehow view the hidden comments. Several comments were made on r/Midwest Hotwives, a subreddit dedicated to loot photos and swinging, and also the Wisconsin Bulls subreddit. This is specifically dedicated to
always the Redditors. It's always the Redditors. Mind you, there are places on Reddit where they have to self-tag, you know, things like Redditors Gone Wild, Redditors Plus, Redditors Big Bone Gone Wild. Carl, how do you know that those exist? Are you involved in them? No. I used to be single. And the people who post on those forums are the same individuals who post on things like female dating strategies. All of the known lolcows, all of the known attention-seeking bulls, all of the known attention-seeking attack dogs and attack hornets for accounts and hosts like that of Pabst Blue Ribbon, which is to say Dave Paul Riviera and Mr. Mercante. Yeah, they're swinging on there. Riviera especially. Mercante being loose, constantly swinging around with men and women. But leftists, oh yeah, they on there, posting openly with debauchery, and then acting like nobody would know who they are. It's crazy. It's crazy.
seeking out a quote-unquote bull, a third party to join in intercourse with a couple, sometimes as one partner observes rather than joining in. And Jeremy's friend, with his real name on Twitter, can be seen petitioning women for sex. This all proving that Jeremy's friend is an active swinger. The rest of the post is full of clips or photos meant to convince readers that Jeremy and or his wife is involved with his friend and or his friend's wife. First of note is this
Oh no, not the data connection. Oh no!
clip considered to be a Freudian slip.
Right? Like, he's got some STD, or clearly he's taking part in that lifestyle. You know, in my experience, I've never taken part in this lifestyle, but I know I have friends who have, and then obviously I've covered people who have, swingers. Instead of cucking now, they call it hot wifing, which is literally just letting your wife bone other dudes. Yeah.
This post also...
No. That's wrong, Jeremy. A hot wife is a wife that engages in an open marriage where she and her husband are committed to each other. They're not breaking up at any time. But as we learn from Nicky Rackets and Radio Rackets, thanks, Drexel, if that woman wants to entertain other people's penises, she does so with express permission from her husband. Usually because the husband himself is engaging in the sexual escapades. More often than not, with the exception of hardcore pornographers like Lady Laz and Laz Fire that happen to be performing AV and adult actors. The idea that makes them a hot wife is that they put on makeup, they put on lingerie, they try to doll themselves up as best as they can, and then get slutted and gutted, slutted and gutted, slutted and gutted by random men. Now, hot is relative. It's relative. Okay? Sometimes the most common hot wives are basically pogs. Fat ass white women. Now, the reason why is obvious, right? Most bulls are black because most people want to have what they don't have. Therefore, bigger is better. Therefore, if it's snowing, we're going. And here comes porn star, at this point, legends, like King Nazir, Jay Slayer, etc., etc. That one guy that Poe interviewed at AVGN, who, was said that he wasn't a porn star, and then he dropped the portfolio with his penis right there. But most hot wives are white women. So your Bonnie Blue and your Lily Phillip types. If they're big bone, they are meant to be the heavier, bigger bodies that are attractive. If not, they just use that as a catch-all term for porn that isn't bullish and cut in nature. Because the husband's watching, / entertaining, / recording, / coordinating who gets to fuck his wife. Rather than her just openly cheating on him, it's an agreed upon conversation. I get to meet said guy, I talk to said guy, we set it all up, I let them have loose on you, rolling film, and that's hot wifery. The shit in which Jeremy allegedly is coordinating in, that is just cuckoldry. That is a bull fucking your wife. She didn't ask you for permission. She's doing it anyways. And that Freudian slip, that's that shit that Rokeda had to deal with. Because remember, April Holt and her husband, remember how her husband was bragging about, oh yeah, I'm fucking your wife constantly, bro. My dick's all up in your shit. Yes, 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 yes. And all that shit leading all the way back to Breaking Baldo and the drugs and your child testing positive for drugs and the dragon's treasure, the dragon's tea, breaking bread away from you because you were a fucking constant plague on sales and on friendship and business. Yeah, don't blame that shit on that. No. You fall down the same pipeline as Rokeda because he hasn't learned his lesson. He's still out here doing toxic shit. He hasn't learned his lesson at all. He's trying to avoid learning his lesson. Alas, I think they're important details to mention, but some people probably don't give a shit. Moving forward.
This includes Jeremy's belief that Nick Rekieta, a different controversial creator receiving oral sex from a woman who is not his wife on stream, is not a quote-unquote own. Jeremy's previously leaked search of Reddit force.
I don't know how the fuck you can say that when this man sold himself on having a premierly pure identity. Remember, Nick Rekieta was originally brought up by Kiwi Farms to be a law feeder. And when he originally brought himself up, he's a Midwestern guy from, I forget where he's from, Illinois. I know he drinks too much Glenlivet to fucking save his kidneys. They're like, I'm just a Midwestern guy who's practicing law. I love me some Glenlivet. Yes, indeed, yes I do. Here's me and my black friend who specializes in fucking other people's wives. What a fucking my chalupa. Yo chalupa right here. Here it is, right here. Here's your chalupa. Here you go. Minnesota. Thank you. But here I am. My wholesome content where all I do is just drink copious amounts of liquor. Here's my wife. I make sure to have a vault where my kids can't be seen on camera. Here's me and my wife and my black best friend who specializes in cuckdom and also specializes in bulldom. Here's Drexel. Here's us playing Battletoads on camera. Ha ha ha. It's just like when we were in college. Ha ha ha. Yeah, all that shit. Look, how quick did that shit fall away? How quick did that identity change? The second you got that fucking Rittenhouse money, how quick did you turn into an influencer? How quick did you turn into an e-boy? How quick did you turn into a fucking asshole? How quick did you turn on your fucking friends? How quick did you start selling those Baldo ads and those Baldo reads? How quick did you start crying victim? Ugh! Ugh!
Screen pies, the specific type of pornography that appeared on his Twitter timeline when he streamed, a time that Jeremy allegedly posted cuck porn to his Twitter, a fantasy he explained while showcasing an interview with Gina Carano, where he is a loyal friend who sits on the sidelines while Gina would be sleeping with various other individuals before gravitating to Jeremy inviting his friend and his friend's wife over to join him in his hot tub, while also commenting on his friend's wife's big old boobs, various other mentions of Jeremy's friend's wife visiting his house sometimes to clean, other mentions of Jeremy acting inappropriately towards women who are not his wife, and finally is this part of Mac and Cheese's closing statement. Quote, obviously nothing here is stone cold proof, but perhaps there's something to the long-term speculation in this thread. Let's just focus on the objective facts. Jer is a pervert and creep. Jeremy's best friend is a bull and swinger. Redacted appears to be wealthy and owns a $1.25 million 6-bedroom, 5-bath home, according to public record, yet his wife goes to Quarter's house alone to quote-unquote clean regularly. Jeremy makes comments about his friend's wife's fat tits and how bad wants her in his hot tub while drunk on stream. Jeremy has cuckold and cuckold-adjacent fetishes, which he publicly exposed. Jeremy openly talks about having sex with women who are not his wife or simps for women and spends massive amounts of money on them, with seemingly no fear of being exposed, despite having many enemies online and admitting his family and friends follow his online presence. Until recently, Jer and his wife were admitted atheists, and Jer's very obvious hedonistic lifestyle of constant drug and alcohol addictions was tolerated. Unquote. This post has received even more likes and rewards than even the first post on this thread. It is possibly even the most awarded post on Jeremy's thread. As such, the Kino Casino dedicated 5 hours of their 7-hour stream into covering this post and Jeremy in detail, not censoring Jeremy's friend's face or name and promoting the belief that Jeremy is unfaithful to his wife, while also periodically mentioning that this is speculation and their opinion.
Jeremy Hambley is a cock! Jeremy Hambley is a cuckold confirmed! His best friend Adam is a fucking bull that comes over to his house every fucking week and is plowing his wife! It turns out that Sky Roan was a vanilla gorilla all along!
Over the coming days, the coverage of Mac and Cheese's post was reaching Jeremy and bringing even more interest towards him and his shortcomings. Mac and Cheese and the casino were celebrating with a victory lap. Jeremy was none too pleased with what was going on, nor with the Kino Casino.
PPP or Andy Worski, either one of you guys are welcome on my show anytime. Anytime. They'd rather insinuate that my wife...
Staring at the camera. Dead dread eyes.
Or with the Kino Casino.
PPP or Andy Worski.
This right here. Is this the look of a man who's completely unfrustrated? Look at his eyes. Look at him. Look at him. The bags. The bags. The heavy bags drawing all over his face. This is a man who's completely unbothered by this information. You'd say him shit-talking Eric July and siding with Dick Masterson was the first domino. Ding, 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 ding! You won the grand prize! You're so right! And then LawTube, and then the betrayal of potentially criminal, and then it all went downhill. If he had taken the advice, he probably would have been able to survive. Because, like, he's been doing nothing but trying to fish for sympathy. And then every single time it doesn't work. Here he shows up, yet again, talking shit about the Dragon's Treasure, crashing out about the Dragon's Treasure. I remember when I wrote my post and I said, bro, you gotta stop doing this shit. Stop begging for attention. You just start doing your goddamn job and getting clean. He's like, who are you to tell me to live my life? You don't actually care. I'm like, okay, bitch. And I sent a couple of messages around, and all of a sudden, here he is. Still doing the shit. It's almost like you shouldn't make comments to people that are trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. Because had he not responded that way, I would have probably reached out to do an interview.
Risky, either one of you guys are welcome on my show anytime. Anytime. They'd rather insinuate that my wife of 15 years is having an affair with somebody else and put that shit out on the internet like it's a fact based on nothing than you know, I've reached out to both of them, and guess what? Neither one of them have replied. I wonder why that is.
On March 30th, Jeremy tweeted to address...
Because you're the Lolcow, and why would they give you attention when they can make attention on their camera? Because you're clearly watching their content and mad about it? Kappa?
the ongoing drama, denying that he has an open marriage, and while he's fine with people making fun of him, he claims the harassment has people mailing things to his house and making his wife feel unsafe. Mac and Cheese was twisting the knife.
So here's a simple way to confirm that. Show the proof. Ethan Klein can prove that he's being mailed medical skulls as intimidation material from Bad and Panada and the Hassanites. Produce evidence. Produce evidence or I don't give a shit. Oh, no evidence? Well, I don't give a shit. And now? Huh? Are you new here, Jeremy? We don't take those accusations. And we don't take that kind of facilitation lightly, either. When you say, I'm being doxxed, I'm being harassed, no more talking. Please call your first witness. If you cannot call your first witness, I want damages, I want pain, I want content, I want material, and I want subsequent laws on the books. Because you're condemning people's character. One does not passively accuse somebody of doxing. And you do not passively accuse somebody of ruining your life. When you are just literally talking and they're repeating what you said on live on camera.
Noting how March was Jeremy's worst month ever, yet it has 18 million views. However, this is explained by Jeremy's strategy of uploading YouTube Shorts, short-form videos that get hundreds of thousands of views, yet pay very little. His regular videos this month amounted to around 7.5 million views. Jeremy's channel, at least for his regular content, is declining steeply. To make matters worse for Jeremy and those around him, a detailed dox of Jeremy's friend was posted on QB Farms, alongside a separate post detailing Jeremy's friend's criminal history that includes domestic abuse. On April 3rd, Jeremy again tweeted at the Kino Casino, requesting to have a debate/conversation. He also posted the messages he sent to PPP, and the considerably lengthier and far more numerous messages sent to Worski, likely because of their history covering similar topics in 2018. He'd even petitioned Noel to host the possible debate. Noel responded by clarifying that PPP is after Jeremy's financial information, likely circumventing the debate by mentioning how inconsistent Jeremy is with the status of his finances. Jeremy goes on to claim that he is willing to go on Caleb Hammer's Financial Audit podcast, a request previously made by the Kino Casino. On their stream, they celebrated this development, perhaps too soon.
He's scared of what's being revealed about the bull. He doesn't want anyone digging any deeper into the situation with his bull, into the Nexium cult, and all of this.
Every single time that they show up in a new outfit, it's like, now you're a bunny and a carrot? Shit, we're gonna be an apple and a worm.
So he's prepared to agree to fucking anything. Honestly, and we could probably get a lot more out of Jeremy because we hold all the cards. We have all the leverage in this situation. I told you guys, the house always wins.
Just one day later, PPP on Twitter shared a screenshot of a community strike the Kino Cathedral promo channel received, not to be confused with their main channel Kino Casino Clips. The Kino Cathedral received a strike for harassment and bullying, PPP claiming it was Jeremy who reported the video and is responsible for the strike. Jeremy on Twitter stated, quote, PPP, a random Canadian, only considered stop spreading slanderous lies about my wife, my friend, and family if I gave him 7 years worth of tax forms. Again, a random fucking nobody demanded my tax forms in order to even consider stopping harassing my family and friends. Fuck him. Unquote. Jeremy was not going forward with the Caleb Hammer podcast or any debate for that matter. Later that night, PPP posted again.
Conveniently. Because even if he doesn't go on with Kino Casino, he could still have a financial audit be looked into by Caleb Hammer. But he wouldn't do that because Caleb Hammer is also more popular than him. Oh, y'all remember when we covered this content, when we were dealing with that from the greatest fucking crash out of Papa Gut's life? Where he decided to go all in and say, my friend is a grifter. You're going in on a grifter. He doesn't know what street he's on. This isn't Cedar Street. This isn't Cedar Street South. What do you mean BetQuest got it wrong? Oh shit, I can't believe I got it wrong. And then deleting that shit afterwards? Here, people, ladies and gentlemen, is the beginning of the flaggatry!
Another video had been taken down, this time on the Kino Casino's main channel, for violating YouTube's policy on personally identifiable information. PPP will later confirm that it was filed by Jeremy's friend. The way the YouTube strike system works is that after a warning and 3 community guideline strikes, the channel is banned. This means that if just 2 more videos are taken down for a community guideline strike, so would the entire Kino Casino clip channel. Worski reported that Jeremy had shown the quartering YouTube channel was not the source of the initial report. Worski also believing that while it may not have been the quartering, Jeremy still has countless other channels, so the possibility of Jeremy being the source of the reports still remains. On the morning of April 5th, Worski stated that their strikes were appealed as to have them overturned, and their videos were restored. The looming threat of a ban was seemingly gone. Jeremy, still being blamed for the initial reports, was claiming that if he wanted to get them banned, he could, claiming either Worski.
Thus here, we get the beginning of the humble brag. I didn't actually do it. If I wanted to do it, I would have done it to you. Oh, you guys think that I actually extended my wrist? If I had even flicked my thumb, then you would be completely irrelevant and destroyed in the winds. But I, the humble knowing God, I, the humble knowing God, will just simply allow you to exist like the worms you are. The worms that are more popular than him. And thus, I know that I'm not accountable, but you'll use me anyways, because that's the best you can manage. Oh, this under the sun. Just, singing like a pussy. Yes, I love this song.
Or PPP is a ban evader and that their YouTube channel is a walking terms of service violation. Worski retorted by believing this was an admission that Jeremy was behind the reports and also posted his YouTube channel as to show he is not ban evading. Even so, Jeremy continued to tweet, now more menacingly. Quote, if these clowns keep going after my friends and family just because they don't like me, totally fine. I will in fact take everything they have and never apologize for it. Psycho weirdos are messaging my wife, calling her phone, people are harassing my friends. Roast me, fine. There used to be a line, I don't give a fuck what you say about me. But these psychos are harassing my family, my wife, and my friends. They have no rules, and starting today, neither do I.
So the important thing here, Jeremy, your wife is a public figure because she's posting publicly on the internet attached to you. Your friend is a person of interest who went out with his shit publicly facing, with his interests not very well hidden, openly sharing the fact that he was what he was. And then you out there co-signing it live publicly on air. You made that information public. You made it acceptable to talk about. You made it a point of interest because you don't know how to shut your fucking mouth. Look, bro, you just had to not beat the trolls, but instead of not beating the trolls, you gave them acknowledgement.
You guys have spread disgusting vile lies about my wife. You literally retweeted a Photoshop picture of her, someone who is not on the internet. I strongly dislike you, but would never dream of bringing your family into anything. I don't think it's crazy.
This would be proven false later. But it's not that big of a deal, because it's like, she's not a public figure, but she is online acting and interacting with other YouTubers. So, take that with a grain of salt.
To expect 2 other grown men to understand that my wife, who is not an online person, to be left out of things. The more they push it, the more I want to become the villain they already accuse me of. Unquote. This was viewed as yet another empty threat, one that brought on even more ridicule. New to the mix was Jeremy's often uttered, inane question, how was your weekend? A question Jeremy poses before going on what are viewed as excessive discussions of mundane activities, all in an effort to fill time on his podcast. Jeremy was not being taken seriously. So again, still on April 5th, he reconfirmed his threat. Quote, first will be your YouTube, which is in violation of ban evasion. Easy takedown. And next will be your kick. I literally begged you two to be reasonable. I tried everything. You chose this. All I wanted was to let you guys dunk on me. Unquote. PPP responded by stating that Jeremy is shameless, has no power anywhere, and is a cuckold. Jeremy then reached out to Null again as a medium to relay a message. He is demanding that the Kino...
And then, this is where he contacts, and this was elaborated, and I covered earlier before, on the Matinee and the Internet streams by Josh, releasing all the information, because he was being asked to be the arbiter in the middle, to try and talk some sense into PPP and Andrew Worski, because he's just mad and at the end of his rope, and he won't take no for an answer, and every answer is basically Josh saying, bro, what the fuck, I can't do shit for you. I can't do shit for you. I can't do shit for you. I can't do this shit for you. Bro, I can't do this shit for you. Bro, there's nothing I can do for you. Bro, I can't do anything for you. Bro, I can't do anything for you. For about 55 messages. Complaining about them, complaining about the drama, complaining about people talking about the drama, complaining about other small fry fish, big fry fish, basically crashing out like a fucking internet supervillain. With a death laser. And a tank of robotic sharks.
Casino take down their videos attacking his marriage or he will bury them, and that he can burn it all down with his 5 years guaranteed salary at Rumble. In the screenshot, Jeremy claims he has a non-racial slur YouTube representative, and all it will take is one phone call. The medium...
So he claims, and the word he's using is Pajit. I have a non-Indian YouTube rep. I just call my non-Indian YouTube rep, and I fuck them, they're gone. That's why I took the time in the context to go show you that this was the case of what happened with the manipulation of the account. This right here is Quartering admitting, I will fuck them, I will rape them, I will steal from them because you made fun of me.
of communication would become exceedingly important in the coming days. As for Jeremy's threats, PPP posted this message and refused Jeremy's offer, calling it a mafia-don extortion tactic. That was the final straw. In the early morning of April 6th, Jeremy promised scorched earth. More mockery came as a response to Jeremy's newest threat. Kiwi Farms celebrated both Jeremy's rage and how well-fed PPP from the Kino Casino would be monetizing Jeremy. As many hours had gone by and Jeremy had failed to make good on his threats, his Twitter replies had become so filled with comments mocking him that even the ones he purposely hid were so numerous they possibly outnumbered the unhidden replies. Even Noel commented on Jeremy's inaction.
Including the posts of people remaking and retweeting the comics and the satire takes from Lazy Shell TV.
Jeremy began streaming, and many viewers anticipating the stream both joined and were banned likely for their comments. Noel also commented on the stream as Jeremy was not even talking about the Kino Casino, rather returning to his standard programming. The scope of mockery was increasing. More creators were jumping in to denounce Jeremy, often in support of the Kino Casino.
We're still here, Jeremy Hambley of Wisconsin!
It turned out that this was not the first time a threat of the sort came from Jeremy. In 2018, creator Mr. Medicare was fighting with Sargon of Akkad, and had the possibility of getting his channel struck or perhaps even banned just by the act of a viewer donating a racist message. The Quartering threatened to do such a thing, going as far as to demand to confront him, but only on Medicare's live stream, as he sent a racist message to possibly get his channel banned. While Medicare failed to agree to Jeremy's terms, Jeremy himself began streaming and accepted a call from Keemstar. It was then that Keemstar added Medicare to the call, assuring the confrontation would happen, just not on Medicare's channel as Jeremy demanded.
You basically said, I can't wait to fucking super chat you 1488. Wink, wink, Jim. Oh my god, are you scared of the audience? You scared of what happened to Ralph? I'm gonna super chat you 1488. Wink, wink. Fuck you.
No, that's not
Fuck
what I
you.
said.
You're obvious. Fuck you.
That's not what I said.
Well, that was what Jeremy in essence said.
You just told me you didn't say it though. But you
Yeah,
did. Just like you said, you know.
What a fucking bum. Oh, come on, Jim. Let me get you flagged.
Oh, come on, Jim. Let me run gay ops and deplatform you. It's been a long time.
You don't have a reputation that precedes you. You're just some fucking guy on YouTube. Like everybody else.
Why do you assume I would flag your shit? He kind of does have a reputation. Like, pretty much everybody hates him, and now...
Yes. Star from the top.
This 2018 stream had one more standout comment from Jeremy.
Your content isn't even art, Jim. Your content isn't even artistic.
Yeah, that.
I love this one. It's such a slip back in the past, but he effectively tried to do gay ops to try and deplatform the guy on the stream. Let me on your content. Let me on your content. Let him allow him to live air content. Slurs. Mass ban. Mass flag. Get the channel deplatformed. Get the channel banned. Make the person lose content and audience. Laugh in their face. Ha ha! It's so funny that I did that. Then you said to his face, your content isn't even art. Meaning his content is meaningless. It's not deserving of attention. He's bad at his job. And then this response from Jem.
That's great.
I mean,
your content isn't artistic.
I know. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go.
Be good. Bye.
As for the Kino Casino stream, it opened with a particularly passionate and directed monologue by PPP, both challenging Jeremy to act and emphasizing PPP's resolve.
You think they'll ever stop fucking with you, bitch? Send the fucking papers, cock! Fucking do it! You'll never do fucking shit! Take down this platform right now! You said that you had the connections! You said to Josh Moon in DMs that you were talking to Eddie from Kick and we would never stream again! Well, I'm still fucking here, bitch! What do you fucking think about that? You're gonna have to drag me out of this motherfucker with a crane! Cause I'm fat as fuck and I've had it with you!
As to continue to undermine Jeremy and highlight his failure, the casino compared themselves to Jeremy's recent humiliating Kick debut.
Here's Jer's Kick debut. An hour and 25 minutes into his stream today, he had the lofty and grand total of 6 viewers on this site. Right now, we have 10,681.
In the early morning of April 9th, and regardless of his inaction, Jeremy tweeted again, stating how easy it would be to get their channel banned, citing PPP, not Andy Worski, as the banned invader. Jeremy, in another deleted tweet, even alluded to getting their Kick channel banned. Just when it appeared that Jeremy was going to take the Kino Casino down, he posted this multi-paragraph tweet, now saying that he should have never...
Then this, right here, this would be where many people clicked in and were like, wait, what's going on with here? And then started looking at the final thread post that would also get deleted.
never implied anything about taking their channel down, and that it was him getting emotional. Even though he is displeased with the rumors they've spread, he also understands the error in oversharing information and how it has become weaponized against him. His new
But you would never have need to make this, and you would have just not done it, and you would have been better at your operational security. Instead of being a fucking retard who is basically only given the ability to be relevant because of the fact that you were a bigger figure and people just kind of trusted you with the news.
strategy is to write it out. This was not so easily accepted as creators and viewers alike had hardly forgotten about the gravity of Jeremy's previous threats. Jeremy on his gaming stream was getting harassed like never before. This was meant to be the pinnacle of the scandal, the pinnacle of outrage directed at Jeremy. In reality, it was just the beginning. On April 10th, the Kino Casino's biggest channel, their Clip channel, was banned for violating YouTube's terms of service. On Twitter, PPP stated on the matter, quote, "Well, sure to his word, quartering flagged down our entire Clip channel for quote-unquote ban evasion. He really is the most pathetic worm you could possibly imagine. Free speech warrior my ass, our channel is under attack." Unquote. Hundreds of creators and Twitter users were quote tweeting in support of the Kino Casino. Andy Worski reconfirmed the reason the channel was taken down was for ban evasion, just like Jeremy threatened. Even Andy Worski's main channel was banned just minutes afterward. Jeremy shared this photo and message about receiving a gift from his wife, mentioning that his birthday weekend was kicking off right. The gift was a box of sorts that included decorated playing cards, a die, and even casino chips. This was thought to be a direct reference to the Kino Casino and their banning. Just 1 hour later, the quarterings weekend took a dark turn. Quote, "In the last 5 hours, people have shown up at my house. Caller ID block numbers have called both mine and my wife's phones. My channel has received multiple reports. I assume this is because I made fun of Israel deranged people. This stuff is insane." Unquote. As evidence that he was not the source of the banning, Jeremy posted his flagging history for the Jeremy Hambley channel and his quartering live channel. Both report histories were empty, even going as far to say.
So, here, in this instance, we see an event that has not yet been repeated and has not been yet done since out the bullshit the last time this was relevant, which would have been the Cog City bullshit with Mikey No More, literally this week. Small segue, because I literally commented about this earlier today before blocking the retard when he tried this, but it goes something like this. Those of you who remember the Boulder Boy, the Bouldering, the Rock King, Matthew Jarbo, Mundane Matt, you remember that Mundane Matt got exposed for being the first ever flaggant by being the one who was originally striking things on people's channels. Well, this was during time period of feud with Ethan Ralph, with Ralph Retort. One day, Matt would go on to show his camera and his feed, showing that he did indeed do the flagging. To repeat the quote of the words themselves, "No, Matt! No, Matt! No!" Let's see here. I'm trying to find the exact clip. People have reloaded with this so many fucking times. I guess it's just this one.
Okay, we're here. We're here.
Are we live now?
Yes,
no,
we're. No, we're. Oh, wait.
I can't.
We're
okay.
live now. We're live now.
We're live now. Okay. All right. Didn't want to speak out of turn. Sorry about getting your fucking channel nuked.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even really your fault. I mean, I don't know.
It
million subscribers. Gotta give it to Keemstar.
Some
Tenino Washington subscriber. I did. It's tabs. I have a lot of tabs open, but can get angry.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You know, I already thought. Look,
not a good look, in the words of
I wasn't. You know,
our friend Fuentes.
I really
not a serious guy. Not a serious guy.
Look, guys, can we call it at this point? There's still no screenshot. Can we call it? The guy fucking flagged
No,
you.
Keem, we're making him. We're telling him to do a screen share, so we can't Photoshop it.
Yeah, but it still isn't happening. And is there a way to retract it? Can't you just retract it?
You can.
I think so. Yeah.
So he could just retract everything right now and get out of it. So it doesn't matter either way.
It's taking too long.
It's taking too long, and I just want it to be on record that he is doing this shit. That
Well,
he is
I'm not-
flagging people. Yes, you are. We would have had a screenshot. We would have a screen share by now. Like on record, guilty, 100%. Case closed. 10 years. 10 years to irrelevancy. Maybe in 10 years, maybe you could try again. You're done on YouTube. Bye.
Oh, snap. He just fucking dropped the mic and literally left.
I think, Matt, you were hiding shit.
Go ahead. Wait. Jim, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, my mic's out of place. Matt, don't you want to call him? No, you talk shit every time Keemstar came in, but not this time. That's kind of weird.
Because
Don't you have any chat for him?
okay, listen.
Under pressure, the Honorable gives in, attempting to preface what he is about to reveal.
I did not do what I'm being accused of doing here.
But you did something else here. No, wait, but you did something else.
Okay, hold on. Let me preface this by saying this is going to bite me in the ass for a long fucking time.
Just show the screen.
So
you're reporting other people.
No, you want a screen share.
I will send you an image.
No, you want a screen share.
No, because this is. I'll send you an image because look.
No, just okay.
No, wait,
All right, okay.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go
Okay,
ahead.
let me preface this by saying that I can get angry and whatever, but in my absolute defense here, we're just really not much of a defense. Nothing was taken down.
Matt, look, I get angry too, but anyway, go ahead. Okay,
well, it's a lot of
Go ahead, send it then.
It's this.
Well, I think Matt, I think everyone would. Nobody gives a shit if you flagged other people's shit. The question is, did you flag Ralph's shit?
No, I did not flag Ralph's shit.
Okay, so just post that. No one's going to get
He said he didn't flag anyone. No,
I didn't flag
first. Said COG. That's what he admitted to.
Well, that was content.
Everyone else was didn't too.
That was content ID. That was content ID.
Oh, let's just see it. Pop the cherry. Put it in.
Oh wow.
Jesus.
I mean, I don't think anyone cares if it's not Ralph's stream.
No, it's.
I miss him.
All right, here. I have a lot of tabs open, but I have. But nothing.
Now wait a minute.
Nothing on that.
What the fuck?
So, I have been in a not the best place mentally.
Now wait a minute, Matt! No! Matt, no!
So yeah, that's it.
Dude, wait a minute! Cut, Matt, no!
He fucking lied to us.
Dude, what?
Straight to our face. He lied straight to our fucking face
For an hour.
He was spinning and deflecting the entire fucking time.
No!
It's about
No, Matt!
It's because
Matt, no, Matt.
That's my bad. That's my bad. I admit fault on that one. Literally my fault on that one.
No,
That's me.
No, come on, dude. Just take a hit.
I'm sorry, but look, dude, at the history of the screenshot, right? The history of the screenshot, what we saw anybody making a video talking shit about Matt Mundane getting flagged by Matt Mundane or whatever the fuck your name is. That's what we saw.
So, I didn't even know somebody made a puppet version of this. I just remember the original fucking talking stream. This is so much better. Anyways, the original behavior is you can say whatever you want. You can have people talk shit about you. You can talk shit about other people. But what you don't do is utilize the flagging system as a method to stop other people from talking about your thing. And the easiest way to prove if you yourself are flagging things is to just simply go to the historical archive of the person's flagging content. It's a button. It's literally a button click in the backstage of your dashboard. And you show whether or not you've done it or not. From whatever account, from however many accounts the content could exist from, you just show whether or not you did it or not. Not a big deal. Not that hard. Now, I say that to show you this, which is the same behavior coming from Lolcows on YouTube alone being fucking retarded and making it easier for other people to show that they, in fact, are guilty of the shit that they're doing. It would be from here where Cog City would basically make the exact same execution and the exact same mistake. He got mad about this and limited this post because he got it flagged as abuse. I said verbatim from this post here from Cog going at Nike No More when he tried to brag about Bearing, saying that actually Nike No More was agreeing with me about the things that I said in my content. Mikey would then say, actually, I only said that some of the things you said aren't untrue. Not all of it isn't. This is why people don't take you seriously, Cog. You misrepresent the claims of others while claiming to do the same thing to you, while making the biggest claims about you coming from your own family. Then, being braggadocious and saying, come on, Mikey, want to do this again? You got destroyed last time. You're being insincere guy, lying and saying that I flagged you. I say Kino Casino flagged me as a parody, saying this shit all with you guys' switch chats. But oh, when I say they flagged me, you have questions about evidence, and I have to explain to you that I'm parodying them. I wasn't innovating. That's another lie. And then on that same statement, Mikey says verbatim, I gave you the opportunity to prove your innocence by showing your flagging history, and would have apologized publicly on stream if I saw that it wasn't you. You refused. It's only logical then for me to conclude that you did in fact flag, otherwise that or you're autistic. And that, actually, you asking me to give evidence, is you making me jump through a hoop, and you don't have any real power. You don't have any real power. To which my immediate response on this post, when I tried to summarize this to him on why that was retarded for him to say, was the following. Quote, actually, he has a lot of power. By offering you the ability to complain, you followed the pattern that despite having fucked both of them, the quartering refused to prove that he didn't do it. But even though it fucked with Matthew Jarbo's career, Monday Matt came clean and at least showed that he did indeed do the shit he did. For at least an hour and a half, an hour and 30 minutes on the original broadcast, but historically, for almost about like a month and a half, he kept lying, denying, saying it wasn't him, saying it was somebody else, saying it was somebody impersonating him, and then filibustering. Come on, guys. I get so fat, please. I like eating tacos and cheese. I'm mad as fuck, and I flagged them fucks, but nothing happened really. I get so lonely, won't let no taco fucking hold me. He complained and filibustered complaining, only to reveal that he was in fact doing the shit. And in the same way, Cog refuses to just do the simplest thing he could do, which is showing that he didn't do it. And actually, in saying that he doesn't have power, he is actually giving him a lot of power. Because you know how you could be able to vindicate yourself? By being innocent. And instead, you act like a fucking retard. And you just cry. And in crying, you then flag my shit. Not only do you look retarded, you vindicated his viewpoint, buttressing the argument against you. And you made yourself look like a drooling troglodyte in the process. He didn't present it as a demand and a command for you to immediately obey. He asked you to show him the money, and you refused. In my guesstimation, because you never intended on showing your innocence, just asserting your correctness like the autistic spurg that he's acting like. The screenshots here being the summarization for people who are playing the home game of SinglePlayerCarl. And alas, this dumb fuck tries to respond, claiming to my advancement where I said, too autistic, didn't read, you're being a retard. Nut up or shut up and face the music. Your claims are weak, and are seemingly supported by nothing but yapping and ego. Nobody cares as much as you about being smug and right, and this methodology will make people like me want to cover your spurg out just to get the truth, or to make money off of you. And alas, he did exactly that shit, and came back and acted like an idiot. Verbal post, quote, go to this thread and see how I broke down this guy's entire post and how he has nothing. Laughing emoji. Actually, you didn't break down my post. My post was limited because you/X decided it was abuse and proceeded to do the very thing that Nike No More laid out in that very thread that he accused you of. You spurred over yourself because you think giving people a chance to talk to you is lording over you. Quote, actually, he has a lot of power. No, he didn't. Yes, he fucking does, you retard. He is on the side of truth. All he wants to know is what happened. By you saying, actually, you're demanding I do something by your request, you're trying to force me into a boxed hole, you created a box that didn't exist, and you did something dumber than Matthew Jarbo. You did something dumber than the quartering. You did something even dumber than Nick Rotata. You just claimed that you were being mafiosoed while being the mafioso. Then, complaining, Secondly, by offering the ability to show my flagging history, the results being shown to show flagging histories for any channel, which I have, becomes just more and more hoops. Because Mikey made a claim based on nothing. Please. The Quartering posted 2 videos to his X account showing his flagging history on 2 channels, and nothing changed. And Monday Matt, how's he doing these days? A lot better than you, nigga. And the Quartering, unfortunately, here's the problem. Oh, I didn't threaten them. I didn't do it myself. There's no evidence on my channel. Meanwhile, what did he say multiple times before that? What was said multiple times before that? At least 3 of them. We watched them live tonight. What happened before that, Cog? What happened before that? That's right. He said he'd get them banned. He said all it takes is my one non-Pajit to fuck you. And then he made the threat again, and then he made the threat again, and then he made the threat again. First, slightly, then implicitly, then explicitly, then literally the words. 4! Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Attempts to accuse them and to attack them until it finally was made good. That's called follow through. You retard dipshit. He followed through on his threat and did it. What's worse is that you're saying, oh, well, see, he showed it and then nothing happened. They stopped coming at him. Because he kept attacking them! Examples. A, B through C. Go through it. Read the message for yourself if you wish to. I don't care to cover it more than I already have here for the purposes of this demonstration. But literally, all you have to do is just tell the truth. Just tell the truth, and it won't hurt you, and it won't affect you. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. And so, in that same way, historically, that fucked Jarbo and would fuck other people, it would continue to fuck the Quartering just as much as it's fucking people who continue to do the same antics. Truthfully, honestly, literally, really. People who have been on the internet for far too fucking long, who've witnessed and have analyzed other people's mistakes on what not to fucking do. They just deserve what comes to them because they it's like they're following it like a script. You get what I'm saying? You're following it as a script on what to do to create the maximal bad faith result for yourself. You could just not do these things. In fact, you could use them as an example of here's me learning how to not end up like them. And here you are following it. Hook, line, sinker, like it's a goddamn playbook.
Say that the Kino Casino were wrongfully banned and that they should 100% be restored. Worski, however, was attempting to contact the owner, Rumble, claiming that Jeremy got the Kino Casino banned.
Hambly really fucked up today. He's done, the worst possible thing that he could have possibly done.
While there was no definitive evidence that Jeremy was responsible for the ban reason was irregular because it was for posting previously removed content that violates terms of service and posting from creators who have channel restrictions or have been terminated. Neither should have applied to the Kino Casino clip channel. While Worski's main channel was banned alongside the clip channel, allegedly neither had a strike, and the clip channel itself is allegedly owned by their editor, not Worski.
Posting content from creators with a current channel restriction or creators who have been terminated under our terms. Now, we're not banned from YouTube, and it's not our channel. He's not actually attacked our livelihood. We didn't make any money from that channel. We never took a penny from that channel. All of the money from that channel went to our editor Flake because he has a family.
While deplatforming has become somewhat standard in the online space, Jeremy's contemporaries, as frequent targets of deplatforming, view this action as a sin. Tales of such are remembered even a decade later.
Parallels with Matt Jarbo are really crazy, aren't they? Matt Jarbo got famous for being flagged down by Zoe Quinn. That's how he blew up. That's how he reached the heights that he reached on YouTube. And it all came crashing down when it was revealed that the same thing that he made himself a victim out of, he was doing to others. And
Indeed. Ding, ding, ding. This goes along with something I've said before, where the biggest fucking people, the biggest old guard of YouTube, got their start being victimized. Every single one of them. Now, the more recent ones that are media grifters, like Yakman, Yak Snake, they were made victims by other people who were even bigger spurgs than them, spurging because they had opinions. And the audacity of having opinions was bad enough that they needed to target their channels. For the Yakman, it was Black Guy, Quantum TV, attacking him over the Quantum TV's opinion, his review, to be exact, his original review of the first Elden Ring launch, not DLC, and saying the game was bad. And then the Yakman would mock it and cover it, and then Quantum would take down the video, and then he'd get mocked even more, and then he started attacking the Ackman's channel by saying he was bullying him, and then would call his mother directly. It would then get lampooned by the Ackman that he did that, but then YouTube would punish him by trying to restrict and take his channel from him. People would say, wait, what the fuck? YouTube, why are you wrong about this? What? Lol? Huh? Huh? What? Huh? Lol? Huh? Huh? Who? Huh? What? And then, time and time immemorial again, he continues to do the same antics over and over again, where he tried it on Az versus heel versus babyface. It did not work out. The intermediary, which was Mahler, pretty much demonstrated that he was two-faced from the beginning, and it was all about clout in the first place, as he went from the pro-consumer audience and the pro-chud audience into a leftist, pro-restrictionary, revisionary audience. The same shit that happened to, what is his name? That happened to Chris Ray Gun, or rather, Chris Ray Gun chose to engage in. Trying to hide his old musicals, trying to basically take them off the internet, people re-uploading them for the purposes of posterity, and fully embracing his activistic and authoritarian roots, while also becoming a regular of Sacred Symbols Plus with Colin Moriarty. All the same shit that continues to happen in perpetuity continues to be the way that many of these people end up making a name for themselves, bringing us almost completely full circle to the final totality of all these problems, which we're halfway there. First we finish this, then we talk about the sweeping.
Here we have Jeremy Hambley doing the exact same thing.
Can I just add this? On entertainment worldwide, on X, we are the most posted about thing on Twitter right now. Above, MAGA influencers split over Israel and U.S. foreign policy. That's right. This story is above what the political news is right now. Jer.
The news of the Kino Casino's banning had grown alongside disdain for Jeremy, so much so that the casino's ongoing stream was featured on the front page of Kick. Even more creators were coming out to speak against Jeremy. While the Kino Casino covered many of the messages of support and other commentary, the amount of support was too great to where they were forced to present only the most prominent creators, like Brittany Venti, one of the creators that Jeremy made direct sexual comments about during his most infamous drunken stream.
And they were weird as fuck. Nigga said, I'm trying to have some mixed race kids. Let me go dip it in your chocolate, girl. Woo!
And a newly resurfaced, different drunken stream.
Let me tell you this about Venti. I would give everything I had to have babies with that girl.
Venti, after the clips resurfaced of Jeremy being a creep, a pervert, talking about how he would give up everything that he has in this world, including his wife, his mansion, his YouTube channels, just for a chance to impregnate Brittany Venti, okay? And also clips of him directly being drunk and creepy with her on live stream. She said that she was going to go scorched earth, that she was going to do a stream on Jeremy Hambley exposing him. Well, Jer didn't want this to happen because he's desperate to control the narrative, and that's how we end up where we end up now. So he starts DMing her, saying he's acting a little female coded lately. No doubt, buddy. No doubt, buddy.
To add to Jeremy's comments, it was now being alleged that he attempted to cheat with a porn star.
Why the fuck does she have this? Well, Ralph and her have now come out to say that Jeremy tried to cheat on his wife with Scarlett Hampton. By the way, Scarlett is based in the Milwaukee area, not very far from Jer's home, in his home state.
Jeremy in a stream played the video game Crimson Desert while noticeably becoming more intoxicated and more belligerent at everything that was coming out. The Kino Casino made sure to cover it.
Hey man, can I be of assistance? Yeah, can I put a baby in your belly?
Whoa, buddy!
You know, I've seen a lot of degenerate things in my time on the internet. I think watching another man get drunk and try to make jokes about things that have come up in his own life while he plays the newest sandbox slop this side of the parabolic river. Man! Ah, god damn! Listen. Brittany Venti is a very pretty girl. Okay? I can't. Brittany Venti, the way that she chooses to keep herself, the way that she chooses to dress, the way she chooses to appear, she's a very pretty woman. However, no. Use whatever reason under the sun that you want for why. We will start from, because if it ain't snowing, I ain't going, to, you ain't got enough weight for me, sweetie. You are not fat enough for me to ride your ride. No. Did SinglePlayerCarl just say he was a chubby chaser? Did he just say he was a chubby chaser? No. I just can't. Sorry. For lots of reasons. The number one reason is I just don't. I don't think there's anything that I could find myself having in common with Brittany Venti, for one. For two, because of the way that she chooses to carry herself about her politics, that's another reason. Not that I have anything particularly deep, resentful, and hateful for it. It's like, no, it's like it's the e-girl status. You see, everything for attention. Everything for attention. Everything for attention. Nothing for clout. No attention given while on the content, and I'd have to share her with the internet. It's probably the hardest one, which is number 3 out of like 1,000 reasons, but let's say 10. I would have to sit there and watch people make passes and comments about her, at her, about her body, about her reproductive system, about the relationships she could be having, the relationships she shouldn't be having, who's a better man, who's a better woman, who's a better replacement. That's a level of stress that I don't need in my life. Nuh-uh. Not even when I was doing what I was doing when I was young. Out here, busting it wide open with men and women, and mothers and grandmothers and aunts. It's just too much. Too much. It's too much shit. It's too much shit. It's too much shit. It's too much shit. It's not worth it. The juice is not worth the squeeze. It's just not. Very nice. Very pretty lady. I don't care. I'm sorry. Truthfully, I'd rather not. I would rather not too. I would rather not get Griffith with a bayonet over an e-girl celeb. Because what will happen is that the OnlyFans will drop, and Lana the Plug is just going to come out and be like, yeah, now we're going to introduce the man who's going to fuck your girl on camera, and out comes fucking... out comes Jay Slayer. Out comes the other nigga that she was fucking with behind Adam Tutu. Fuck your wife twice. Beat your ass on stage in a boxing event twice. I believe his name is Jason Love. Bring him out. Bring him in the entire lineup of the male model figures. All of them striking poses and shit like fucking sexual JoJo villains. No! 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 The furthest that ever happened for me was when both myself, Plain Rock, and Sarah Cove were getting harassed by Natalie Casanova, the zombie unicorn. Never again. Never again. Before that event had happened, I would have been like, yeah, you know, I like an e-girl who likes to tattoo her body. I don't have a problem with that. Ever since then, all e-girls, even the older ones, all e-girls, even the older ones, eventually, they are not able to live without being somebody's center of attention. And I could not give an e-girl enough attention to keep her from cheating on me. I'm sorry. No. I will take me the homely ones. I will take me the homely ones that like to play video games. Thank you.
Creeper alert!
Watch
Is she only up for hero? You're gonna force a cream pie in her. There we go.
There it is!
At this point, you must have just been saying shit on camera for like a gag. And that just didn't help you. That just digs the knife in deeper. That doesn't make you look innocent. That makes you look retarded. Oh. Ew. Ew.
He's owning the cream pie meme, folks.
Her Jew bull cock husband left her here for me.
Oh, no.
No panic diarrheas. Sorry, you'll have to spend your Thursday night somewhere else.
The Walmart janitor asked if he's having panic diarrhea.
Oh no.
Jeremy was being brigaded by detractors so fiercely that even several newly promoted chat moderators could not keep up with the constant stream of detractors. This was just on YouTube, as Jeremy was multi-streaming on Kick as well, where his chat ran rampant, until he was notified of it and set it to subscriber chat only. After he did so, not a single chat message could be seen, implying his Kick chat was entirely made up of detractors. Opposition against Jeremy was innumerable, and support for Jeremy came down to a handful of creators like Melanie Mack, who released a video this day.
True. Now, on the hand of harassment, also thank you, Bosser, for the $40. On the hand of humiliation and simple crushing defeat, all of this could have been avoided if he didn't constantly threaten somebody's livelihood. All of the comments, all the behavior, all the antagonism, all the shit, it all comes from a head. It all comes from a head, and all he had to do was shut the fuck up or ignore it. Keep to the facts. Don't threaten their channels. Say, hey, this is a bridge too far. And then ignore all the other little snide comments. All you had to do. But no! He went here. And then, the easiest way to avoid it is if you don't want this kind of threatening and antagonism, then just fucking stream to only members. Only stream to subs. Put it on emote only mode. Don't read the chat room and vibe on the video game. Because the more attention you chose to give to it, the more they do it. Is it wrong? Is it wrong, Quartering, as I make the argument that I'm going to have to, that we made before, that was done against Anissa Joma and Ian Joma? Yes, that's fucked up. It's the way of the internet. But that's what they do. That's what they do. That's what trolls do. That's what trolls do. They try desperately to get your attention and to try to make you forever be wild up on the specific way that they zinged you. Now, here's the problem. Put that into context with what we said earlier at the beginning of the broadcast, within the first 30 minutes. Contextualized around snarkers. If it is really bad, if it's actually beyond the pale, not people are making fun of you and so they're going to call your house and see if that's going to get mentioned. So it's like they're one-upping each other on their bangers. If it was legitimately the case that you think that Kino Casino was sending people to stalk you and to call your house number and to try to troll you, then sue them. Prove it. Prove it and sue them. Otherwise, you can't do that. No. That's just as bad as Adam 22 getting his shit rocked and then watching the same man that dropped a fucking hot load in his wife's gene pool beat his ass on camera, then fuck his wife again, deeper. And then, if what you wanted to do is to go away, make it clear that the people who are actually guilty of the shit, that you know who it is and that you can deal with it. Because it's a bridge too far, right? You don't have to talk about, hey, somebody called my house. No, play this shit on camera. It might seem stupid and dumb, but no. Here's a comment that was said when a person called my house. And if the clip happens to be, hey, is this the Jeremy house? Yeah, you better not check your fucking mailbox, bro. Here I am outside with a firebomb and napalm. Ah! And you go out to the box, and you open the box from behind, and then a napalm jet shoots out and shit, and it's like, so yeah, somebody's trying to kill me with a napalm jet. You know, I'm just gonna start going to the police about this shit. It is what it is. Then people are gonna be super chill about it. You know why? It's a mystery. It's a secret mystery. Any person with a brain can predict this answer. But do you know why it would stop on a heartbeat? Because most of the trolls are just trying to poke your buttons. If they were legitimately trying to kill you, if they were legitimately trying to harm you, if it was anything more than you getting mad that people are legitimately criticizing you across the internet, with shit that you're claiming is the case, it stops. Instantaneously. I can tell you exactly what they say. Listen, I'm just trying to make fun of a guy for being a fucking lolcow, but actually trying to murder him? What the fuck? It'd be so easy. It'd be so easy, but you can't prove it. Yeah, the people who were going to Temple's house to cause trouble after Bosch went on his camera, that was believable. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Because people who got the evidence and proof don't have to fucking lie about it. There's a reason why people are so happy that when you have to actually tie your name politically to something, that most of the trolls kind of like just disappear into the afterwind. Then they start talking about lolcows instead. It's because real politics has your name tied to it. Fuck around and get the wrong person who actually works in real media, and you're about that close to getting yourself exposed and then subpoenaed in a case. Hell, it's what was going to happen and was suggested about the Snarkers against Ethan Klein and the Sunlights. Frogan defaulted, so she lost. Denims is going to lose. Caseytron pulled out. Noah has to continue raising his money, and he's risen the most money out of all of them. and has the potential best chance to win. Denim's petition was accepted as fair use, despite the fact that it's very clear she openly said she was siphoning the content. So I imagine his team is going to legally appeal that decision. But, like, it's just so simple. It's so easy. It's so easy not to try to kill people and not to be a retard. But alas, some people find it difficult. Now let's get to the sweepers.
She refutes the accusation that Jeremy has ever made her uncomfortable, and the accusations that she is constrained to the podcast due to her finances. She also believes that the hate towards Jeremy is manufactured as a topic of the week, and also believes this is Satan's doing, as Jeremy has recently come to Christ.
I'm truly convinced that it's because, that at the root of it, it's because he came to Christ.
Melanie's video was not well received to the point that she turned the comments off. Jeremy took a similar strategy on his Twitter, only allowing what appears to be accounts he follows the ability to reply to his posts. His YouTube channel remained uncensored, now brimming with references to the Kino Casino and Bulls. And then the following day, on April 12th, there were two major developments. First, a different channel known as Alyssa Clips that hosted a video of Noel discussing the Corian's recent scandal was hit with a community guideline strike under harassment and cyberbullying. As for the second development, a discovery was made. Just 2 days prior, during Jeremy's stream, he pasted a link to Gmail as a way to access it. Briefly, below the address bar were various different links to emails that Jeremy had received. 2 of these email headers read, YouTube support and thanks for your report to YouTube. As this was under the NTQ headquarters Gmail, an email tied to various accounts, including his Unsleep Media account formerly known as MTG headquarters, this was taken as strong evidence that Jeremy was the source of the reports. It did not help that he had failed to show the report history for Unsleep Media. Jeremy, not even an hour later, refuted this, claiming that at least one of the emails were related to his Unsleep Media account being demonetized. Jeremy's statement was not so easily believed as the email lacked the header, meaning it cannot be cross-referenced to the links seen in the clip. It also mentions nothing about a report being received as the subject of the email was an appeal. 2 far different, distinct types of emails from YouTube support. When asked why he hasn't...
And you know how easy it is that he could have been able to confirm that? And be able to resist against that? Because now the devil is a Kino Casino watcher. The devil lives in the house. Satan, Mastema himself, straight from Shin Megami Tensei, is sitting there with some chips next to the hero of Dragon Quest VIII, saying, bet it all on Black 47. Swoosh! The easiest way to be able to defy this? Just prove that you didn't do it. And what did he say? What did he say to AF Streamwatch? Why haven't you shown the report history for this channel? Lol. You guys are desperate. Once again, allegedly, this mysterious power, this mysterious energy that just prevents you from telling the truth. It came for Matt, then it came for Jeremy, then it came for Cog, then it came for Jeremy again. Satan, how could you do this? Oh! It's so painful watching stupid people do stupid shit. So how does the Crisis King flag work when you just said you dropped your DNA in an e-girl? Is it your wife? Well, how it works is that basically Christ says that it's his will, you see? He said, be fruitful and multiply. So allegedly, all he's doing is he's just closing his wife and he's thinking of his wife while he wants to plow this random e-girl.
shown the report history for Unsleep Media, Jeremy responded only by calling the person asking the question desperate. And when asked about why the subject of the email was not tied to the previously seen address bar suggestions, Jeremy outright ignored the question. As another piece of evidence against Jeremy, this creator claims to have reported their own channel with a separate channel they own. What they found is the subject of the email they received is word for word what appeared in Jeremy's address bar suggestion. Additionally, a stream from a smaller creator covering the situation was taken down. Jeremy's email scandal, along with many other developments, would be covered in the Kino Casino's 11-hour April 13th stream. It opens with a newer theory that the Quartering was able to get the Kino Casino banned not through email, but through a phone call.
Quartering made a phone call. He has a contact at YouTube that's high up behind the scenes. God only knows how the fuck he got this contact, but it's a complete cloak.
He got the contact from being a big priority creator on the platform. We all remember the Wojiki days. We also remember the pre-Wojiki days. Before the shit involving the alt-right pipeline and Gamergate, left-wing users were made priority creators, as well as big media accounts. Those that were a part of multi-channel networks, those that were a part of multi-contract connections, and people who were big channels in their outright were given YouTube contacts. And it's the case that he's been on the YouTube platform for a while, so even if it's not the same manager, it would have been a different case manager that he knows interpersonally. Because when you're a big figure, you're able to get in some rooms that otherwise you wouldn't be able to get into as a creator at events like that. Probably met them personally, made personal friends with them, and then established this as the connection. Very easy to understand, very easy to follow, very easy to tell. It's also stupid. I mean, it won't be Melanie since she doesn't have the mams, per Jeremy. See, Melanie, before she became basically a god cultist, because the way that her family chooses to pray about religion, they treat religion like a cult versus an actual expression of your spiritual belief. Before that, she was fine. After that, the aesthetic that she has, I don't like. And the personality type that she has, I don't like either. Christian bookstore boxy. Ding, 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 ding.
And dagger conspiracy with this fellow. Yeah. It's so insidious the way that this was done. It was done 30 minutes before the close of business hours in California. The reason it was done like that is so that nobody could contact their YouTube rep until Monday. So we weren't even able to contact our own YouTube representative until noon today Eastern time to begin the process of reversing this. In his DMs with Josh Moon, he says he doesn't even have to flag. He says, I'm not going to flag. All I have to do is make one phone call. That's what he said.
And that right there is the reason why all the shit I just said is factual. Imagine if this had happened and it wasn't the case that if he had just been quiet and silent, he could have gotten what he wanted. Imagine. He could have got away with it. If he was just shut up and stopped telling people his plans, he could have got away with it. I hate taking this medicine, but it's the time I have to. No, it is not drugs. It is basically a medical prescription of Flonase. But let's just say that it's goon juice for the people at home playing the home game. Distilled essence of my woman, you see. Gotta inject it directly into my nostrils twice a day. Keeps me faithful. Someone's gonna take that out of context. Someone's gonna take that out of context, and then it's gonna be an animation. And it's gonna be like, "Listen, baby, I need you to go into the room. I need my goon juice. I need my goon oil. I need my goon oil. Oh yes, distilled essence of fat bitches. Oh yes, right my nostril. Like it's fucking Attitude Era, Vince McMahon. Anyways, if you hadn't fucking told people multiple thousands of times you were gonna strike them, and again made explicit points of how you were gonna do it and how easy it would have been, he could have gotten away with it. He could have been able to be sneaky, but instead, because his ego is bruised, battered, broken, butt frustrated, ass irritated, he, just like pissed off Jose at the opening of Supergirl weekend after spending hours and hours daily bitching about that TV show / movie, only for it to crash and burn and him to hate it too, because he's such a pussy. He had to have the last word. He had to have the last laugh. And so, everybody knew it was him. Because no one else said it. It wasn't Mr. Magoo. It was him. Listen, I need a hit of the Happy Girl spray to help a brother out. Listen, you can get your brand of nasal Flonase Carl spray at your nearest distributor for $59.99 or 3 installments of $9.99 each. Get it scented with whatever you want. The ice, the lice, the rice, the spice. Get whatever kind you want.
says.
The Kino Casino claims to now have influential creators, such as H3H3, reaching out to YouTube on their behalf. And not only did the Kino Casino claim other large creators backed up their phone call theory, creator Yellow Flash publicly stated it was the case.
Just for your own peace of mind, I pinged one of our guys last night about the quartering drama. His estimation based on the back end is that the casino was taken down from a personal request. You see, exactly like Hambly said it would go down in the DM.
I need that Pog inhaler goes crazy, bro. But anyways, right here from the Yellow Flash, we literally see now them making the case that, oh yeah, we got people on the inside, we're gonna let them know. And that's exactly what happened. Meaning, it's not about who you know, rather I should say it's not about what you know or what you can prove. It's about who you know and how you treat people. In other words, the death of snarkers in general.
With Josh, because all the user reports were deemed nonsense by the automated system all week, except a privacy claim that also failed to hold up to manual review. He's on the security side, but did say this is almost certainly an off-platform point of contact. Call, text, email.
Jeremy refuted this theory. His dismissal of it was hardly satisfactory.
This crazy theory, you mean what you told us yourself, Jeremy? What we showed earlier in this presentation, when you told Josh Moon that all you had to do was make one phone call to take our channel down? This crazy theory from some unknown source. You mean you? The unknown source is literally your own DMs and your own words.
Kino Casino then shifted to covering a long history of Jeremy's hypocrisy involving harassment and how demanding he was for others to show proof of harassment when now he himself was failing to do such a thing.
I need that Pog inhaler, bro. Oh yeah, see, the pheromones keep the credit score high. The government can smell the pour on you, but when you get that vagina juice inhaler, when you get that Carl brand vagina juice inhaler, it tricks the government into thinking you get pussy, so they don't charge you more. They call it the incel tax.
The Kino Casino also covered more of Jeremy's recently uncovered exploits.
When I was in my teens, I had one threesome. It was just 2 guys, and it was.
He's participating in sexual acts with other men.
Wait, 2 guys? So 3 men?
Oh, no.
It was 2 guys and a girl. It was 2 guys and a girl, and like.
Wait, why is he acting like he was watching a threesome with 2 guys and a girl?
What's actually happening here, Jeremy?
What's gayer? Being involved in an Eiffel Tower event with other men and investigating and participating in group sex, or being the cuck that has to hold the camera while other men fuck a woman in front of you? Whew. That's one of them ones you should have never opened your mouth about, bro.
Third person.
The Kino Casino's banning had triggered a fierce Streisand effect. Normally, these tales of Jeremy only reached the dedicated viewers of their Clip channel or live stream. The Clip channel's videos rarely surpassed 100,000 viewers. Now, even just this VOD on Kick was more than double that. What's more, the Kino Casino stream had a segment where they shouted out various creators who had tweeted or made videos in support of them. This amounted to 78 creators with hundreds to millions of subscribers. Within were some former and even current friends of Jeremy. Even enemies of the casino were reaching out in support. Never has Jeremy faced such large-scale opposition. And the worst part of it all was that he could not rely on his typical tactics of dismissing the criticism or manipulating the narrative to support him. Even if there was truth.
Correct. Because he can't say that it's just fucking irrelevant literally who's that have no power. Really? Is it? It's more like everybody who hates you against you. Oh, they're irrelevant? Okay, what about the bigger person behind them? What about the even bigger account behind them? What about the even bigger account behind him? Are you going to say that the biggest people on the platform supporting them across the entire political spectrum, across the entire internet spectrum, across the entire containment cycle, gonna say they're all retarded? Gonna say they're all irrelevant? Not a very good argument.
To what Jeremy spoke, and he had no hand in the casino's banning, the hate towards him was too great and melded with rhetoric from the enemies he's collected from the past 10 years. This is to say that even outside the Kino Casino, Jeremy had made so many enemies that ostensibly, the collective attack on Jeremy was partly the result of years of pent-up frustration, years of hiding behind the status of his allies and politics, years of manipulating narratives to benefit him or dismiss criticism. The day was finally here where Jeremy could no longer hide. He was now entirely unequipped to face these consequences, and entirely exposed to the derogation of the Kino Casino that even previously he was unable to rival. Just typing weekend in Jeremy's live chat will result in a ban. His paranoia had grown so great that his regular viewers were not only being exposed to Jeremy's antics through constant brigading of detractors, but also being caught in the crossfire.
I've been a fan of Jeremy since 2017. Why was my other account just banned for asking why there are so many comments getting deleted? This is wild. I'm 63. This is wild. I'm 63 years old, and never have I seen this before. But he's banning his boomer audience. Weekend Discusser, the 63-year-old, was just banned. Just straight
Weekend Discusser? Wait, his name was weekend discussion. That may not be
They may
real.
have been a troll. I really want to believe.
The walls were closing in, allies were scarce, viewers were menacing, and this was not even the pinnacle of what Jeremy had to face.
I think he's totally fucked up, if you want me to be honest. I think he's totally fucked up, and I think it was a massive mistake to try to deplatform Kino Casino. I mean, he kind of is. I mean, I would say it's something.
It was a mistake in the way a person very clearly shouldn't kick a rusty nail that's sticking out of a wall. But, you know, the invasive thought invaded his head. Yeah, I'm wearing a steel-toed boot. My foot will be fine. Only to realize it wasn't a nail. It was literally the bottom sticking out metal part of a rebar that goes into the foundation, and it splits perfectly past the steel-toed boot protector of your foot. And now you have a giant hole in your fucking foot that's there because you decided, I'm a can, when you saw this thing sticking out of it. Every time I inhale her musk, my bank account looks like Elon Musk. Look on my vest, I got that new Carl Haler. I got them white bitches straight from Detroit on the sailor. I tell that bitch, puff, puff, fast. Go ahead, pass around, make that shit last. Put it up my nose when that doesn't get sailor. I look at my bank account, it looks like Mustard Haler. We pass the bitch around, we fill it with that dust, and when I look at my bank account, I look like Elon Musk. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. Put a little bit of that Memphis funk music on it on the back end, you know? A little bit of that la-di-da-di, we don't like to party. Just a little bit of that, perfect rap song. I might actually do that as a parody. Remind me, because I will forget.
Thing like that. And he's felt he's a cuck, he's finished. Maybe, I don't know.
Asmongold, a top Twitch streamer and creator Jeremy favors, but Stanley covered, was not only opposed to him, but also his chat was full of Kino Casino references. Even Melanie Mack was someone who talked favorably of Asmongold just as recent as a week ago, but this screenshot serves more than to just prove that. It is also relevant because she removed nearly her entire catalog of videos on her commentary channel. The videos on screen are all that remain. But as things were heating up, PPP on Twitter and on the most recent Kino Casino stream announced that he had a non-refundable family vacation booked. The show would have to return 8 days later on the 22nd. Other creators and the Kino Casino's viewers would have to do for the meantime. On Jeremy's kick, a lone viewer subscribed to spam the chat full of Kino Casino emotes. The most frequently used is an image exemplifying Jeremy's balding, and on Kiwi Farms it was discovered that Jeremy has the Kino Casino followed on his kick account. And on the 15th, yet another video was taken down covering Jeremy. Even still, this hardly did anything to slow down the many new videos being made on him. Videos that were outperforming Jeremy's own videos in the YouTube search. Another reason Jeremy's videos are being outperformed by those covering him is that the comment sections are now made up of detractors. These people click on a video for the scene.
Yeah, hate raiders. They click on the video, they see the hate, they go to the comment section, they go there to take advantage of the free speech absolutism that the quartering cannot stop their comment from being seen, and then it becomes like a game, you know? You try to one-up each other with some of the most ridiculous shit that you could say that you wouldn't be allowed to say because the post would be removed on the platform. And then you screen cap it, you cap what you post there versus there, and you're like, I'm here, I speed ran getting banned in 3 seconds. That shit. Yeah. 100%.
Their purpose of commenting. Because they only watch a second or two before pausing and leaving, it kills Jeremy's average view duration and makes YouTube promote his videos less and less. That was not the case with Jeremy's YouTube Shorts. These videos have been far outperforming his standard videos. Upon viewing any of these, the reason is rather clear. Jeremy takes a viral video, adds 3 seconds of introductory commentary, and that is his entire contribution. This is a compilation a Twitter user made of such a thing.
Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out.
And this right here is what AI was actually brought to the platform to fight. You see, ladies and gentlemen, despite examples from my media posts about the shit that I make short form content about, the kind that you would find on TikTok, and even say the examples that exist on my platform right now that you can find in my shorts feed, a la here, Jeremy does something that nobody should ever do because it's theft, okay? Most people, especially if they are actually reading the insights in the back screen, the platform outright tells you, if you want success, you use short form videos as a way to get people to click on your channel. You use the videos as like content dumps. Way to have long-form, medium-form content methods to keep a person involved and invested in the things that you do. And then your long-form endurance level streams, like what we're doing here tonight. This is what you use as evergreen content. And then, from your own broadcasts, should you wish to, you can re-upload them in video format without all of the pauses and cuts in between, thus keeping up the pace of the material and keeping people invested with effervescent material. Then, when you upload said content inside of the bar, when you go to post content, oh my god, that's a question. Just write this down and DM it to me as like a script. I will probably write this down as a rap video. When you go and you upload content on the platform, and you show examples of material that you would upload for the purposes of showing content. I'm going to show you a test example from something from my RAWs folder. If I have one on hand, which I should. Here. If you go and you upload something that you could find from somewhere, in the options, all the way down here, underneath audience, under show more, down, right here, in the section for language and caption certification, there's a section here that asks you to publish subscription feed and notify subscribers, as well as shorts remixing on whether or not a person is allowed to use video or audio remixing from your shorts. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the actual reason why, if you were a person wondering what the fuck he meant by the oranges, what were the oranges for, this was that meme. It was something that was connected to a short that he was ripping and stealing as a part of the material content. Because you see, on top of allowing embedding in your material, when you let publish to subscription feed and notify subscribers remain checked, this is what people mean by the algorithm deplatforming them from the views. If your content is only ever seen by a handful of people, it will only serve your views to people who are viewers of you. If you uncheck publish subscription feed and notify subs, the subs don't get told about the feed, but it tries to feature the content to bigger channels and to bigger pools of channels. Now, I say this to you to warn you about the problem that this comes with. Alright? To do that, we gotta go back to the graph that I had here in the Obsidian. The problem with this idea is, in theory, what you want is to basically say, hey, I know I have some dead subs. I know that there are people who have not been paying attention to my material. They haven't been watching my content frequently. They aren't uploading the shit that you're doing. Blah, 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 blah. And you're doing all this effort and you're doing all this energy. And unfortunately, you just can't seem to get it to work in your favor. And what this does is the views on this content, what it ends up doing is it ends up sabotaging the channel. I will show you featuring my own views yet again, because alas, this is one of the things that I live to do on my channel. And also, I'll use myself as example, because literally anybody who uses YouTube Shorts can notice this. Anybody who actually consumes them can notice this, but anybody who uses them can notice this. So, simple shit. 1. In the back end, it can show you the feed. I'll use the most recent one I uploaded, which was me reacting to one of the AI videos that exist on the the platform. The numbers look like this, right? Here's the views for that particular video. 906 views. If you compare this to the views on the material that is on my channel, that is 3 times higher than the rest of the content, right? It even shows you key moments on audience retention, because this is a short form video. It's only 20 seconds, 23 seconds long. 65.2 people stayed to watch the content. They stayed, they began watching, they got the reaction, they saw what was being said, and then they left. Average view duration, 14 seconds. Up to right here. People saw the video, it did its thing, and then here's the typical performance for my content. If you lift the graph looks like this. Stretched out over the course of days, the material reflects the performance of a healthy connection. Just to demonstrate and exacerbate exactly how correct I am, look at the number when you compare it to the actual frequency. Now, I'll let you decide for yourself, chat. There it is, side by side. Which one of these graphs that I drew earlier reflects the growth of the short form videos on my channel? Does it reflect the top graph or does it reflect the bottom graph? Which one does it look like? Which one does it look like? Do you need extra time? Don't worry, we'll give you extra time. Hey, Jethro, spin that shit. Oh my god, it's still doing the lagging thing. They gotta get that fixed. The correct answer, people, is it looks like the bottom graph. This is why, by the way, people will say, bro, it doesn't matter. Views don't matter. Views don't matter. They don't. The reason why views don't matter? I can promise you it's because most people are not paying attention. They're not paying attention. Not on the YouTube app. No. And that is what it looks like on all of my short form content. Now, mind you, I haven't been posting a lot of them. I've been saving material, doing them in batches, and then I haven't uploaded them all at once. I need to slowly start doing that over the course, because, again, I do a day job. The reason why we're doing this so late at night, because remember, I like to do things from 6 to 11. It is currently now 3:25, and we're only halfway through the topic. But we're on the way towards the sweepers, so we're almost done with Jeremy. I usually do things from 6 to 11. Sometimes from 6 to 10. That's the actual VsChat content block. I try to go no more over than 4 hours. The reason why is because people do not watch from that time period from here to here. You know how I know? My metrics. The metrics tell you who watches and when they watch. It tells you who's in your demographic. It tells you who watches. It tells you what they watch. It tells you how they watch. In fact, I will show you. Right after I take my pills. In your numbers, in your dashboard metrics, it shows you and tells you of the content that you're using, how, what, does what, and where. Especially if you look at an overview of the content. Especially now that they've introduced all these AI tools that will try to ask you things like, how do viewers find my content? How many new viewers did I reach? Blah, 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 blah. Showing you here. In your backend, it'll show you your average. It'll show you your performance. It'll tell you how well you did, etc., etc. 5.K, watch hours, how many less than usual, how many more subs, how many more than usual, your normal revenue, how many views in the last 48 hours, where do they come from, what's most popular, what's frequent, what's your top rated content in this period, one of which happens to be on number 1 is how many doors is that together, where my stepchild is literally ignoring the shit out of me while I'm trying to get him to count the dressing room doors because we were waiting on Star to try on some dresses and clothes. You click buttons, and it'll tell you on the side from the chapter source, from this other side of the page. I have to change the fucking thing so you can see it properly. Gotta take down the filter. Boom. over here, all the way over here, it tells you and shows you. What does it say right there? Over the last 28 days, they have primarily found you through the shorts feed, accounting for 42.7% of your total views. Short-form content is doing a great job reaching a broad audience quickly. This right here is the problem, which it's like a 3-part problem, but stay with me. We'll get there. So, it tells you where your audience comes from, and it also then tells you how much more of your audience is actually engaging in your material, and the CTR, the call to action, and the call to response rate that it gives. Then, back over here, on each of the pieces, it'll tell you from your content breakdown, as well as your revenue breakdown, who's doing from what. It'll tell you how many from all, how many regulars from all, how many subs from all, how many views from all, how many views across the format, how many typical views. Hey, look, what's that? Does that look like top of the funnel, bottom of the funnel? Damn, that's crazy! And then it tells you where they're coming from, as well as if anything has been reused to make shorts. Then you can sort it by your videos, you can sort it by shorts, sort it by lives, sort it by posts, sort it by your playlists, sort it by your podcasts. Then you can go to your audience poll, you can see how many are new viewers, you can see at what times they access your content, etc., 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 etc. And then the age breakdown, obviously, still majority male audience, but I still got at least 20% women, Kappa. The majority of people who are watching my content, 71.1% are subbed, only 28.5% are non-subbed. Most people are calling in from the United States, but I also got the UK, Philippines, Indonesia, South America, South Africa. Most people are watching on phones, some watching on computers, me on tablets, me on TV. The amount of people who have the sub bell on is 10 to 30%, and then people who have notifications for the channel and enable all YouTube notifications, 5 to 20. This number could be and should be higher, but that's the amount of people that you can say are active subs. And then here it says, hey, everybody's watching all your forms, etc., 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 etc. All right? All of this, by the way, is so that I'm putting my cards on the table. Again, using myself as an example, we're not going to click on revenue. That's not important. But we are going to click on trends. Because then it'll ask you to then use this as a method for you to find inspiration on what to do. So, here's what people are looking for. Guess what? It's all Aspen Gold clips! Ah! Ah! It's all Aspen Gold clips! Ah! Now, I tell you that to show you this. I tell you that to now show you this. With my content, at least I am reacting to things in my posts. Here's a handful.
Don't ask me shit. I can't explain nothing to you. This is why we have high prices on those Steam machines.
This is in reference to the fact that AI is the boom that basically made access to RAM and access to graphics cards impossible. Because AI is being used way too fucking much to the point they need to have to use a chip for generation. And it's driving prices up. The Steam machines literally were presented like 2-3 days ago. And they're almost all over $1,000 minimum. Even for the 512 gigabyte ones. You gotta get into a Newegg roulette review type system in order for you to have your turn at buying one. This is me mentioning, wow, that's crazy. Because there are a lot more examples of exactly this AI generation on TikTok. In fact, I've saved some of it for the purposes of putting this shit together here. Because this is the level of shit that Jeremy is, like, quoting from the content. There are several different channels that use examples of it. But the one that is probably the most interesting are ones like the AI Drama Labs that basically specializes in special forms of of AI generation, and this AI generation is literally like the watch everything version of like film reels. Twin Alpha, Forbidden Mate. My hockey captain's twin brother knows. The Asphalt Queen's double life. The sea will remember. The sea gods fall in love. Tethered to the dragon, truth beneath the abyss. His couture, mother's instinct, the 72-hour train. Shackle love, she ate the cheater. The wardrobe between us, the orchid invitation. Reborn, the nerd's revenge. The giant mermaid chose me, which is the one that we just came from. The witches adopted gods. The lab partner's protocol. The poisoned crown. The mermaid who stole my face. Crown of ashes, respawned my sister. The sun god's lost bride. No poison in the viper kiss. Let me see if I can find other ones that I have saved. Because they get ridiculous really fucking fast. And yes, they have supported an entire system for you to watch them in format. So if you go back here and you click on this for the giant mermaid chose me, it literally shows you this in this format here like you're watching the shit. It's literally like a fucking movie generation channel. All of this is AI! All of it! Oh my god. Oh, I found one of them. Okay, so this one right here is one of my favorites. Revenge of the Pregnant Seahorse. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, I broke it. I broke it. Look at it. Look, 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 look.
Drink it right now. What is the point of the Carter family feeding you?
Mother, I am trying my best.
If you can't even breed a male heir, you are nothing!
Oh, it burns. Ah, the pain! It's tearing me apart!
Stop faking your death. Give us an heir, or get out of my house.
Ellie? Is that you?
And every single one of them ends off with the dramatic light cut, like it's a fucking K-drama. Which is, number one, the reason why I have noticed it and have been captivated with it. Because between this one and From a Discarded Wife to the Queen, My Life Refuses to Be Defined, and also Serpent Bride, and where's the other one? One Night in Fruitopia. Where was the one before that? The Shadow Lord's Substitute Bride, Valkyrie's Vengeance, and Reborn After He Chose Her, and other such ones, especially His Forbidden Lychee Queen. Every single one of these fucking videos are designed to capture your attention. They are prolific across TikTok. And yet, despite how easy it would be to grift off of this, what instead can you expect to find from SinglePlayerCarl on his feed? You find shit like this.
How many doors is that together? Zulian? It's that door, and that door, and that door. How many doors is that together, Zulian? Zulian, how many doors is that together? Mama's not getting away. How many doors is that together? But how many doors is that together? Yes, you're sitting down.
Go!
But now how many doors is that together?
Anna, get away! Father, go!
But how many doors is that together?
At this
old age bed, I just can say anything I want to him, and all I have to do is ask, and he'll do it.
All I have to do is ask you to eat my pussy and you're there.
Woman, I am on camera! And this...
Need a reload.
Kill Marcus, I'm getting high ground. Never mind, there's no high ground up here. You see them?
Reloading. I hear them. One down. I got him.
I downed one on the right.
I'm gonna come in. I'm going in. I have self revive. Don't worry about me. Just come
Straight
we're
across.
coming.
He fell. Got him.
That was mine. And more of these.
I'm moving up a little.
Most men are deeply unattractive because of Mother Nature and something called the Great Scam. The Great Scam was the day that the male of the species convinced the female of the species. Forced to deal with the consequences of that. Sucks.
I will not be rage baited by Hudson and gargoyles. I will not be rage baited by Hudson and gargoyles. I will not be rage baited by Hudson and gargoyles. I will not be rage baited by Hudson from gargoyles. I will not be rage baited by Hudson from gargoyles.
Mainly because she looks like a foot. And other such things, right? I asked to actually work for content. I at least put in the effort to make content. Do I react to things? Absolutely. But I don't just siphon the views off of them. Meanwhile, over inside of most of the short feed, what you will actually find is this. And this.
Poking around the band so much.
And this.
I got this.
And this.
ごめん、あまない。俺は今、順天と反転。それぞれの無限を衝突さ。
I got this.
And this.
Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way. We hurt each other with the things we want to say. We could have been so good together. We could have lived this dance forever. But now it's gone.
And this.
Agree.
And this, which this right here is emblematic of exactly what was being criticized by Exopressure. This right here, this is what most of the YouTube Shorts is. Other people using behind the scene footage of content and just they're sitting there in some kind of disguise or some kind of makeup and they're just freebasing the content. They've stolen material from one of 5 websites: YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, or TikTok itself, and they're just freebasing your content. Not giving you any credit, not giving you any links, and the only hope that you can become a part of the conversation is that your account is the one that's being clipped on the shit. But they don't ever use the person it came from, they use the hyper-viral version of it. And they've done it to me, they've done it to my mutuals, they've done it to audience members, they've done it to random people, they've done it to everybody. And then, the worst examples belong to the Quartering, who does basically the same copy of shit that this guy does. So, the maximalist bad faith example is guys like this. No Style Boss. An entire channel made up of mostly shorts and one video, and it's just theft. What this guy does is the maximal version. Giant eyes, staring at the screen, stealing your content, and then a comment that he makes himself instead of a comment from somebody else.
One night I was bored in bed and stopped it. Oh.
every single fucking post is like this, and these people haven't been banned for copyright theft. It is insane! It is insane. It's insane. It's insane. Now, between the regular shit that an influencer could have on their platform, the shit that I do, and what I have on my captions and shit, the kind of things that actually get clipped frequently on TikTok, which you're going to have to be a little bit more free with that. And then what you could probably find if you're just scrolling through the shorts feed, like so. Here we've got person talking about a giant scan book. Repost of television show edit. Theft of somebody's content with your cat.
You guys already know.
An influencer making a viral clip reel of how they're performing in a video game.
Let's go, let's go. Don't you wanna dance? Don't you wanna dance?
Old photo of a guy who's extremely ripped.
Shoot him, Rick! What the hell? What are you
Clips of a television show.
waiting for?
I like checkers because all the
Clip about YouTubers and streamers.
pieces move the same.
I said wait! I said wait!
And this shit. But then, comparative to most content creators who actually use shorts very, very smartly and very, very intelligently, like Jorps, for things like Slay the Spire 2.
Twitch chat. Wait. GG. Yeah. This was my issue with Ironclad on release. I would always get these decks which had like ludicrous scaling or infinites or whatever, and then the enemies would all die before I had deployed it. GG. I think silence may be okay from this spot. No, no, no! Ah! I think another thing is like a lot of people are like, yeah, but at max difficulty I only have 20% win rate. That sounds fucking awesome. I wish I had a difficulty I could play at where I had 20% win rate. It's fascinating that you only have 20% win rate at max difficulty and enjoy playing the game and don't understand why it's a problem that somebody else has like much, much, much higher win rate than that at max difficulty and just doesn't have a difficulty they can play where they get to experience the game like you do. Another thing is like a lot.
It's like night and day difference, right? Night and day difference. Not to mention the YouTube edits and the comic dubs. It's like, bro, what are we doing? What are we doing? Sue these niggas! Quickly! And then, of course, and let's see if he's even changed it.
Entitlement is a big problem in this country. On a plane, it's a plague. Check this out.
Nope! Still doing it! Also, random white woman ass.
Everyone's got to follow rules, even BMW drivers. Check this out. You couldn't watch the race without a ticket, but modern problems require modern solutions. Check this out.
Professional.
And then, of course, everyone's personal favorite. Let's go to the oranges. Let's go to the oranges. Let's go to the oranges, bro.
But what are the oranges for? Well, I bet it tasted good. Let me know what you think.
Fuck off and get your own content. Stinky fuck for panda.
Like, I don't know what else to say or do there. But anyways, the entire purpose of that pivot, YouTube Shorts, they're good. They're good for the platform. They're good for monetization. They're good for growing your channels. You should make them. You should find original ways to make them. Make your own content. It's not that fucking hard. There are so many tools in the back end for YouTube, for Twitch, for Kick. Well, I can't actually confirm Kick. But at least YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Directly wired in to all 4 of these ones, at minimum. There are so many ways you can easily freebase this shit. And it's not hard. And yet, the quartering, having all that knowledge and history and experience, he just steals. He just blatantly steals. He's no different than this fucking black guy. There's no difference between the quartering and this black guy freebooting the content on the platform. It's 1-to-1. It's 1-to-1 equal. It's 1-to-1 equal. Which is to say, this guy, No Style Boss, and Jeremy the Quartering do the exact same level of action. Yet neither of them have been punished, despite how blatantly obvious it is. That's the number one problem with AI shit. It doesn't know how to do its job because it's trying to find false positives based on how it's been told to be used. It's not being trained to find people stealing people's content through short form. What it's been trained to do is it's trying to find people who allegedly have not real material, not real content. Content that allegedly is manufactured like it's a factory rollout. Let me see if I can pull this post from Master of the TDS, who has the breakdown on it. Because he broke it down not too long ago through a media take on his replies. And I don't remember exactly when it was, but it was enough that I remembered to take an example of it. Let's see here. AI, YouTube, AI, YouTube, YouTube, AI, AI, YouTube, AI, YouTube, YouTube, AI, AI, YouTube, YouTube, AI, AI, YouTube. AI is flagging you, YouTube, AI, AI, YouTube.
I was given information.
There we go. So, this example is how the content flagging system actually flags you. These are insights that come from a reliable person that is inside of the system as a source. The flagging system is heavily automated. It is less than 50% human staff. It triggers flags based on faceless or minimal human creators, AI thumbnails and visuals, long streams of static content with little visual variation being seen as inauthentic, system misinterpretations that fails to recognize creators if visual cues do not match traditional patterns, false flags for botted or inauthentic content, demonetization without clear explanations, time-consuming appeals and manual reviews, creators losing revenue and audience trust, and the key takeaway being that the system isn't detecting the bots because of the fact that they have chosen to claim that if it can't detect you as a creator in the background clearly, that's a problem. This definitely fully affects people that happen to be members of content, such as VTubers. It also chooses to detect automation and AI over context because it makes decision without full context and then flags you for inauthentic behavior. And if you are doing non-traditional, high-risk, experimental content, you know, literally doing what a creator does and doing different levels of shit, you get punished. And it's a big problem. Because they won't give you a clear answer until they've decided you've been punished, and now you have to work backwards, hard. All of that contextually together. This is how bad it is. So, some key takeaways here. Number one, my channel is healthier than the Quarterings. That's number one. Number two, AI shit is just the bottom of the totem pole of the shit pile. You've got people freebooting content on platforms. You've got people stealing content on platforms. you've got people reposting content on platforms. And none of it gets tracked because the AI bots don't care. They're not trying to track for that. They're trying to track for people doing AI scams. They're trying to track for people doing donation scams. They're going to track for people doing giveaway scams. They're tracking for people doing cryptocurrency rug pulls. They're not concerned about somebody's copyright being infringed unless it's infringement of something that would already have been checked by Content ID, like music. So, like, I don't know. I don't know what else to really say there. But we're going to continue forward because now we get to go into the sweepers.
Jeremy was not pleased with the criticism directed at his YouTube shorts.
All right, well, that is the show for today. I've got to do a bunch of low-effort short slop that everyone's really mad about. I've got to do that, even though everyone does it, and, you know, instead of complaining about it, you could just do it yourself.
Jeremy's main channel content was far on...
Kappa, instead of complaining about it, you could do it yourself. Do you know what that sounds like, Jeremy? That sounds like the same advice that came in from people choosing to bitch about AI bots and botting across all the platforms, and then content creators saying, bro, why are you complaining? Why don't you just beat them and join them? Which would then lead to people like Devin Nash going off on his own after he left Novo on his own channel and talking about the fact that you've got people outright doing exactly this thing. Literally this exact thing being discussed by him. 30-70 rule on content creation versus streaming content. How Twitch ads are hurting streamers. Devin Nash and why he stopped streaming directly on Twitch. Devin Nash about the breakdown of the cost of the clavicular clipping campaign, which he covered in video, exposing the new viral marketing campaign of the economy. Is the largest streamer on Twitch viewbotting? YouTube's looming existential threat from 5 months ago. Well, shit, it looks like it came true. And then, my personal favorite from this list of examples that he did as content, #1 agency tells you that you should viewbot because doing good content isn't good enough. Damn, Quartering, it's almost like you want to encourage people to be fake as fuck and not be authentic creators that actually have passion in their job. It sounds like you want it to become the kind of monopolizing effect that was already made the way of the multi-level marketing scheme and the multi-channel networks from the time of Machinima! Some of the worst content from 2008 to 2013! Wow! Remember when the slogan of the platform used to be broadcast yourself? And then everybody was like, of the people who were known figures, a part of like a connection such as the David Groververse. There was like 75% content creators who were already big platform creators that were popular in their own right as a solo content creator, as well as from the channel that they originated, like Anthony Padilla and Smosh. Remember that? I remember that. I remember exactly where I was when I made my account, because that's when we used to have the ability to customize it the way we wanted it. It was when I used to be a fucking Let's Player. Wow, Jeremy, it sounds like you want the platform to be the worst ass version that we moved away from because it was bad. Wow, that's crazy. How dare you criticize me? Why don't you just get on the grift too? Everybody else could be making money off this shit. Why would we ever want to improve the platform? It's about money, bro. Come on, get your bread up.
Underperforming. His shorts were being criticized for lacking critical commentary needed to satisfy fair use. Yet he still had Rumble. He is both looking forward to a massive year on platform who claims to always have his back. On one of the tweets,
and Rumble doesn't have any of these protections.
Creator Nicholas Diorio commented, quote, "Didn't you just stream to 82 people there the other day?" Unquote. Jeremy did not respond. Separately, Jeremy advertised how easy it is to get a Rumble deal. Yet, Jeremy's chopped attitude quickly failed to reveal his penetrating rage. It was here that he sarcastically and furiously claimed that everything that has been flagged ever was him. He also doubled down on not taking a break on account of the harassment of his staff. This led into yet another, presumably drunken tirade. Another sign of Jeremy being undone, as he had claimed to have quit alcohol cold turkey just a few days prior. Perhaps this was the reason Jeremy was lashing out even more heavily. On April 17th, Chris Pavlovsky stated that no creator has a 5-year deal with Rumble or even close to it. Jeremy's 5-year $1 million contract with Rumble was a sham. As if this day could not get any worse for Jeremy, the H3 podcast dedicated yet another episode to him, covering his old and recent scandals, even recontextualizing the basement peeing event.
He was angry that his wife went for pizza without him. And I'll give credit to Diorio for this, and it makes a lot of sense. He was like, I wonder if that's code for fooling around with other people.
H3H3 even commended PPP for his dedication, deeming him to be one of, if not the most dedicated, passionate, and entertaining troll. Jeremy had set everyone against him, but he appeared unrelenting when on the 18th, yet another video was taken down. This time it was a video by Luther Morgan, the author that wrote a book on lolcows that Jeremy unwittingly promoted. Luther in his removed video reinforces the notion that Jeremy does not roast his coffee. In a separate event, and even though Jeremy had made it a point that his wife is not at all in the public space, he posted this image of his wife. This image is sourced from Jeremy.
Literally putting her in the middle of fucking views of everything that happened, thus delegitimizing his statement that his wife is not a public figure, because if she was not a public figure, she would never be posting pictures of herself publicly on any platform where it could be found other than, like, say, the dregs of Facebook. Because despite the fact that I'm pretty sure, like, maybe 60% of us, 60%, depends on when you were in high school, 60% of us, at least amongst the youths that are in my generational age, between 25 to 35, even though we have a Facebook, we don't actively use it, especially if you're not a content creator. But we have family members and friends that do, more actively so. Facebook Messenger, entirely separate, but Facebook, the platform, telling you about where I am, where I'm going, where I'm going to be with, who I did shit with. Yeah, no, not until the event's over. That's a great way to get stalked. Oh, wait, what's that? You're being followed by people who specialize in doing this kind of content and then keeping up with the Joneses and possibly swatting and doxing you? Yeah, that sounds like a good thing not to do.
Jeremy's lengthy YouTube community post. In said post, he denies the cuck allegations, states they've been doxxed, and have people showing up to his house, etc. While Jeremy's claims could be true, he has failed to show evidence of these happenings. Furthermore, he's using the exact same strategy to deflect criticism from him that he used in 2020 when H3H3 made their content court on him. Though the Kino Casino and the return of the mac and cheese allegations are far more offensive, Jeremy has invited speculation on his marriage, not just from various clips of him talking about his wife, such as in Basement Peen clip. He has also made countless sexual comments towards various women, live with little remorse. It is an undeniable fact that Jeremy is a persistent sexual harasser who frequently expresses interest in other women. And it is also possible that Jeremy, in continuing to post images of his wife, is inviting even more harassment. The internet sees him as a target, and the more he discusses the harassment those close to him are receiving without evidence, the more it appears he is using them as a shield, which makes those against him even more aggressive. Even the comments on this post are asking for receipts or any evidence, such as a Ring doorbell recording. This tweet also expresses some of these grievances. Quote, "Stop looking at it, sharing, and commenting about the photo of my wife that I, the quartering, posted publicly on an account with 2 million subscribers. She's a private person who is terrified over harassment of what I post online. I just want you to leave my wife alone." Unquote. With each post, tweet, and livestream, Jeremy, even with the absence of the casino, was unable to escape the near-endless mockery, and the casino was set to return in just 4 days. As the days passed, Jeremy's anxiety grew. On the 21st, the day before the casino was meant to return, Jeremy on Twitter announced that for the first time in 3 years, his livestream with Melanie Mack and Hannah Claire would be going on break and would be returning May 4th. Jeremy claims that this was a decision that was spurred on by burnout. As a result, PPP extended his own vacation by 2 days, calling Jeremy's reasoning bullshit, cowardly, and lazy. PPP adding that the delay would be better for it. This was a prophetic tweet. As if this stream was not delayed, these tweets likely wouldn't have been included or perhaps even posted. Tweets of Jeremy, yet again, announcing mutually assured destruction, claiming the receipts are on his side, and calling creators Yale Flash, starting Craig, Brittany Venti, and Geeks and Gamers losers. As Jeremy continued to tweet, he reminds everyone that he cut his teeth in the most ruthless time that ever existed on YouTube. Jeremy was using his ace in the hole. He was leaking his private messages with Stuttering Craig, threatening to leak their Grindr chat history. Right after Jeremy...
Because it wasn't good enough that he didn't have them on his corner, so he started saying, "I was in the most rough and tumble era of YouTube ever. I will show people what it's really like. I'll show people really what it is. I'll show them how sweet it is." Levels of retardation. Levels of full retardation. One moment, be right back. Because now, from here, we can get into the sweepers. But first, I gotta do extra things. I'll be right back, chat. Hopefully we'll not have to do another interruption like that. Bye. Alright, so that is the majority of Jeremy the Hamburglar Quarterly. Jeremy literally is committing the kind of theft that only fucking idiots like Sniper Wolf do while impersonating Azzyland. He's committing the kind of retarded behavior that Hassanites do while throwing a perpetual feud with the entirety of the court jesters of the internet. At least the unofficial court jesters of YouTube. So now, this brings us to the women defending him. Well. Where do we start from first? I had a parody video prepared for this presentation, but I don't know if I can find where I had it again. Might take me a second. But alas, the first of the many women defending Jeremy Handley. I need the original. The oldest one. There we go. First amongst Jeremy's angels, we have the unbelievably very not well talented Melanie Mack, amongst many embarrassing herself on his behalf, where no one asked her to embarrass herself, but she did any fucking ways. So, first, you have Melanie Mack. What did Melanie Mack do? What did Melanie Mack say? Well, alongside both her and second woman, Chrissy Mayer, both of them would go and embarrass each other, trying desperately to cover up for their shit. At the same time, Grishel would be there in the background, making a fool of herself alongside her, as both of them did some level of egregious retardation. And then, constantly, almost for nothing, out of nowhere, comes information one probably would have preferred not to know. Now let's meet them. Our beautiful Jeremy's Angels. Starting off with, did you know that Chrissy Mayer was very, very aware of the things going on with the quartering, and that she tried to save face while actively trying to lie for coverage?
Oreo for $2. Dance for my $2. I told Venti I didn't see her text because I didn't want her to overwhelm my guests, and I didn't think she could handle the truth, so I lied and said I didn't see it because she's autistic. She sometimes has trouble
So, in a masterclass of various pieces of information put together for people's entertainment and enjoyment, we have this directly from none other than the fat prince of content himself, Nicholas DiOrio.
Understanding. Nicholas Oreo for $2. Dance for my $2. I told Venti I didn't see her text because I didn't want her to overwhelm my guests, and I didn't think she could handle the truth, so I lied and said I didn't see it because she's autistic. She sometimes has trouble understanding things, so I just in the moment it felt easier to say I didn't see it. And with the Nina, I explained the Nina stream stuff. It was 2 weeks before my show with Melanie. I had conflicting information.
So, off the top of it, on her own content, admitted from her own words, Chrissy Mayer lied about several different pieces of information in relationships between herself and other people that she was referring to with other pieces of content many times over for no other reason, just because it was easier to try and save face, and then admitting live on the content that she indeed did do the thing that she's claimed that she didn't do. almost seemingly like she was asking for an ultimate rate review.
Thanks for the $10. No, you had to have Venti on because you completely lied about not seeing her text to come on the show over and over and over again because you couldn't face up to everything you were.
So she finally concedes this ground that she wouldn't give up before, and this little fucking freak goes and twists it into a Britney problem.
Told by Nina. No, I've talked about this already. I told Venti I didn't see her text because I didn't want her to like overwhelm my guest.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate you.
I didn't think she could handle the truth.
Bro, that is a difficult name, man. I would change that one. Are you Ryan's Picks or Ryan's... Dude, that is a difficult name, brother.
So I lied and said I didn't see it because, you know, she's autistic. She sometimes has trouble like understanding things. So I just...
Dude, Ryan's Picks.
Other women who've been on the internet for longer and handle this side of the internet's attention for longer. Allegedly, she's too much of an autistic spurg to be able to handle conversations and issues. But no, it's Chrissy Mayer, the total spurg understander, who understands this. Other things would come from the stream as well. It would not end up well for her. In fact, the majority of this stream, at the point that mattered most, was just her being roasted by the chat room.
Are you the funniest MFer? Please don't ever stop. I don't know if this is serious or not.
That's kind of the problem, Chrissy, because I don't know either.
Thanks. Nicholas the Oreo for 5. You should keep one foot in the door with that industry. Me thinks you'll be back there soon. What industry? You mean like
porn?
Like YouTubing or something?
No, I mean porn.
Something or comedy?
No, I mean porn.
FFS cast for 1 and 10. Biddy, nice grift with sub only. Just doing it so I can.
I mean that industry because that was around the time she was talking about it.
Just did it so I can focus on the people who, you know, sent old chats. I didn't know how long it's gonna take me to get through that. Sent chats from Sunday that were that didn't get read. Cameron F, thanks for the $2. Does Melanie approve or will she sweep that for you?
So, after giving away the sauce and the juice for how long was that broadcast? 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. The entire chat room just starts making fun of her because Chrissy Mayer, having been a complete stranger to the world of influencers and also the world of online trolls, just starts reading messages out loud, openly. No context, no awareness of whether or not it was a trustworthy message or not, just reading them. So, the internet just decides to have a go at her. And she doesn't know which ones are actually good faith and which ones are people like Nick telling her, hey, you should leave the door open for porn. Porn, bro. Porn, bro. Porn. You're embarrassing yourself. Porn. You need to keep the door open for porn. You're gonna get embarrassed with porn stars. Now, I ask you, you ask me, Carl, what do you mean by that? What you mean by that, Carl? Carl, what are you talking about porn? Well, she did a porn show. She did a porn show with a bunch of people. Because before we get there, there was a Melanie Mac reaction. There was the Melanie Mac reaction that she did, where Melanie Mac called in to help her with sweeping for things that she already knew about. Do this way. It's easier. There was the first Melanie Mac stream. There was the follow-up Melanie Mac stream, which was only an hour and 10 minutes long. This one without interruptions. There was the stream that came before, in the middle, which was a simpcast, where she dipped her toe into the pool of talking about what was going on with Jimmerly Hambley, where the Hambley comes on in the middle of this and basically gives her a message saying, yes, I will rescue you. I will bring you onto content. I will treat you the bestest Estes you've ever seen before. To the point where Chrissy's attendance in Friday Night Tights. In Friday Night Tights was a bit lacking because she wasn't there. They asked her not to come. And it kind of blew up in her face. It blew up a lot. Here she was alongside Upper Echelon and also EVS And more importantly, from none other than Brittany Venti, evidence and proof
I could
that Chrissy had been involved in sex work and swinging while having porn stars on her platform, despite being a devout Catholic. Now, I'm of the opinion that you can actually choose to do a lot of things involving sex because religiously that shouldn't fucking matter. Specifically in the sense of you're a grown adult. Why do I have the hiccups all of a sudden? You're a grown adult. You can do what you want. Other people can't control you. Did I already drink the second one that quick? I guess I did. Damn, crazy. But, you can choose to engage in sexual activity for more than just the purposes of breeding, and have an adult life in your content. But you definitely shouldn't say things like wanting to engage in an underage sexual escapade because you have daydream fantasies about being a single mom who can prove that she can still pull young men because she wants to have like a MILF connection going on, in which we're going to get into that right now.
Could not believe my ears when I heard this.
funny, like, oh, like they're just like they're people too. It's like, which sounds so condescending, but I was like really right there. Like I had there was a summer where I was like in between jobs and I got like pretty desperate. Like I was in Craigslist and I was like a sneeze away from being a sex worker, like truly, like
a sneeze away, she says. And we're gonna find out that she actually did sneeze in a moment. I don't know when this clip is from though. I would love to know the date on this. But in any case, she implies that this was before, like a long time before. I don't know how much before.
I was like meeting up. I was gonna work this like private like orgy thing like that. And I can't believe I got this all like from Craigslist. Like this was all like 2014, which you would think would be like Craigslist would be over by then. But I was just, it was like, oh, you're gonna make like $1,000 a shift, and I was like, $1,000, that sounds good, that's rent. And oh, they're like, pass out towels, and if you want to like jump in, go for it. And I was already kind of like messing around with like couples, so I was like, oh, why don't I just get paid to do the stuff I'm already doing?
So she
talks about on a show called Syndicate Radio, featuring a man by the name of Reverend Bob Levy, Rob Saul, Chris Abels, calling in as a guest comedian Chrissy Mayer. See if I can pick this up real quick. She was calling in from the show and was basically admitting to things that you probably should hope stays buried, so that nobody can use it as a opportunity to talk shit on you and about you. SyndicateRadio.tv. Can't seem to find this presentation that she did. It only exists in this context, apparently. But
I do admire the courage it must take right now in this kind of
I do have multiple connections of her showing up in places called the One America News Network from 8 months ago. Things about Chrissy's Content Hotel. Things about the Little Rock Looney Bin. No upcoming shows from the place called the Looney Bin, which has hosted several different comedians. There is a clip here from the Laughs TV show of a segment called Doing It Doggy Style from Laughs TV. For all of this work of Chrissy as a comedian, I can't find any of it, but, or at least I can find like snippets and examples and clips, No massive specials.
I'm not even into
this clip right here, this clip is only 1 minute 16 seconds long.
Like porn gives guys ideas like doggy style. That's not my style. She laughed like that just happened. She was
This bit comes from the Funny Bone in Ohio.
like, bah, that's why we relate. Yeah, I don't know. I don't find that. I don't make your dinner doggy style. You know? Oh yeah, your dinner, it's in a bowl on the floor. You just have to face away from me and eat it. Like a dog. Oh, that doesn't make you feel loved and respected? That's weird. Watch this. I say we pick a new animal to have sex like, a better animal, like a cat. That's cute. You guys are together. There's heart bubbles coming out. You still have it, you know? When you go home tonight, you're gonna have sex kitty style. Anybody else can try this too. You wanna know how it goes? Okay, it's when you're having sex, but then one of you runs away suddenly. I'm sorry, I saw something more interesting.
Not the funniest bit, I could tell you. And I've seen a lot of shit. But, looking up the clip, I can't find the Syndicate Radio bit, so it's seemingly been scrubbed from the corners of the internet that are easy to find. However, looking it up directly from the platform and looking it directly up from the material, I can tell you that there are various different examples of Chrissy Mayer having talked about other sexual experiences with people who are from this content. There is the content sweeping. There was Chrissy Mayer on Fox's News Punchline. Nightmare number 48 with Cecil Says and Matt Mead, as well as a bunch of shit like the Friday Night Heights versus Chrissy Mayer Ren Fair ban from people like Brittany Venti. But then there's like Jack Murphy and Sydney Watson explained by Simpcast featuring Chrissy Mayer, Brittany Venti, Anna, That Star Wars Girl, and Shia. There are examples like the Jeremy Piven experiments that she had spoken about with the Critical Drinker 4 years ago. There is the Anthony Cumia 77 WABC radio show syndication of 48 hours of them talking with somebody else. But then further, very far down, there is a bit involving her and these people from Pat Dixon and Anthea Cumia from 5/27/26, featuring Bob Levy, where they talk to her further. Namely, this.
Oh, the battles that go on in this tavern.
It's amazing. It's really amazing, you know.
She's taking a lot of shit right now, that's for sure, because she's, got her newfound Catholicism. Brittany Venti is looking into all this, like basically sex work type shit that went on before. I don't think you can look into somebody's past and necessarily judge them on it, but I don't know. I don't know. I just don't think people, I don't care what people do with their religion, their sex life, none of that shit. I don't falter for any of that stuff. It's shocking, some of it, but I don't falter. What I say is that you shouldn't be branding yourself as as anything, really, or whatever. Like, just stop with the, making being Catholic such a big part of your brand.
Well, the thing about Venti and the comments that are made about sex work and things like that, she's just playing clips of Chrissy. Like, this isn't exposing anything. This is shit Chrissy said.
Right.
Well, she got on at some points in her show from years ago or what have you, and said, yeah, I did this, I did that. I don't think she's trying to say that shit never happened.
No.
Yeah, no.
So, it's great. And look, we did talk about people scooping up religion for various reasons that might not be wanting to be a little more spiritual. but I don't know what Chrissy's doing enough to make that assumption. You have a kid, you know, maybe your earlier part of your life was a little rambunctious. Maybe you did some stuff you regret. Once you're married and have a kid, there are people that want a little more structure, a little more faith in their lives. And, you know, anybody that accepts Jesus into their hearts, I'm not going to say that there's some ulterior motive for it.
No, none of this guys.
I think there are people that do that, but I'm not going to single anyone out and say this person or that person is doing it.
So, but it's the priorities that change in life, too, when you have a kid, too.
Yeah,
it changes.
Yeah,
you know?
you're trying not to get arrested for mistreating it. You know, you're trying to, like,
I mean, to keep it alive.
Yeah, it's just to stay out of prison.
Things are so fragile, and their shelf life isn't long if you just leave them. They got to be watered.
Mind you, these three men are probably one of the few ones that are, like, defending Chrissy. Because on the side of the internet, where it's almost all young people on YouTube, pretty much everybody's sandbagging Chrissy Mayer. These are the only ones, the same people that belong in this clip. Because Bob Levy is the man on the end there. He looks a lot older here than there. From Levyland SyndicateRadio.tv that have been in her corner. But these three men here from this side.
And put some fucking earbuds on! You're in public!
Thank you, Visky. Based on the knowledge I have, I would not want some horrific shit. Like some horrific shit kitty style. Male cats grow backwards claws like barbs. That does not sound fun. Damn. But from this clip here, that Brittany is using to exploit Chrissy Mayer's sexual history and her swinging, this was some shit from before she had a kid. Chrissy has now since become a mother for like, what, 1.5 years at this point? Maybe 2? And this is being treated and outed as to make fun of her about. But then over here, you have these three men at least contextualizing, like, bro, I'm kind of not seeing it. You kind of can't go at her about this. It's kind of not acceptable. It's kind of weird. These are the only 3 people that you could probably find that are actually, like, trying to defend her. And in any way, shape, or form, are giving her, like, the benefit of the doubt. However, I could probably say, yeah, Chrissy, you probably shouldn't make your religion a part of your branding. And saying, I do this, I do that. I don't do this, I don't do that because of religion, because of the Lord. That's just me. But, you know, amongst many things. However, this would be a lot more than that. We're gonna get there. But first, you have this version.
Doing it for free, messing around with couples, so she's a swinger. No wonder she was covering for Jeremy, huh? Chrissy Mayer was a swinger.
Couples, so I was like, just get
I
paid
guess
to do
we
stuff
have
I'm already
to
doing.
address.
But it was like scary. Like I remember I met up with this guy at like a hotel bar at like 11 a.m. and he just kept like giving me.
Who meets people at a bar at 11 a.m.?
Drinks. But I was like filling out this paperwork. He was young, really good looking. It was like all very shifty, and he was like, all right, we'll have to get like an STD test through like our doctor.
Well, you know, at least she's reminiscing. At least he was good looking. Am I right, guys?
Wow. And like it all seemed like pretty official. And then at one point,
yeah, it makes sense why she swept for Arcata too. You're so right, chat.
He like took me into the bathroom and he was like, well, we have to take pictures of your body, and I was like, oh. Fuck. Like that should have been like the red flag. I was like, get out of here, Chrissy, get out. But I was like, I really need money. Yeah. So I like went into the.
So I want to remind you guys at this point that in our last stream where we covered her on Cecil's stream, she admitted to being broke. She said, oh, people call me grifters, but if only they knew how broke I was. And it's like, thank you for announcing that you're desperate and easy to take advantage of. And clearly she really will do anything for money. She's saying it here. She was willing to suck him for money. She will stoop low for money. So yeah, I think it's fair to question her integrity.
Now, it's not that she did blow for money, it's that she was willing to do some skeevy shit for money. And I think the problem here that I have with this, because you see, I'm going to antagonize people for things that they actually did, things that they said. I think the problem that I have with this particular clip that gets used by Brenty Venti is that she's insinuating that actually she used to be a swinger just like Jeremy. She used to be a swinger just like Nick Ricada. Therefore, she's an easy cum dumpster. Something blase, 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 blase. She's easily manipulatable. Blase, 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 blase. And this is more like, when I was young and dumb and full of cum, I used to do some really skeevy shit that I would never do now, because it's some stuff that I otherwise would not have done if I was so pressured for cash, which is not the same thing.
Integrity, considering how long of a track record this is. Like, how old is this clip?
Fuck, like that should have been like the red flag. I was
He
like,
was
get out of
16.
here, Chrissy, get out. But I was like, he like took me into the bathroom and he was like, well, we have to take pictures of your body. And I was like, oh, fuck. Like that should have been like the red flag. I was like, get out of here, Chrissy, get in. Like I'm ended up like blowing the dude in the bathroom because I was like, I really need this job, but he.
So she gave him extra too? So not only is she a whore, she's a cheap one. She actually got on her knees and begged for money.
This right here would be like one of the many reasons, by the way, that I said that I wouldn't want to go for Brittany Venti. This is just aping something that you stole from the Kino Casino. Hey guys, look, this one's a slut. Look, she's a slut. Not like me. I'm not a slut. I am a upper tier woman. I am sophisticated. Not like this old, crusty, dusty hag. Meanwhile, on the other side of the issue, the comments made from the guys that are actually defending Chrissy have this to say.
Once. It only takes once. But she's like, with the, I guess, I don't have any problem with the Catholic thing. I just think like it's not a good thing to be part of her brand. But I'm sure that she's just like, yeah, Frank is obviously, you know, super high-tie, so he's probably Catholic, and so they want to bring the kid up, you know, with like a
that's another
unified.
thing. You want to bring your kid up. You start taking them to catechism and things when they get a little older, and you know you don't want to be that person that's a piece of shit.
That knows nothing.
Like my family, same thing. Mom and Dad, they put us in our little suits and took us to church and catechism, and you know you're gonna learn the ways of Jesus. And then I get home and my mother's calling my father a face, and my father's out in Connecticut with some woman, and it was just it didn't jive, you know. So there's something to be said for wanting to raise your kid Catholic, and you know do as I say, not as I do. Doesn't quite work.
No, the day, you know, I don't know if you know this, but the day that their baby was christened, Chrissy and Frank's, 5 YouTube channels went down.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my God. Took care of all family business.
Kappa. So that's the one few examples that you could probably find of anybody who's willing to like defend her that didn't immediately pack her under the fucking roof. Because right here you can clearly see examples from Nicholas Dorio Plus. But despite this, it would be the case that this would be the first of many shots across the bow that would get used against her. Then you've got a very specific connection, a very specifically disgusting connection that would come through because of more of this information being sought out by Brittany. But first, get through this.
Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you got on your knees and sucked the guy off for extra, for a job? What do you mean? Cheap whore alert! Cheap whore alert! This is proof. This is like undeniable proof of physiognomy being real. I've gotten her nude spread everywhere.
And then I think I ended up like blowing the dude in the bathroom because I was like, I really need this job, but he was very attractive and like he looked rich, so it wasn't that
Actually,
difficult.
it's okay to be a prostitute now. He's attractive, actually being a prostitute.
Yep.
Got on her knees for this guy in hopes that she would
on board, but it just like it kind of took a little bit too long and I was like, I can't wait. I had to just like bail and get a temp job. And then there was another like kind of close call.
Does she not have credit?
Also a Craigslist thing where it was like this one guy, he's like, oh, just like come to our party or whatever and blow like me and my 4 friends and we'll give you $1,000. I don't know why the magic number for me was $1,000. I was like, great. I was like, this is great.
That's not even a lot of money. You got on your knees hoping you would get $1,000? Hoping? Oh my God. Well, yeah, 1,000 is the magic number. She thought the cakes were bad. I don't think she's gonna like people saying 1,000 at her. I have a feeling she's not gonna like that.
Other than the fact that you're signaling for people to specifically go at her by saying $1,000. Hey, can you be able to review this for $1,000? I think the thing that's important here is that this is clearly a take from before she had kids. Don't know if this was before she was married, but since this guy is obviously older here, and this comes from Levyland from Syndicate Radio, which seems to have become defunct by this point in time. I'm going to try to look it up again. There we go. Levyland Live. Oh, it just took me finding it 50 billion times. So, Levyland, episode 12, guest Chrissy Mayer. Oh, look at that. Oh, boys, look at that. Look how easy that was for me to find. It wasn't that hard at all. Kappa, bam. It's almost like it was specifically presented in such a way. It's almost like it was presented in such a fucking way in which to make it so much harder to contextualize information. So, 5 years ago, so not at all relevant to her time now, 5 years ago, Chrissy was talking about the things she used to do in her youth. No different than the shit that I did in my youth. Then, in this interview, where she's talking about this material and this benefit, you have people coming here from the drama saying, hey, yo, bro, what are the oranges for? But this is up to 11 days ago. I don't know. Stupid for me. Honestly, Venti is worse. Yeah, she swung, but this was during a time before she got baptized. People sinned, did bad things before they gave their life to Christ. This is one of the apostates that assaulted many of his followers before becoming an apostate. Yeah. Now, I believe that's the end of that clip for that section. However, this would then reveal something that's much more deeper, that was a lot more credible, because this was a lot more recent. First, double checking myself. I have too many tabs.
But I'm the one emasculating men. But she's on the internet saying this. In multiple instances.
$1. I was like, great. I was like, this is great. I'm already doing this for free. And he was like, okay, well, we'll Skype first. And I was like, okay. So we get on Skype.
And he
then,
still had her jumping through hoops.
It's just like the guy comes on, and regular chat, but I look at him and I'm like, oh,
Like big A up on
this
it?
looks like one of my dad's friends. It's like when you see these people in person, you're like, I was just like,
not her throwing daddy issues in there by proxy.
No. She wasn't saying that it was daddy issues. She was saying it's like looking at one of your dad's balding friends. Like, hey, these are my friends, Tom, Larry, John, and Lucas. And it's like, bald nigga, bald nigga, bald nigga, bald nigga, bald nigga, balding nigga, bald nigga, bald nigga, bald nigga. They don't look good. They don't look like male models. No, they don't look like porn stars. It makes it a lot easier to consider swallowing some cock and some cum for some cash if it happens to be the case that, you know, they look like David Dobrik, but with muscles. They look like the Paul brothers, but sexually attractive. They look like Justin Bieber, all grown up and adult. They look like Chris Brown, all grown up and adult. I don't know why she wanted to keep going to that angle, but she did.
See, not daddy issues by
like I can't. And so I went into like charm mode. I was trying to be funny, like as if this was like a a friend of my dad's. I was just trying to be funny and like goofy for. And then he's like, take off your shirt, and I was like, I'm sorry, I really can't do this. And I just was like, I'm really sorry. Yeah, like yeah. Funny, like, oh, like.
Well, I guess that's her future.
So, the clip that came from the hyper-viral May 17th live stream from Brittany Venti, or video from Brittany Venti, was, hey, I found a 5-year-old call-in clip from this broadcast show about this people that then further talked about the ongoing feuding between Mayor and themselves directly, attributing that, hey bro, she used to do crazy shit in her youth. She turned her life over to Christ. This is not that wild. And of the images that you pulled out of context to try and contextualize to call her a slut and a whore, there was a time where for cash she was willing to blow a guy, and a time where she backed out of what would have been a bukkake situation or a monetary situation of a paid-for Eiffel Towering event off of Craigslist and off of Skype, where she backed out at the last minute because she was self-conscious. Ooh, what a whore! Ooh, what a whore! However, this next one, kind of harder for you to contextualize. This comes from CMP 141, Mary Milfness, with Corey Chase and D. Siren from the Chrissy Mayer podcast. This also from 5 years ago. However, the thing in question that would be discussed, this is a little bit more contextual to the cringy bits that start getting used against Chrissy Mayer. It is easier to show you than it is to tell you. So that's what we're going to do.
Welcome to another episode of the Chrissy Mayer podcast. We are on iTunes, YouTube, Spotify, and SoundCloud. And if you're listening to us right now on iTunes, please go and leave a 5-star review. You can say anything you want. I'm going to read it. That's just what I do. Time for some ad reads.
This episode is brought to you by Lucy.
So, she first has on Corey Chase. She talks to Corey Chase. Then, in calls D Siren. From my knowledge, both Corey Chase and D Siren are religious-isk women. They are also women that have been performing in the MILF category in AVN for like a while. Corey Chase longer than most. The conversation mainly, specifically from December 25th, 2020, we talk about the history of the MILF, when it gained popularity as a porn genre, what makes a good MILF. We compare beds, we talk about swinging, the AVN Awards, we describe our perfect Christmas MILF scene, and the true meaning of Christmas. Now, notice what I say here when I read this. They talk about swinging, comma, the AVN Awards, comma, and each describe our perfect Christmas MILF scene. Remember when this was contextualized and talked about, and people were reposting this clip where allegedly, randomly, out of nowhere, Chrissy Mayer's just braggadociously talking about those times she did some really crazy sexual things? Yeah, that was an interview where she was talking to other people who are also comedians. That was the first thing you just heard. Now, remember when you saw clips at the time, even repackaged and being posted by me, and others, me doing it much differently than others, but others as well, about, whoa, did you hear this thing that Chrissy Mayer said live on a broadcast about how she wanted to be involved in this thing featuring this sexual interaction she wanted with a kid? Yeah, they were talking about a hypothetical. Although I do say, and I do think that despite these alleged hypotheticals, I think the specific hypothetical that Chrissy Mayer was thinking of in this instance is interesting enough and also notable enough, especially since other people chose to make it notable, that we have to kind of go through it. So we're not going to go through all of this broadcast, but we're going to go through some of it, and we're going to look at the clip in question in which I am describing.
And that's more the cougar side, is that you're more dominant and you. But yeah,
your backboard on your.
On my Murphy style bed, it's a tuck
That's the one
away
that
bed
folds up.
that in any kind of
the hot something, you know, and that those are all kind of milfy characters. It was a full pack, and then we added more people, and then you know it just it expanded, and I've done it for 12 years. And
have you guys noticed, like, in the last, like, 8-9 months, like, the free love has been hampered by the current events? Like, are people more tentative, or are you guys just like, oh, I work with who I work with?
So here she asked him a question about COVID. This is interesting enough that should be listened to.
You know, you have your relationship set, you know, but are you noticing much of a change?
Well, I mean, for sure, like, of course, COVID made a huge difference. I'm sure it did with you as well.
Corey's frozen. She'll come back.
Corey's back to frozen. Yeah, I mean, for sure, like we couldn't travel like we used to travel, and I still do. Like now I've gone to LA and to Vegas like a million times already.
In the last 8-9 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for you. That's
I think, you know, I just do it the right way, and we all get tested anyway. Hi.
Hi, I'm back.
Like, you know, the thing is, like, you know, you were like frozen in a smile, and I'm like, Corey's just so beautiful. And I'm like, oh, she's been frozen.
Yeah, I'm coming in and out of this whole thing. I'm sorry.
No, it's great.
Yeah, it's you know, the traveling is less, definitely. So I haven't been cheating as much as before.
It's nice weather.
Yeah, just wear a jacket.
Yes, please. For COVID even like came around.
Like all in that.
Yeah, more that.
I'm just cutting it down. She's huffing and puffing. She's trying to push it down, and then like
Sweaty.
sweaty, just gross.
Or, I don't know.
Okay, so at this point of the broadcast, around 40-ish minutes or so, amongst the conversations about the swinging and the AVN Awards, we then get to the point in which they describe the MILF scene in question.
No, he comes home and I'm home, like home husband. I'll be home for Christmas, playing in the background.
You want to be like found underneath the Christmas
in the 50s style more. I could do the
yeah, pin up or like
Yes. And I love, you know, the whole 50s kind of set.
So the porn stars opened the conversation first, even though it is ventured by Chrissy asking them for them. Watch where it goes.
I don't know. Mine would be like, I guess, what is it? I don't know what's 50s, like leave it
Like
to me.
retro or like
Yeah.
yeah, pinup or like what's it called, rockabilly, like all in that.
Yeah, more that. I could do the whole kitchen thing. That would be fine, but definitely more on the 50s style. More, you know, cool. Yeah, I don't know.
Would you want to be like found underneath the Christmas tree and your son
Maybe,
unwraps
or
you?
like I'll be home for Christmas playing in the background or something like that, or even like waiting, probably more like waiting home for like your husband or something, and he comes home. Like I'm all about the or I don't know, he comes home and I'm home with like the boy toy or something like that.
Ooh, the Amazon delivery boy.
Yeah, or like I don't know, Santa. I could do that too. Like Santa, and I could be, I don't know, naughty elf. I don't know.
Like I came down my chimney.
Imagine the disgusting part of this came from the comedian that's talking, but you listen to the segments beforehand that comes from the porn stars, and the porn stars are vanilla as fuck. Like embarrassingly vanilla as fuck. But that's okay because literally their job is being paid to have sex on camera. Surprise, surprise. So that's D-Siren going first.
Chimney, it's a mess. It's falling out everywhere. Gross. Okay, let me think. For me, I would be a single mom.
And then comes the part where everybody did everything possible to complain about this particular segment. However, there is a question that I have, and we'll talk about it when we get there. I'm gonna let this play uninterrupted. Welcome, Sidwin. Yes, you kind of did miss the broadcast. I told y'all it was gonna happen today, come hell or high water. Which is to say yesterday, which is now this morning.
And I'd be like, oh, this is my first Christmas. You know, we just had a brutal divorce. I have like one child, you know, maybe she's like 8 or 9, but I'm like still trying to get it together. I'm like, look, Nancy, I'm like, we're gonna make this Christmas happen. Again, maybe it is Hallmark vibes, but she's like a little bit more desperate, like sweaty, like a little bit more in denial about her circumstances and her finances. But she's like, let's go. So she gets in the car, she throws Nancy in the back, she drives upstate to a tree farm. She's like, I'm gonna cut this damn tree down myself. And she obviously can't. She's having a hard time. She's cutting it down. She's huffing and puffing. She's trying to push it down. And then like sweaty, just the mascara's falling down because it's snowing too. And she didn't wear waterproof mascara, so it's like, and maybe a little bit mixed in like real tears because it's hitting her. This is the first Christmas without Henry, you know, but she's sawing it down, and then she hears like, excuse me, ma'am. And she's like, what? It's like this 16-year-old, like it's his part-time job to work at the tree farm. And he's like, look.
So the mistake that happened here is that Chrissy said 16. In the tree farms that we have around here, around these different holiday times of year, it usually is operated by somebody who's within 25 to 30, because they're the ones that cut the tree down for you. They grow the trees, they're already pre-sliced, they're arranged in a certain way, and then they will either hack them down for you if they're inside of like a shrubbery pot, or they will send it home with you in a shrubbery pot. But you don't have to cut anything. But the people who are staffing them and selling them are usually 25 years of age or older. But she fantasizes about being a single mom, raising a daughter. She's trying to make a Hollywood acceptable Hallmark movie moment for herself during Christmas. She tries to cut down a tree by herself, and a prepubescent or hormonal horny teenager addresses her.
Looks like you need help. He gets on the other end of the saw, and they're both like hacking away at it, and she's like looking at him. She's like, I don't think he's old enough, you know. And Nancy's she's getting some hot chocolate. She's feet away, and then it crashes down, and then they both put their hands on the trunk, and then I'm just like, oh, I haven't been with a man in so long, you know. And then he's like, he puts a price tag on it, and it's like a good $30 less than it should be. And I'm just like, oh, thank you. And then he sort of wipes away like my crack whore mascara face, and he's like, meet me inside to pay for it. I'm like, okay. And then we go, and then he's like, bye inside. I'm in the men's room in 10 minutes to pay for your treat. And then I go to them. I go, Nancy, get another cup of hot chocolate. And then I go to the men's room, and this kid is like, yeah, he's probably like maybe. All right, let's make him 18. Fine. He's 18. He's 18. Everyone. We're making out. Yeah, he's just hooking up in the way like an 18-year-old would hook up, like just tentative and like, you know, just like feeling me up over my panties. I'm like, oh God, he doesn't even know what to do. And I kick his hand and I throw it down my shirt. Where was I?
You're the wrong.
He's fondling your tits. He's
fondling
my tits. It all ends with me basically getting the tree for free, a free ornament, and I leave with my dignity and my self-esteem. I go, yeah, girl, you still got it. Come on, Nancy. And we get back in the car, and I sign up for a dating site while I drink a bottle of wine. Right? Is that milfy? That works.
That sounds milfy.
I could be.
That's modern day milfy.
Pause. So, what did we just listen to? On a broadcast from December 2020, several years removed from any of this recent drama, from the last 5 years involving Jeremy with Quartering, multiple stories, so even further back than that, because it goes 7 to 5. So 2020, 2019, 2018, 7 to 10 years ago. I can say a firm 7 and 9 years ago. Information said in context about a person involves them talking about things that they would have done for money or did for money when they were young, dumb, full of cum, and very desperate to not have things fuck up, to 3 wine moms, 2 of which happen to be porn stars, sharing and swapping naughty bachelorette stories of satin surrender novel situations. And the one described by the comedian, who is then being antagonized by this online troll of a influencer, is basically a scene, literally out of a porn, of the mother realizing that she is hungry for a man and wanting to have a hookup session where, to get a free tree from a tree farm, she fucks, originally she said 16, which is where people immediately tuned the fuck out, because the conversion of the clip that they saw basically had it completely shuttered, and then at the end it would recontextualize her saying, okay, let's make him 18, so that it's not, weird, because the idea isn't that it's supposed to be an actual 16-year-old. It's supposed to be a guy that's like, you could be my son levels of conversation. She talks about this awkward, goofy, weird science 80s era sexual escapade featuring actresses that would have done scenes like this, like Kelly LeBrock or Holly Scott. Literal moments that were written into like the fantasies that 80s kids had. That if I said that the man she was thinking of for this scene was Decree Montgomery, a la his appearance on season 3 of Stranger Things, you guys should remember this guy, right? Decree Montgomery, the bully brother of the redhead. He was the lifeguard. Remember, there's an entire moment of scenes where he was flirting with the MILF of the show. You remember? Do you remember? Let's see if I can find a clip that won't get me stricken, so I can show you. Here we go.
Ladies, she's coming down.
Okay, so to set the phase of this scene, you have a row of pool moms observing their kids wearing various outfits and clothes of sexual duress and undress, and then this happens.
Ladies, she's coming down.
And here you have Giant Hag Woman, the hot mom that we would all come to cheer on in the last season, being a tactical walk them down Wheeler, and these other 2 women, who probably got killed in the giant blob thing that happened in that season, all begin gussing themselves up.
And showtime.
And hot off of what was basically a failure of the Power/Rangers film alongside him and a bunch of other fucking people, Decree Montgomery, showing up here as the guy in the pool scene as the lifeguard, is now being ogled by women.
Hey! No running on my watch! I gotta warn you again and you're banned for life. You wanna be banned for life? Didn't think so. Afternoon, ladies.
Afternoon, Billy.
Take the new suit, Mrs. Wheeler.
Thank you.
That's it. That's it. That's it. That's what happened. That's the story that Chrissy Mayer just told here. She wasn't talking about some illustrious, deep-set fetish that she had where she wanted this thing to happen. She was inventing a conversational talking point as a purpose, as a broadcast she had with 2 women who are influencers, creators, and employees in the adult film industry. And she gave a scene rundown no different than this scene from a well-watched, at least when it was good, seasonal show written for live popular streaming. Exact same shit. Exact same shit. So the only problem here, just like Extra Pressure summarizes here, as I'm about to, is the entire problem is she was lolcowed in this moment to look as bad as possible because it is a whole problem of her not knowing when to shut the fuck up and keeping herself away from Jeremy and other people choosing to put her deeper into the drama than she actually was. And also her saying 16-year-old instead of saying, like, he's 21, but he could pass for 16. That's the lolcow? That's the tart gum? That's the juice? Really? Amongst other embarrassing things as well. Now, if you go back to these broadcasts and these
if they don't bother you,
if you go to Chrissy Mayer Can't Stop Lying, huge meltdown stream, the Chrissy Mayer Meltdown Aftermath from Nerdrotic and Sydney Watson exposing the quartering, live Chrissy Mayer podcast with Melanie Mack, as well as the Talk About the Oranges, and then the Melanie Mack interview, Take 2, talking about and addressing the quartering directly, and the other live stream where Friday Night Tights was forced to basically address the shit that was brought to their attention because people kept making enough of a problem of it that they had to say something. And then people treat that as a, woo, we fucked her up, woo! There's a lot in there that you can actually go over and address, but we're trying to summarize this. So, this is the majority of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 things. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 things in the last month. 1 from Nicholas, 2 from Nicholas, 1 from Chrissy's channel herself, and other people antagonizing her, saying she lied, she's sweeping, what are the oranges for? I'm sorry that you feel that way. The live stream, Women versus Accountability. Then, whoa, buddy! You're a conservative traditional stand-up comedian, sir. She's a degenerate whore! Degenerate whore! Have we gone from Sipcast to gaslighting? Private Mac, you will report for some tests at 18:30 hours to address your misconduct! Why is it pre-recorded if it's addressing current drama? And then the original stream where other people now start assuming that Chrissy Mayer will copyright strike people who clip her because she does not think public content is covered by fair use. Mayer is a flagger herself. Chrissy wasn't uninformed. If she was, she wouldn't have lied about venting on not contacting her. Not only is she a liar, she's a thief who stole presents from the compound Christmas party! And other things like this. It basically was people choosing to antagonize her for more than just Lolcow shit. I would have to say on the sexual stuff, you guys are going to have to give it a fucking rest. 100%. I don't care. Personally, I don't care. Now, the lying, that's the actual problem. So let's get into some of that, actually. And unfortunately, this one's listed out in timeline transcript. But we can get to this one here. These two, or rather these three. So, greatest hits. We're going to go for greatest hits here.
Breathe on your treat and give it the CO2 that it needs, and then you guys can be besties.
My problems on moving, and so like you're yoked to somebody and you're going into. Before I entered that marriage, I was like, okay,
Was there any?
I had that initial purge because I announced when I was engaged, and then I had an initial purge of like a couple thousand.
What? That's too many. That's like.
So the first thing that this first broadcast opened with was Melanie Mac talking about her first religious marriage and how after she announced that she was getting married, she had a purge of lots and lots of people. Yet notice the entire time while this is being discussed, the side chat. The side chat here is the important part. Orange trees? We tried strawberries, blackberries, blueberries, and pumpkins. Ooh, Southern living, how prestigious. Love strawberries, but trim back more. Sounds like an abusive plant relationship. It can be dyed and wasted as well. What are the oranges for? Oranges, oranges. I'm an apartment. Melanie redemption arc or crash out? Chrissy, Jody's watching you. Is it even the Bible grifter? I'm a Christian woman. How was your weekend? How was your weekend? How was your weekend? These cotton candy trees growing out of her cranials. I bought a drone. Chat, stop complaining because she's religious. Tomato, 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 tomato. The entire broadcast was basically being Lolcow watched by a majority of detractors. So that's the first thing. Before they've even discussed anything else on the broadcast, they were immediately already there setting the field to ensure that any kind of conversation had to circle around whatever they were talking about. Now this is the top chat display. Here's the live chat replay. Let's watch.
Well, I thought it was going to be a lot more, so I was like, oh wow, they've got thousands.
If Melanie Mac isn't going to earn respect again, she needs to kick Jeremy to the curb.
Don't want to. Yeah, but then I recouped that and gained more after. And that's the thing too, is a lot of my followers are married themselves anyway, like conservative Christians who have their own families and stuff. So a lot of them were just really happy for me. So I was happy about it.
Was there any part of you? Well, your last relationship your last divorce was like, I feel like so long ago. But was there any part of you that was like hesitant or nervous, or like any part of you that felt like a little bit burned from the first one? Like, how did you deal with like those feelings, if any of them came up?
Yeah, for me, it was like I didn't want to announce anything unless I was engaged and like about to be married, because I was like, I want to make sure for real. And so, you know, as you said, I've been divorced before. That was about 6 years ago. And
Melanie's husband wanted milk and cake, but he settled for oranges.
But I did it the wrong way. It was an unequally yoked marriage situation, even though I was like living in rebellion against my faith. Well, not at first. At first, like before I entered that marriage, I was like, okay, I called my
Michael Courtier responding to another user speaking in the chat room. Ned's Bees speaking to somebody else in the chat room. Let's see what C speaking to somebody else in the chat room. If Melanie Mac is going to earn my respect, she needs to kick Jeremy to the curb. Yes, let's hope so, because Jeremy has been bringing out a lot of channels as of late on YouTube and nobody has stopped him. Chances are very little will be acknowledged. At best, she just won't sleep. This is at 9:54 in the side chat on the live display, not accounting for everything else that was said in the comment section.
myself. I was like, okay, I believe in God and all that stuff, but I was like drifting away. And then before you know it, like it was a dangerous situation to be, because I wasn't reading my Bible that often, hardly at all, and I was just being a very lukewarm Christian. And then I, got in a relationship with a non-believer, and then before you know it, I was in full-blown rebellion against my faith, which I don't want to blame that relationship for that entirely. It was, most of it was on me, and I should know better. And so yeah, and so then by the time I came back to my faith, yeah, then that was it was a really tough, unequally yoked situation. And then
what do you mean by like unequally yoked? Does that mean like one person's giving more effort than the other?
It means like one person's a believer and the other one isn't.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yoke. What she's talking about is being yoked in the suffering of faith. Something, 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 the faith of the Christian Lord, something, 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 being equally yoked in the suffering in the kingdom of heaven. It is yours, the power and the glory between the union of a man and wife, equally yoked in the light of God. So, Melanie had the first relationship where the guy was debaucherous and also gay. Then comes the second relationship where she is then equally yoked in a religious matter with a man that is also religious. From the side of the chat room, dang, these comments, not to offend, but I could never get into the original Tomb Raider. Anybody watching Kino Casino tonight? Who's this pink-haired trans woman? Felt it, felt it, felt it. You guys know Chrissy's religion, right? Yeah, I believe it. And a bunch of salutes in between each other, constantly signaling that they are from the Kino Casino.
Yeah, so when the Bible...
Including the user junior_toxicity.
Says, like, don't be unequally yoked. So it's like when you picture, like, oxen that share the same yoke, and, you know, if one of them isn't moving, then you can't... The other one can't keep moving, and so, like, you're yoked to somebody and you're going in two different directions, right?
Or if you're making eggs, like, I imagine yolks. Like, I think eggs in a frying pan. You put 2 eggs in a frying pan, and you're like, oh, I'm making eggs for 2 people. But then one person gets both yolks, and then the other person just gets egg whites, and you're like, this is not going to keep me full.
Or one person's really jacked and the other one isn't. They're unequally
right, that's
yoked.
way to be yoked.
But yeah.
Woman humor. For anybody who's wondering, it's spelled yolk as in Y-O-K, not yolk as in egg yolk. It's spelled like that. Not like that. So the yoke of suffering. Being unequally yoked basically means being tied to somebody, and that other person is an anchor holding you back. In other words, refusing to build with a man. You're refusing to build with a man, and you're a fucking burden to him. Or he is a burden to you.
But yeah, I ended up...
And then, from a person, Trudan, talking directly to Junior Toxicity, yeah, I'm looking for clips. So, of the people who are going to be consuming and concerning themselves with content and talking amongst themselves, they are openly explaining that they are here specifically to fuck with Chrissy's show, to look for clippable moments that they can take out of context to use against her.
Being in that situation, and it was a nightmare. It's just like it's you know, the Bible tells us for a reason, like, to not be unequally yoked, because man, if you're going in two different directions.
You guys, is it a good idea to eat oranges at the Renaissance Fair this weekend? Unequally yoked. How to ruin an omelet.
And like trying to, and that's the thing with
whoa, buddy.
With marriage is you need, just in life in general, but in a marriage, like, you need that foundation to where it's just like, if you just have 2 people who are going based off of just like their own subjective feelings and morality and what to do, like, it's a mess. But when you're like, okay, you're both in alignment that, hey, the Bible is true, this is...
Across at 12:09, hey Mel from Garrett's Takes, your boss is a heathen.
What the Bible says about this situation, or this is how the Bible says a husband should treat your wife and a wife should treat a husband, and so on and so forth, then it's like, no matter what disagreements you may have, or this, that, or the other, you have that foundation of the Bible, and that's so important.
Like, you know, you have something to focus both of you in a sense. Like, it doesn't feel like, well, it's your way or it's my way, and
right.
It's almost like it could become less of a power struggle. You're like there is just the right way, and it's our job to like push each other towards it.
Yeah.
So you can notice here, even though Chrissy's eyes are looking at several different things on the screen while this is happening, because yoke does also mean to be subjugated. That's why I use the example of the yoke of suffering. Because you are supposed to be a member of the kingdom of heaven under God. So if you're suffering for God, that's one version that yoke gets used for. But it also gets used in the case of being bound together. But it's whatever. You can notice here at this part of the broadcast that they're not really interacting with chat. Even if it is the case that they might be looking at it off the screen, they're not interacting with chat. So we're going to fast forward about 15 minutes in the conversation.
Sense that, like, well...
Now, at this point in the live chat, you can clearly see here. Oranges, oranges, he's anti-free speech. Performative Christian, married to a gay man. Mel just felt it, chat. You're lying, you're lying. Jewel Bull got her tool. Don't let her lie. Sweeping, sweeping, sweeping. HBC is smarter than. Terrible judgment, Mel. Stop lying, Mel. Mel is a liar. Trolls are seething in chat. She's sweeping, she's sweeping, she's sweeping. She's sweeping up, Mel. Can you play the suffering, Mel? Bullshit lying from the Mac. Felted. Orange stock is way down. Oranges. Gaslighting. Base, gaslighting. Base. What could have happened before this moment?
Yeah, it was that's what we did. And Crystal Light, of course. So I was about to bring up some super chats, and I'm noticing a little bit of a theme. So I figure we might as well address it.
Okay.
While people are, this is okay. So it looks like you addressed the quartering drama back in April last month. Now that some time has passed, how do you feel about it now? Do you feel like it's something that, other than of course this stream, like is coming up a lot for you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but.
And now here comes the chat room mentioning everything happening. This is going great on mute. Obsessed. Your tattoo is fake, Christian E-girl. Tomato. And then, as soon as Chrissy chooses to have to address it, because she's trying to look at what the chat room's saying, here we go! It's time to eat! Here we go!
Like, man, the quartering, Jeremy has been such an amazing friend to me, and I have his back, and I'll be his friend forever. Like, that's a real one. That's a friend for life. Like, he's been there for me during, like, all kinds of cancellations and dog piles, and he's had my back, so I have his back too. And that's the thing, is some people are really upset about it, or some people will be like, oh, you have to disavow this.
Pause from my tier 1725. Oh goodness, here we go. This is why I unsubscribed. Ain't no way she said this. Gang for life. Gang for life. Is this what a chat without bots looks like? She needs the money! He's a flagger.
You have to disavow that, and it's like, look, he hasn't disavowed me for eating radioactive shrimp, so I won't disavow him for playing video games that don't have puzzles. Like, do I think it's insane? He's playing these, he won't play games with puzzles. It's like, no, I only have...
Notice that while this is happening, even though the person that they should be attacking is supposed to just be only Melanie, the chat room is super focused on just Melanie. I want you to keep this in mind. Just Melanie. Because Mayor's in the mix for, things that, again, no different than a daydream that a housewife has when she wishes her husband had a little bit more muscles. Oh, I did drink it. Wow, I forgot that I drank that. But yeah, she's in line for not having gotten away fast enough from the quartering, not be involved in his bullshit. But Melanie's supposed to be here as the one who's singled out for the attention. But unfortunately, in their haste and lust to look for the juice of the drama, they decided to shut up Chrissy Mayer's podcast to do it.
have to play these, like, ADD games, ADHD games. Okay, you know what? I'll still be his friend. I know that really tested our friendship, but I'll still be his friend even if he doesn't play Tomb Raider. So, yeah, that's it. And, yeah, no people on the internet are going to tell me who I can or can't be friends with, or what I have to say or don't have to say on social media. Like,
multiple instances here in the chat room. Wake up, Mel. This is real life. Sweep it up, Mel. Sweep it up, Mel. Puzzles, madness. What are the oranges for? What are the oranges for? You're a liar. You're a wire. Sweep, 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 sweep. Oranges, 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 oranges. Oxen. There's a version here that gets used where it's orange, orange, orange. Oxen, orange, orange, orange. So I guess they're making fun of her having said that they're equally yoked. So they're making a comment about her being equally yoked together forever with Jeremy for life because she's not willing to throw him under the bus. And she makes this comment here.
That's none of their business. So, yeah.
I also would say, man, I have been, we all like get shit or get comments on.
First super chat, is Melanie under a non-experiment deal with Jeremy? That's a good question, but they shouldn't be asking on the same.
There's even people, my gosh, ever since I started becoming friends with you, Melanie, who are like, who maybe they can't get to you for some reason or can't message you. You got to tell, I have a message for Melanie Mac. Like, I'll be doing a stream, your name doesn't even come up. I have people being like, you need to tell Melanie Mac this, or you need to answer, why does she think and say this, or why can't you get this, or like I am somehow your messenger or like your secretary. Yeah. And I get that for a number of people that are friends or just acquaintances or stream buddies or whatever. And it's just part of like doing this, right?
Out of nowhere, so fake and phony like your hair, amongst a bunch of the same repeated behaviors, and other users in the chat room justifying why they're hazing Mayor's chat. He deplatformed the casino. Don't let these empty egg cartons sweep it under the rug. So now it goes from, let's make fun of the e-girl for her hair, let's make fun of the wannabe MILF for the cringy things she said, immediately to June level, tapping pocket watch, no eggs, no eggs, eggs, no eggs, no eggs, eggs, no eggs.
Right? Is
yes.
Is the sense that like, well, you and all your friends, or who people perceive your friends to be, like, need to agree on it. And guess what? Like, you can be friends with someone and not agree with everything they do, not support everything they do, not like, but you also don't have to like.
We get a random comment from somebody in the chat room saying, "Good morning, sir. Sir, sir. Good morning, sir. I'm here. I'm ready to report on channel, sir." Chrissy is the internet's PA. I don't know what that means in this context. My brain wants to jump to personal Arnie, but I don't know what to tell you. Multiple instances of the chat room. The house always wins. The house only wins. Maybe we should do sub only. Lots of Jannies in here all of a sudden. Whoa, buddy. Whoa, buddy. Christians are not supposed to bear false witness. 38-year-old woman, by the way.
Get up on a microphone and let everybody know, I don't agree with the X, Y, and Z. Like,
another donation from the chat room. This one for $1. You're okay with Jerry being a drunk, Melanie? I thought you were a Christian.
Like, everyone explains themselves, and then that should be kind of the end of it. And you know what? If people don't want to follow you because you want to stay friends with Jeremy, then don't follow you, and don't follow Melanie over that. So
that's their prerogative. But that's the thing too, is with the internet, it's just like a lot of people have a lot of opinions on things they don't know about. They can speculate and say this thing about people's lives.
$20 donation. Isn't the whole point that your boss started flagging channels for criticism? Wait for it. This is gonna be juicy. Oranges, 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 oranges.
And this situation or that situation, but they don't know. Like, they don't. And they're going based on a bunch of, like, oh, this, that, like, these different rumors, like, oh, this channel made this drama up or this or that. And it's just like, yeah, they kind of try to put people in a situation to where it's like, oh, they have to explain this, they have to explain that, they have to like, talk about this or they have to talk about that. Like, hey, we're people on the internet. We have our things that we like to talk about, social commentary, this, that, and the other. Nobody is owed a discussion.
Pause. Another one. As Jeremy's close friend, will you two stream for free?
About anything else, like especially when it comes to a bunch of rumors, because that's the thing I noticed when a bunch of people make up lies. And I noticed
Pause. Another donation of money that's given somewhere earlier in the chat room for $5. You can still be friends with Jeremy Namoni and tell him that he's being an asshole. That's what good friends do. Exactly. He's clearly self-destructive. You have to correct that. Where's the coffee made? Illegal! Belle, can you get the quartering to play the SUFFAHING? Everyone asks what the oranges are for, but never ask how the oranges are doing.
this with my own life too, because I've been dogpiled a number of times. They will say the craziest lies, and anytime I actually will like clear it up and say no, this isn't true, then they'll just make up another one. So it's just like
random $2 donation out of nowhere. Mel is trash. Long live Kino Casino. This is one of those comments where it's like, if you even think this, you should probably not say it, because now you give them opportunity to sweep things under the rug legitimately, because if that's what the majority of the context of people's comments are, it's going to make it harder for you to criticize people.
Like, they're going to do it anyway. They don't care about the truth. And so clearing the air and telling them the truth doesn't make a difference. All it's going to do is just make them make up another lie. So that's the thing is, and even the Bible talks about, like, when people make up lies about you and things like that, it's just like, yeah, just you have to trust in God to vindicate you. And people are going to lie about you. People are going to hate you. People hated Jesus and he was perfect. So it's just like, yeah.
So that was an actual sweeping. The first of many that I've actually heard that came out of the mouth of any of the women involved, especially Melanie Mack. And at this point, you now have at least 2 live chat room replays coming from people, including Junior Toxicity, who's been a member for 47 months on the channel, saying, why does Mel support the Kino's Casino channel getting banned or Jeremy stealing content for his shorts videos? Using his resubscribe or his member purchase as a way to promote talking. So they went to whatever the Silver Frost level is. That is a meme towards Frost Skinner. We're gonna double check that because there should be a section here on members that actually shows you how much you can subscribe for. Not community, the other one. Here we go. So Silver Frost is $5. Golden Grace is $15. So they pay $5 in order to levy this question to the broadcast. Here's the part that I'm going to speak on, starting here. Melanie, the reason why most people have a problem with this is because they saw, of his own volition, the words that Jeremy himself posted as a part of his content. It didn't come from anywhere other than the source of the material, coming from Jeremy himself. He made the accusation multiple times. He said he would do it multiple times. He then either followed through with his actions, or he actively showed that he was going to be willing to go this far if other people basically pushed him to do so. And it was enough of a problem that it was brought to that concern and made into that much of an issue that would make people care in the first place. You cannot say things like, these individuals just, there's something wrong with them and they should pray to God and you should just believe things in God's hand. The truest answer of the problem is that if Jeremy didn't want this kind of thing happening, he should have let it the fuck go and stop antagonizing people. Because at the same time, the Bible teaches and preaches to you about what happens when you will know people by their evil fruits. It also tells you very explicitly and very clear that while man might not be without mistake, unlike that which he builds with his hands, that a man truly can be considered false and can bear false witness and bear false witness, and also can be considered wicked and cruel, even if they're doing so in what they think is service to God, because they are serving themselves and not serving the word of Christ. Now, that's the first version I would say on meeting you at a religious level. If we want to make this shit copacetic and completely secular, Melanie, he did the shit live on camera. He did the shit live on air. He did the shit publicly. He did it publicly, stated it publicly, then deleted the evidence as though people would have forgotten and wouldn't have taken screenshots of him doing it, or have talked about him doing it. At the very minimum, you should be disavowing him. As originally, underneath this message here in the chat room from Junior Toxicity, is a person, Captain Based Pants, literally saying, hey, there are receipts. You should at minimum disavow him. Certainly, you can say that he's your boy, but you have to take a Carl position. You have to be willing to say, listen, I know that this man can do some crazy wild shit, but I'm not the fat man's keeper. That's what I've had to say about Dev. I maintain this position. I hold this position. In fact, I have more ability to be able to criticize Dev to his face and get him to consider the fact that he's been wrong, or to be chill past some shit, that I will go to the degree of making fun of him and roasting him to his face because of how he treats it like it is a crazy thing. One of the more newer users that's inside my community is a crossover member to DevCord and to Madrybread's Discord because of something that involved Dev getting mad about non-fans of his Discord when we went and made the Chromicraft WoW Guild. We invited a person that from the world chat seemed like they were having a go at all the people trying to troll her when she herself was just vibing and not being trolly. Other people were observing it, trying to get in on the troll shit, and I was the one who convinced Dave with my intonation to just let the shit be and happen to see if they would be a good fit for the guild. And surprise, surprise, they turned out that they were in fact a good fit for the guild. But Dev threw a fit about it the moment that he found out about them. Instead of waiting for Dave to come back live on air to talk to him about it once Dave was awake, he instead tried to pressure the issue, and it ended up being the case that Dev would try to litigate this problem, saying that he shouldn't allow this to happen, it shouldn't have happened, if it was him it wouldn't have happened, and that, have you considered just giving them a fucking chance? And then after saying all that, completely gave up the position. They didn't steal from us. They didn't fuck us over. We allowed them to be themselves. And not only did they cross over to my audience, but also into Madrybread's audience, but they're now a more stable member and a frequent flyer of DevCord because of that event. Carl was right, yet again. And instead of antagonizing them by just giving them the space to be themselves, they demonstrated that they weren't at all evil. That's something that I was afforded the ability to do because of the stance that I've taken. Now, does that mean that I'm always right? Not really, actually. If we're serious, there are times that I've been wrong before. However, on that, I was correct. On this, Melody can take the same position. It's not hard. You can choose to do and work with him for whatever reason you want, for whatever amount of money you wish. But you can't say he's innocent. You can't. Because when you do things like this on this broadcast, then this reflects poorly on you and her. Because you, Melanie, are sleeping and just simply not addressing it and saying, oh, these people need to pray to God. They need to pray to God. They have hate in their heart. No, they have criticisms. They have legitimate criticisms. And then you, Chrissy, while you can do the deference of saying, hey, I see that there's people who have never been here before, you can't say they're influencer trolls. You have users that have been in your audience long enough that they have been there for 47 months that are now asking, hey, why is she supporting the Kino Casino getting fucked with and or supporting Jeremy stealing content for his shorts? You have to address those questions. You have to. If it's your podcast and you're the one asking questions and interviewing, in the purpose of information gathering, you should ask those questions. Don't softball her. Well, actually, you're gonna probably have to. But then you'll have to be able to levy, like, questions. So you'll have to play hardball. You'll have to play moneyball. Let her filibuster on a topic and then ask her a straight question and get an answer. But alas, here we are.
And you had a six-pack and didn't have to go to the gym, but you know what? There wasn't really much conscious truth going on back then.
Yeah.
Because I get shit. My gosh, I've gotten so much shit on behalf of like Brittany Venti. I've had so many people message me.
Pause. Don't hide behind religion when you make a mistake. Why does God need a coffee company? Stay strong. Garth Brooks is a serial killer and he still has loads of fans. What the hell are you going on about, Melanie? Lol. Did Melanie Mac just compare herself to Jesus? Deplatforming is cool if we do it.
Tag me. Why did Brittany Venti say or do this? Why can't you have to answer to every person you've ever worked with? Like, I'm her handler, like I'm her keeper. And same thing, even though
Pause. No, it's because you lied and said that you didn't get her message, and then you admitted that the reason why you did what you did was because you didn't want her to spurg out on your guests. That was the explanation that you gave. First, you filibustered, then you gave an explanation that was basically passing the buck and trying to save face. This is one of the examples of when men do forward-facing contests of strength in competition as a open contest species, and the social power games that women do in private but are forced to do in public when they have no choice but to have to do them live on air. The issue of both of them wanting to avoid conflict and drama and just simply talk about whatever the fuck it is they want to talk about, they're not being allowed to do because the chat room are throwing a fit about it. And regardless of whatever experience Chrissy has as a broadcaster and as a leader, she's not equipped and handled to effectively be yoked to Melanie in this situation. Because since both of them are technically doing a version of manipulation and lying and recontextualization, both of them effectively at this point are now sweeping for them. Let's jump forward in time. Let's see how worse it gets at 55-59.
And hosting and getting on the microphone, like, yeah, I can do that, but ask me to make a new friend and have a one-on-one conversation with a new friend I just met, I'm terrified.
Yeah, I get it.
Pause. If Jeremy is innocent, why is he ducking Yellow Flash and banning Smash JT? No, he flagged the Kino channel and stole money from the editor's family. I would say the problem is of why he should ban Smash JT is very simple. That's because Smash JT, Jeffrey Tarzia, is a fucking media grifter. A legitimate one. A real pro-consumer rhetoric machine media grifter. Doesn't matter if it's left-wing figures, doesn't matter if it's right-wing figures. He is a figure that actually should be deplatformed in a lot of ways possible because he is doing the same thing that J Viper TV is doing and the exact same thing that people like Tactical Templar is doing. Which is to say, they're doing media grifting from specific positions to afford themselves the arguments for their particular worldview. Whereas Jeffrey Tarzia is whatever he thinks will bring the biggest clicks on drama Lolcow cycles. Or J Viper is whatever Smash JT is currently focused on. With an emphasis of being his frontmen, as most of the moderators in his chat are. They act as mouthpieces for him, repeating his talking points. And overall, he's just not a good person. He's not a good content creator. There was a point in time where Dev tried to protect him, but he's just literally a pathological bitch. Like, he can't handle when his own actions and his own words get used against him. So, He puts everything behind a member's paywall to try and keep himself from having to deal with people of that capacity. And he streams and broadcasts at the ass crack of night. Like, the time in which I started this broadcast to where we're probably going to end once we get through the sweeping, that's what Smash JT does for a living. Every single Smash cast, from what would basically be nearly 6, 7, 8 my time here, up until about 6 o'clock in the morning. And then immediately behind the paywall. Always membership only. It's egregious. Because he will then double back behind himself, as those of you who made sure to watch Grifters of Yote will hear him say, why don't you watch my content and find out what I have to say? When he was questioned by Colin Moriarty, he said, bro, where the game's at? Where the game's at? Where's the video game criticism? What's your opinion about the actual games in the field? And he says, watch my content and find out. He's saying to you, you need to not only sub to one channel, but sub to 2 channels, and also pay members. No! No! I'm not paying you money to see behind a paywall, to see your horrible trash takes that you stole from somebody else that you got them from. Especially when he is a boomer gamer. You don't play games on camera in order to be able to talk about the games in question. He doesn't cover content in order to talk about the content in question. He does the barest minimum that allows him to be most involved in the drama. And that's it.
In my regular waking life, see a guy wearing a salmon shirt and be like, look at this fag!
And now, the entire chat room is screaming, Venti, Venti, bring on Venti. We want Venti, 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 bring on Venti. Send Venti a link. Bring on Venti, 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 Venti.
You know, that this is exactly. On stage.
And I think too, with just being online and having backlash all the time, I think that might do something to our psyche, because like anytime I go out, even like at church, and I'm meeting people at church and friends, and it's like, oh, okay, and then I'm thinking, oh, would she hate me if she saw my social media? Would she like? And I just these thoughts keep going through my head because I'm just so used to getting so much hate online that I just assume that, oh, well, if they actually get to know me, they're gonna hate me.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Yeah.
Like if you really knew me, you wouldn't like me.
Yes, it's the struggle's real. Yeah.
Okay, Farmer John Brown. Thank you, Farmer John Brown. Shout out to Mel. Stand with your.
Pause. It just means you're a little retarded. Chrissy Mayer tanking your career in real time. Did Jesus choose that hair color? Yeah, Venti already covered the 25-cent man. $2. Melody Mac, do you have a P.O. box I'd like to send across? Lying isn't Kristen, Mel. You know what the oranges are for. Moped Mike for $2. BLT Soft, $9.99. Melanie, you rock. I love to watch the quartering live. How was your weekend? Does Jer wear makeup in your professional opinion? Farmer Brown, $20. Shout out to Melanie. Stand with your girl. I don't care if Johnny is into dudes. It's clear you got a type, girl, and I support it. Stand proud. Stand with the big gay.
Stand with you, girl. I don't care if Johnny is into dudes. It's clear you got a type, girl, and I support it. Stand proud. I stand with LGBT. Sorry.
Bunch of memeing. That's what it always is. It's just like, okay, if they.
So you read a meme troll message specifically donated, and instead of realizing that they're just being negative and attempting to target her to get her to talk more about the shit that's going on, as well as memeing and joking, and now people in the chat room saying blatantly, Venti's gonna shred you for this. Liar, liar, liar. They're gonna shred you for this. You now are spurting at the reaction to these comments that are being donated for. This is what happens when you become a part of a show, and most of your time and appearance is to be like the color commentators that does the joke bits, but you're not actually yoked in the community or in the culture, which is the reason why Chrissy's in the situation. Like, remember the Frostkinner shit? Remember how people were like, yeah, she's so funny. Damn, she wore that wig and she really made fun of that white girl. Ha 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 ha. What? I recall Smash JT getting a community note on some bullshit he peddled, and he's trying to argue with the community notes without getting them specifically. No, you're not mistaking him. I remember what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, he did this shit. You're remembering correctly, Avalon.
that's the thing to do if you want to hate on a woman is tell her and well they either will hate on because if they were hating on me when I was single for a long time, and then now that I'm married, it's just oh your husband's gay, or they'll just be like oh your ex-husband left you for a man, which didn't happen to my knowledge, my ex-husband.
So now they've got you triggered and mauling about your ex relationship. Not things to do if what you're trying to do is have productive conversations. You're letting the trolls get to the both of you. That's retarded.
Was not doing any gay activities unless they are privy to something I'm not. So
Lol cope, coping, lol cope. Asked if Mel's seen Jerry's shorts. Says more about them being judgmental than you. He said it himself. He said it himself that he left you for cock.
but I don't know, I feel like that's a go-to insult to anybody.
Imagine spending $20 on that, bro. It's not personal hatred. It's online hatred because you support a deplatformer. Bearing false witness, Melanie is an empty shell of a person who adopts the nearest trend.
He's like, oh, your husband's gay. Oh man, he made a joke on Twitter. He must be gay. So yeah, that's.
I think I made out with a guy in college once who did end up becoming gay. But I was hanging out like in the improv scenes in the theater circle. So that was statistically found to happen.
That'll happen. Yeah.
Okay, let's run through. I'm just gonna run through these. If they're horrible, we'll just ignore them. Dan, Halen, Melanie, I'll keep it real with you. They're bodying you in the chat. You absolutely deserve it.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I haven't even been reading it, so that's fine.
I'm thinking about what trees I'm going to order from fastgrowingtrees.com. Ice saying, hi, Chrissy, where the oranges were. I still don't know. Also, would you date a guy who does furry cosplay, or is that weird and gay? I wouldn't date anyone because I'm married, but thank you. Tech, Mel preaches the words of Christ whilst supporting a perpetually drunk sex best flagger like Jeremy. Is it beyond hypocritical? Has she no shame? I don't know. I don't know if I would categorize him that way. So this is probably sort of a loaded question.
Yeah, maybe believing a bunch of random rumors on the internet isn't the smartest thing.
Well, here's the thing: the people that hate Jeremy and/or hate you, let's say tomorrow you never talk to him again, and you completely disavow for whatever reason. Then what? You know what I mean?
Then they'll find something else.
You get some sort of points. Does that make anyone happier? No. No. Some people will not be happy no matter what.
They won't. They want to ruin his life. And they won't, and so part of that is trying to make his friends turn on him. That's what they want to do. This is what the dogpiling cancel pigs do. They want to destroy people. So it's not gonna.
Pause. I'm going to add context and nuance to this position that Melanie Mack is giving. However, here's what the actual problem is. The actual problem is not just, well, they want me to do this and they want me to do that. What am I going to do? This is the same argument that we just saw and that we just dealt with hours before with setting up why Cog's a retard, why Monday Matt was a retard, why anybody who ever does deplatforming actions are retards, and why it's a bad look and you shouldn't do it and you need to stop and just accept that if you can't handle hot bants, don't get involved in hot bants. Stay in your fucking lane. So, number one. If I were Melanie Mack, and I am being aggressed as allegedly supporting toxic evil behavior, such as allowing someone to have the power to fuck with me in any capacity, shape, way, or form, to the degree where I can't be able to have conversations. Here is the problem. What they're asking for you to do is not a never-ending series of comments. What they're asking for is a 1, 2, 3 step list. Number one, they want you to address the oranges. We're going to use this with examples directly from the chat room. Number one, what they want you to do is they want you to address what's being said. Number two, they want you to be able to understand the reason why they have statements that they want to be heard and seen. I'll go back to the chat room for some examples. So, when Bojangles Spoonon 8419 says, Jeremy's innocent. All he did was take down somebody's channel. Anyways, the pink character sounds retarded. never heard her speak before. The second thing that they want you to do is, on top of addressing the reality, they want you to call a spade a spade. Now, to address this, I need to use the example of something that I posted about on my YouTube posts, because it was from a specific statement and answer that I feel is very necessary for understanding this problem here, because it actually contextualizes everything that is the fault of this. It is exactly relevant to this conversation. I doubt people listened and looked at it, because I did post it both inside the Discord as well as in the posts. But it goes like this. Somebody I was reacting to posted a comment. And that comment was me responding to something I saw, which was, quote, "They didn't complain about the giant Chiboko, but they made a fuss when they saw a rainbow." Man, that's so crazy how these guys just complained about franchise history and realism and non-binary color flag bears and unicorns with rainbows that shoot out its ass. You know the bit. The whole, can you accept horality in fiction and content and nonsense, but you can't understand the true strength of the BMW 5 Series with optional hearing? Why are you so evil? Or, specifically, you can't accept the 2026 Ford F-150. You will take all these other things, but you won't accept this, right? That then led to a person complaining about the people who do fake outrage over DEI initiatives, big gay stuff, etc. are all tourists. They don't play the games, they just want to be mad. They do it with every franchise that I like, and after one conversation, they reveal they never actually played the games. If you're going to blame big gay people and DEI initiatives for ruining games and not the entertainment industry, the CEOs, the shareholders who only ever see big gay people as promotional opportunities, then donated to ethno-state nationalism in the West, you're not ready to fight censorship. Exactly, they haven't changed their talking points at all since 2016, and they should be at the point where they argued about this long enough to be filmed on the actual issues. Team sports is easier, especially when the website started letting outrage get monetized. And other people actively bitching and whining and moaning when this person correctly calls them on bum-ass nigga bullshit. Namely, surprise, surprise, from none other than who? That's right, Smash GPT.
The ideology as much as you can. And I'm not the only one that noticed this. It wasn't just showcasing the screenshot of the final cover art. No, it was in the trailer itself throughout. Emerald Apple says, the gameplay from the new Halo game from the Xbox Game Showcase looks like it had a baby with Veilguard and increased the DEI woke purple energies. It's always a red flag, isn't it? Why so much purple? It's the same kind of purple from so many femme-coded games, along with God of War Le Fay as well. And where is the lie? Again, once you notice the bisexual lighting, you cannot unsee it in these games. They want to inject the trans ideology everywhere, and they want to gaslight you to make you sound like you're being crazy for noticing it.
You guys are crazy for noticing it. The problem isn't that. The problem is that you jump to conclusions. You see evidence of things that have happened in the past. Then you use them to recontextualize everything under the sun to be a part of your spectacle. But it's not all under the fucking wavelength of it being under the spectacle. Raise your hand if you were here in chat room on December 6th during the debate that happened on WIC TV between myself and Irrelevant. Raise your hand if you were actually here physically in the chat room. All of that. When I asked very specific questions and very specific answers and gave examples of the information and situation, and then I got responses to the degree of, oh, it's just a bad game. Why can't it just be a bad game? And now we live in the future where Compulsion Games is shut down. They fumbled the bag so badly on Starfield that several different studios from Microsoft Game Studios were having layoffs and or being shuttered as well. Other games have gone the way of the dodo. Literally on record to this day, I believe, I already reposted earlier, that Sony is unwilling to listen to the Predator situation as it comes to the issue of those that are involved in drama and involved inside of material, that literally to this point they are gonna yuck, do it again, yuck, because they literally will not take no for a fucking answer when they get told that this shit was fucking horrible and had nothing but a never-ending obnoxious side effect to causing them to suffer. Quote, PlayStation wants to revitalize the game market with new live service games, cloud-based scamming, cloud-based gaming, and every single person is mocking it rightfully for what it is because they literally will not fucking listen. Kill a major live service video game in the cradle, dead, on the line, fire over 400 people with live service experience, and then saying that you want to have live service games here from Sony and PlayStation, literally doing it 100 billion times again. So, like, The Last of Us Online canceled following consult from Bungie. Concord flops, Firewalk Studios gets closed, London Studio gets closed, Ben live service gets scrapped, Bluepoint God of War live service game scrapped, Bluepoint closed, Deviation Games live service game canceled, Studio closed, Neon Koi closed, Destiny 2 development fully stopped, Bungie mass layoffs, doubling down, pushing into Marathon, claiming Marathon as the future, actively feuding with people like, unironically, Paul Tassi, claiming that he doesn't know what he's talking about when he says that the game doesn't feature the kind of content that gets people interested in it. Both myself, Paul Tassi, other people, all having the take that shows over time, both through the material on my broadcast, the material that can be seen on the content, the material that can be seen on the logs, the material that can be seen from the example, all of it coming around to the same concavity that, hey, this shit doesn't fucking work. And then they say, well, we're going to keep trying this thing that we clearly know doesn't work and that we keep being told isn't going to be good because people don't ask for it. And, yup, we're doing it again. We're doing it again. Yes, exactly those things. Yes, exactly that. Yes, that is what this person meant by team sports. You all keep doing it. You all keep doing it. You all keep doing it. Everything is included in the conspiracy. You never separate out what's real and what's fake. Just everything. Everything's in the conspiracy. From the initiatives, which you guys gotta have to let that one go, because that's just the industry at this point, to projections about sexuality. We got that one in Pragmata, and we rightfully made fun of people there, and yucked my yums and claimed my fucking crown from the fucking scraps which I earned it. And now again, especially with ChatGPT leading the charge, yes, team sports. And I said to the degree of the things that they had to say, after I made my own post about specifically, oh no, my garden is full of weeds. Weeds, weeds, weeds. Weeds are all you ever talk about. I'm sick of weeds and anti-weeds, but they're killing my garden. You're complaining about weeds is just as bad as the weeds themselves, but I want the weeds to go away. Oh no, it appears that the person that I'm arguing with is also a weed enjoyer and liker themselves. And then they repost the example that was just discussed about ChatGPT, as well as this complaint about the realism of feet from God of War LeFay, also known as, around here, MILF of War Afterlife. This is wokeism. Let's see if the fucking Pipperinos learn once and for all. Even the hobbits don't have feet like that, Kappa. And I then said, responsibly, in reaction to them, that's when you ignore the schizo ramblings and assess competent criticism and rational arguments from bandwagoning. It's what I do as a consumer and a creator. Then you don't fall under the camp that I have a problem with. I will bet you 99.99% of the time that if you bet against Smash GPT, you're going to come up aces every time. Nothing he says is usually accurate. That is a legitimate media grifter. That is the blind leading the blind. Okay, let me give you a quick analogy. People in ancient times used to always tell stories that make sense of the world, like if it rains, God is crying, or if there's thunder, God is angry. The people I have an issue with are people who do not understand game development, writing, art direction, so they make up stories to make sense of it. Unfortunately, because Outrage right now is able to be monetized, people jump in to be vocal about issues they don't fully understand. Toss in some bigotry, and that's how most grifts start. If you yourself do not think stuff like this, such as a black character is what woke, or make statements like a game featuring a minority or gay character is trying to indoctrinate your child, then I don't take issue with what you have to say. Critique a game for what it's trying to do, instead of singling out a dev with accusations of bigotry that are then unproven. I'm adding the then unproven section, because that's the fair way to read that statement. And I then use that specific post to respond to the thing that they then said with this giant message. And this is a big-ass message. So, we're going to read it. I said to them, verbatim, I can understand where you're coming from. Narratives and arguments are like wielding giant kinetic meteor hammers. I make the point because unlike ancient times, we have been imbued with the digital library of Alexandria. You have literally the library of Alexandria. You have the entire internet at your fingertips. If someone is tautly and tentatively lying out of their asses, you can demonstrate this and compare it to someone who is left of center, right of center, dead center, or narco-primitivist of any position, being a giant idiot, signaling to other uninformed, low-informed, or cultist bandwagoning idiots that appeal to authority and channel size. So the people who tell you that they're pro-consumer, people like Mark Kern / Grums, people like Smash GT, Jeffrey Tarzia, people, ironically, like Yellow Flash, but Yellow Flash doesn't really operate in this sector, not unless it has to do with comics. People from the left wing, like Alyssa Mercante and Dave Paul Riviera, hiding behind the antics and the Spartacus tag of Link to the PASP, PASP as in PASP Blue Ribbon, as well as the handle of Airbagged, Kate Bush's husband, and the constant tactic of them and their audience members trying to pretend that they are not who they say they are by basically doing the I am Spartacus routine by running several different accounts listed as parody accounts to cover up which one is actually operated by him when it's pretty obvious which one it is, because he literally tells people to go watch his fucking Twitch from the one he's personally operating, which is a form of band evasion, and the likes of the Mighty Keith, and the likes of 8-Bit Closed Fist, and the likes of My Life is an RPG, and other such leftist media grifters that, for the example of those who were involved in High Guard and were thanked as primary game testers, you can compare it against those people and find out if they are in fact appealing to authority and channel size and telling you that you're wrong because, lol, you just call everything woke. Hating them honestly, to take a phrase from the Legacy of Kane and Kane himself, is not something people, per capita, are capable of when they are at the maximal dogmatic, especially when representation, reputation, and opportunities are on the line. In this job, people get lazy. They look for somebody else to do the work for them so they can just absorb it by osmosis and regurgitate it, and then spam links to debunk anyone politely disagreeing or surreptitiously arguing with them. There's lots of reasons why, but the easiest one to explain is that it is a media grift. This job is measured in balls and strikes. People don't remember you, they remember your take and whether or not they can make or like that they can look or make you sound stupid for partisan reasons. This right here, in its totality, is really all there is inside of the quartering shit. Most of the people that bitch and moan and complain are just fucking stragglers that are repeating the talking points they got from other fucking people. They didn't do the research themselves to care. Now, if you want to see here and really say, well, Carl, come on, you don't think it was weird that Chrissy Mayer had specifically that mind in her head about wanting to have the ability to seduce a first 16, now 18-year-old male? I don't know, nigga. Do you think it's weird that the Duffer Brothers chose to write a scene inside of a show that's supposed to be basically The Goonies and 80s celebration action adventure stories for kids with a guy who was literally chosen for the role because of how sexually attractive he looked with his shirt off? In a scene where all these hot moms are trying to seduce this guy, and it happens to be that the one he says hello to and says, I like the new swimsuit, is the one that's literally written to be a MILF character? I don't know, bro. How about any other example, any other situation where that could have happened anywhere else in social media or in media? How about any other content creator who specifically chooses this level of sexual attraction and sexual power to speak? Is it any different than the Reisuko OX woman, the Dino Mommy paleontologist? Is it any different than Sabrina Banks, the heavy-set, medium pudgy pog, who recently has been impregnated by somebody? Don't know who, but she's having a baby and or has had a baby. No different. No different than any other person that could media grift in any such way amongst the people they want to make their money off of. It's the exact same shit. It is unfortunately your job to call the balls and strikes. And that ultimately is the problem here in the example of the bordering. It is supposed to be Chrissy Mayer's job to call balls and strikes, but she's not calling balls and strikes. Chrissy, at minimum, is willing to slide shit under the bus. It is unfortunate that she's doing that. However, in the places where it matters most, I'm gonna go with the things that she actually said and did, not things that she's been accused of that nobody can definitively prove, and that they're playing up as a problem. This is the issue that I have with the example of the shit that was being done by Brittany Venti, because she's filibustering and poisoning the well to begin with. Number one. Number two, once they actually commit the action, that's when they should be free game. Instead, leading into this, people have already assumed bad faith. And then when they see anything that gives them the auspicions that that is the case, they immediately go to the nines. More than likely creating the same effect that happened with Wig TV as is happening here. Now, if they know and knew, they fucking knew. In the case of Melanie, Melanie would have known, but Chrissy shouldn't have known unless she had a conversation outside of this, which is where the $100 I'm gonna take you under the wing message comes in. She knew already because she had been told already, because she had associated with them already to know that it was coming. That's where a bunch of that shit comes in. But unfortunately, this is a bunch of random fucking filibustering that comes from people who are not willing to tell the honest truth about what's going on there. And it just ends up being a sandbag multiple times over. It's a mask. It's an abdominal mask. Multiple times. It's fucking sickening. And it's wild. Because, really what they're here for is for blood. They're not interested in getting to the truth. They want to join in the reindeer games. And so, it happens to be that Chrissy gets singled out. Because she's the one who's the platform. Now, she should be criticized, 100%. But, they've decided they are both bad faith. Instead of like trying to understand whatever part of it she has in it and trying to figure out who's doing what, because nobody's actually going to care. They're in mob mentality. Quote, we don't care if he's your friend, you're just a shitty friend. So, like I said, the things that we're asking for here, the things that are actually fair, is one, stop saying that what's happening isn't happening. That's number one. So going back here, they want you to address reality. Then, they want you to confirm what is true and what is false. And then thirdly, 3 is kind of simple. That's calling balls and strikes. If you're going to be like this, you must engage in Carl Luther. Let's see here. Do I have a couple of posts that have my image on it from before? Looking inside Relaxation Lounge. Bloop, 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 bloop. Yes. So, the example that I gave before, where I called out Anthony Gramuglia for supporting a pedophile, that's number 3. Which is to say, you need to call balls and strikes. Those are the 3 things that people actually want. They want you to demonstrate that you get the problem. Do you understand that what we want you to do is to actually condemn the behavior? Don't say he's your friend and I'm so grateful for him, blah, 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 blah. No. Tell me, do you understand what he did and are you going to continue defending it? Those are the actual things any person could be asking for you to say. Because that's the actual bare minimum that I, as a influencer, would expect somebody to inform somebody about. Simple 1, 2, 3 punch. Stop. Don't say that it's not real. Address that it's happening. Don't try to subterfuge the conversation. Say what he did out loud. And make sure you call balls and strikes. Have your opinion, have your take, have your action, but call balls and strikes and do your fucking job. Now, unfortunately, for these people, these users that are at you, they don't care about that. For them, they will endlessly look for yet another thing for you to have problems with. Because you've been marked already. It's a scarlet letter. the fat man's scarlet letter. You've been branded as a flagger. You've been branded as a friend of the flagger. So everybody will accuse you of the same shit that they're doing, despite the fact that you should have the integrity to say, listen, I'm not about that life. Quote, no, we just want you to not be a hypocrite. You can't be free speech while not saying a word about Jeremy's own words, admitting that he flagged them and had the intention to flag them. It's the hypocrisy. It's the hypocrisy. It's the hypocrisy. Authenticity is the currency of the future, Chrissy Mayer. Flagging smaller channels is a cool color. Kappa. Mel, address the Ren Fair video. Hey, Melanie, address how he got banned from the Ren Fair for doing the same shit that he was doing drunkenly on a broadcast. Man, there's a lot of retards inside here tonight, Kappa. But address the content. If that's not an example that we want to use, if we don't want to use me as the example here, if we don't want to use the example of what I said here as the example, then you can use both of these at the same time. Here's an example there. Here's an example directly from the chat room from the comments of the users in question. This is all you ever actually have to do. This is the 1, 2, 3 list that you need to have. 1. Address the claims. Kappa. 1. Address the claims. 2. Do not pivot away from the truth. And 3. Call balls and strikes against your friends when they're doing wrong. If you do these 3 things, people will shut the fuck up and go away. But if you don't do those 3 things, they're not going to leave you alone. Because until they get this from you, they will assume that you're down with them and that you'll protect them endlessly. That's all it comes to. That's literally all it comes down to. These 3 things. If you address these 3 things, it's fine. But let's see where it goes from here.
Than others. I feel like even as long as I've like grown up in the faith and all that stuff, I feel like prayer is one of my weaknesses. I don't feel like I'm as good at it. Like my husband's so good at prayer, and most nights we'll pray together, and so he'll just lead us in prayer, and then it's like, okay, and then he wants me to end the prayer, and I'm like, I feel like I'm not nearly as good at it.
Like play ball.
But it's just like, man, I can, when it comes to like being dedicated to reading the Bible, man, I've was so on point with that, and then it's like
the entire chat room is demanding Rinty Vinty come on now. The chat room mods eventually get won over by the chat room. The quartering made a slop short and asked about the oranges. Orange emoji. We aren't dumb. Venti wants on. Check your Juno. Bring on Venti now. Venti, Venti, Venti. Venti, Venti, Venti.
it's like, man, with praying, it's harder for me. I don't know if it's because it's like I am a bit.
You insult our intelligence.
Introverted, which is funny because people don't immediately think that if they see me on social media and stuff. But it's different if you actually, you actually like, you know, how much am I able to interact with people outside and all that stuff.
If Jeremy is innocent, why is he ducking Yellow Flash? We read this one before. So, catching up to the future, we're going to jump to 105. So here, we get into the example of all of the things that I just said about point number 3 coming to fruition. Chrissy mods are on our side, boys. Base Jannies, you have no power here, Hamcook. Total something D, total quartering death. I don't know if TMD means exactly what I think it does, but TD in any context like this means total death. As in, total felting, total butt frustration, total destruction. You know, like total destiny death. That's life ruination. This one is more like the quartering being embarrassed.
And Chrissy Maga on our side. Boys, base Jannies have no power here. Okay, don't know what half that means, but thank you. Clint,
I'm glad you're getting super chats. This
how
is
do you feel? This is great.
This is great.
This is not great, actually. The two of you continuing to platform these questions allow and enable more people to send in money to basically have their chats read on camera. Because you guys are basically giving them the ability to be a billboard. Now, is that a bad thing? In context, no, not really. Paying people money to be noticed live on air is a step. However, because you didn't set a rule of what level of super chat dono you're going to accept for asking questions ahead of time, because you're not from this world, people can basically comment things for $2 like, Chrissy, show Melanie your new Bible. And this is a way for them to get a subtle dig on you. Or, for $5, saying things like, I don't want to hate Melanie. She probably just wants to go back to simpler times, blaming the left, hating the gays, and playing fun video games. She needs to leave her man. Both of them. Lol. Meaning her husband and also the quartering. People insulting the women and then saying, that's an insult to trash, bro. You have to set a rule. You have to set a boundary. Because you don't set a boundary, they're going to keep saying this shit. And that's exactly what they did. Because now, you're going to start seeing a lot more of the antagonistic comments.
Like, we'll laugh at it. We can have a laugh at the comments, but these, I love it.
I love it too. Thank you guys. Howdy people. Sorry I'm late. Has Melanie said forgot yet?
I have. I don't know. I don't know the limitations with YouTube and stuff, and I'm not trying to. Yeah.
You're trying to be a good guest. Dead Reckoning, Fred Warski, and PPP through Josh Moon. You dummy, and they got taken down. You can't deny that. I just.
Period. Jeremy didn't threaten Warski and PPP through Josh Moon. He had DMs where he clearly said to him what he was going to do to them. He didn't use them to deliver the method. He aired out the DMs of what he was saying in private. That's different. Yes, they got taken down, but you're putting a lot more emphasis on Josh Moon being the attack vector when all he did was communicate, here's my stance, here's what I said, here's what I did. He was very clear about that on his own broadcasts of Mad at the Internet. Literally, it's where those posts came from. He clipped them, and then he made the post, and he put them out there for everybody to have.
So have no idea about any of this, but thank you, Dead Reckoning. Do I say true or false? I don't know. I'm confused. Sam Cameron, Adam Sellers wants to know how was your weekend.
It's great.
And then, of course, the trolls. The constant trolls. How was your weekend? How was your weekend? Signaling towards the shorts, which isn't helpful or productive for conversation. The chat room is screaming, blazing at this point, saying it can't all be made up, Melanie. Melanie, it can't all made up. It can't all be made up. People reacting to the fact that Melanie's not screaming the slur at the top of her lungs, now asking, is she gonna follow the YouTube rules? And then people asking, did Hannah Claire quit and get replaced?
Great. That's great.
Okay. Is that somebody from G4?
Or that was Adam Sessler. I don't know how Adam Sellers. But hey, I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Raphael Salvador. I love Chrissy. She's so sweet. I love that she's streaming with her grandma.
Oh, how nice.
Melanie. BLT Soft. Jesus wouldn't side with Cuckcher, should you? Really, BLT? Do you go to church? How do you know?
Yeah. I don't know who Cuckcher is.
I would say Jesus loves everybody equally. Aided Clock. So we are for censorship now. You going to keep that energy on FNT next time you're on? Again, you have to be more specific, Mr. Clock. But yes, you can see me on FNT this Friday. 4 o'clock on Nerdrotics channel. Fierce Ranma, does this apply to Smash JT as well? Mel?
Absolutely nothing I've said has applied to Smash JT. I do not keep up with what he does. So.
Should I know who that is? Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. You probably don't. That's fine.
Gladiator, show your flag history, Melanie. We know you flagged a channel down reacting to you.
Oh, I did. This is news to me.
Thank you, Bill.
Oh, cool.
Soda, you morons do realize that all this chat spam is only promoting this channel, right? It is. Thank you.
Yay!
I don't know what you're mad about. I would say that's true of human beings in general.
Yeah.
Arcade Post. Arcade Outpost. How was your weekend? Check it out and let me know what you think in the comments.
Thank you.
It's Wednesday.
Yeah, it's Wednesday, my dude.
Usually you ask. That's more of a Monday question.
I did spend last weekend practicing drawing.
There's a comment in the chat room that was posted up for, I believe, $5 Canadian. Jerry told Noel that he would contact YouTube and Kick to get Kino Casino's channels nuked. If he didn't do it, then he owes them an apology. The fact of the matter is that he did do it because he admitted it. But everybody's litigating questions basically to a woman who does not inform herself in social problems. So basically, you just get the same looping of issues over and over again. However, let's get towards the back end of the broadcast. where the chat room gets kind of ignored temporarily. And then Super Chat's here. Glad that you brought up Rex Jones. Jerry ran from him.
You brought up Rex Jones?
I'm sorry if that was a low blow. I've actually thought about the scenario for years now. No offense to you or your late father. Rest in peace. Justice for your dad.
Jared ran from him. I don't know who that is, but thank you. Josem. She's an empty egg carton. She's eggless, just like Jared.
Jeremy does not have eggs, so that much is true.
Yeah, I had an egg. I had a baby 2 years ago. It was like I imagined the egg was just like the hang in there cat. The real rude eye. So aliens? Any theories on what's coming, and do you think they exist? If it needs to be addressed by religious leaders, or is it compatible with the Bible without needing to justify it? Ooh,
That's a good question. It wouldn't surprise me if there was some sort of like demonic psyop going on.
So they ended up getting a actual question about something people were interested in, rather than just more people reacting to it. Mods commenting on the fact that Chrissy said that she had an egg. This is really the video that you really wanted to watch. You two are the reason to be pro-abortion. Mel laughed at taking food out of the mouths of editors' families. Proverbs 17:5 in King James Bible version. Whoso mocketh the poor reproach his maker, that he is glad at calamity shall not be unpunished. What does Mel plan to do when filters and an inch of makeup are no longer enough? Anything using her brain is obviously out. How's Mel heard about giants being found in the Iraq War? This is just a little love to two beautiful women. Justice for Chrissy's dad. It never happened. Chrissy would have never left the comedy show. Nick and April would have never been a thing. The kids wouldn't have gotten hooked on blow. We could all live happily ever after. Ripped. XOX. Sorry.
Ben and Chrissy wouldn't have left the comedy show. Nick and April would have never been a thing. The kids wouldn't have got hooked on blow. We could all live happily ever after. Yeah, I guess so. Thank you. Always love it. It's my job to bring up my dead dad. Dad reckoning her. Why did Jared challenge Yellow Flash and then ran like a communist pinko? I think we talked about that. Push-ups. You guys would love the Book of Enoch. It describes how the sun moves through portals to revolve around the flat earth. Whoa. Anything pro flat earth I'm on board with. Studying hard are off topic, but can you condemn Yellow Flash for face reveal? Specific memory erase machine. Don't exit yet, and I can't wait until they do build him. I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that means.
I'm sorry, but thank you. Matinee, haven't supposedly U.S. forces killed giants in Afghanistan.
Yes.
Cool. Never Cuba starved. That was a low blow. You're not sorry. I've actually thought about this scenario for years now. No offense to you or your late father. I don't believe you, but thank you. I think you're trying to be shitty. Sneed Dave Williams.
So, here's the point in the broadcast where Chrissy is far fucking done with this shit. She's heard, sat through, nominated, and tolerated enough of this shit that she no longer wants to have anything to do with it. Which then rolls into the secondary chat room, talking about the oranges.
It's ours. Oh, Nick.
I feel like you did that bad for anything that's.
Oh, it's fine. Well, that was it.
Hi, I'm Ali. I'm an English
Wow, she was going crazy on this shit.
teacher, a dialect coach, and today I'm going to show you exactly what actors do perfectly.
Oh, is that all right?
Cheerio, cut!
I'm kicking the dog.
Kappa.
Dumbass.
We're just.
So, filibuster of opening bits for the Simpcast. Then Chrissy opens at 9:32. Now, from here, it is a shit show. It is a fucking shit show.
Just gonna make content and twist what I say to fit your narrative to make money, and that's fine, and that's your progress, and that's YouTube, and like it's fair use. You guys can, make content, of course. But I just felt like I had to be true to myself and be honest and address all these concerns, and clear some things up. So if you think I'm a grifter, if you think I'm doing this for money, please don't super chat me. I want to make that crystal clear. If you think I'm a liar or unfunny or ugly or whatever, or full of shit, or did I say not funny, then please give your money to somebody else. If you think there's a streamer out there that's been covering this in a way you like better, please give your money to that person. Support who you want to support here. And I need to say this up top. Kino Casino needs to get his channel back. The Clips channel needs to get their channel back. All of these channels that were affected by Jeremy's actions need to get their channels back. I think it's something like 13 or 14 channels that have been deleted. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they all need to be restored. This is bullshit. People are allowed to make content. And flagging for privacy complaints is wrong. It reminds me so much of what Sniper Wolf would do with the stealing content too. Stealing content
is wrong. The Oranges video, when I finally watched it, I laughed because I'm like, this reminds me of Sniper Wolf. You know, you can't just take someone else's content without, you got to transform it, you got to comment on it. It's stealing content is lazy and it's wrong, and flagging for privacy complaints because someone's talking about your wife or whatever else, if you have beef with somebody, is also wrong. Okay, people.
Now, if this was where the stream began and ended, and then she like made this not a stream but a video where she addressed this directly, then it would be fine. Because what did we just cover? What did we just talk about? What was the list of things that we just discussed and talked about, right? Unlike this one does not have a side chat replay screen for what's being said. So let's put them side by side, and let's compare and contrast what I just complained about and what I laid out versus what she just did. It was a 1-2-3 system. She needed to not pretend that it wasn't happening. She needed to address the shit correctly, and she needed to call balls and strikes. She addressed the claims. She did not pivot away from the truth. She was calling balls and strikes against her allies and rivals when they are doing wrong. And then also said, please stop super chatting me money so that you can antagonize me. Like, I'm okay with this shit. She did all three of the things! She did all three of the things! So we should be good now, right? Everybody's happy. They harassed Chrissy, they antagonized her, they used her as a billboard for their problems, and they made it so that if she didn't react to it, then they can decide to say, oh, she's in on it too. Might as well add it to the shit, right? She did all these things. It should be done. It was not over. It did not end here. It was not done. She dug herself deeper. Let's watch.
Are allowed to make content and comments about cringe moments I've had in the past. It's part of being on YouTube. It's part of being like a public figure or whatever. And I think Jeremy today deleted his Twitter, and I think I saw there's a lawsuit out for him today, which is good. I understand. I've really put a lot together in the last few days, and the outrage is completely justified. These people deserve to get their channels back. These people deserve to get their livelihoods back. And it'll be interesting to see what comes out in Discovery with this lawsuit. I also heard of another channel called Undead Chronic. I don't know who you are, but their channel was banned too, and they should get their channel back also. Any strike that Jeremy caused just because somebody was talking about them, that's messed up. And I hope those strikes go away. And I hope everyone gets their channels back. And I hope, yeah, I want there to be accountability for the messed up stuff that Jeremy has done. So I want to make sure that's clear. I want to explain first my intentions for my stream with Melanie. I had Melanie on my show on Wednesday, and I had been trying to get her on since really Easter, since my confirmation, since I converted to Catholicism. I wanted to have her on because she's my friend. I wanted to have her on to talk about that, to talk about she just got married. I want to talk about our faith. And I was so excited. She hadn't been on Simcast in a while. I was so excited to have her on and finally like reconnect. I know it sounds like sad, but sometimes I look forward to streams as a way to like connect with an old friend. Who knows? Like maybe it should have been a phone call, but it was a stream. You know what I mean? And I wanted to connect with my friend about my conversion, which I was really excited about. And I know I'm new at the Catholic thing, but I'm excited to be on what I feel like is the right path. And I want to talk about that with her.
Pause. So, in context to all the other things that was said, this is where Brittany Venti needs to eat a cock, okay? This right here poisoned the well for everybody. You choosing to go out of your way to say, look, she was talking about all this other shit with dicks and shit, but you're a Christian? Oh my God, oh my God. She wasn't a Christian before. She didn't believe in that shit. She converted to an entirely new faith system within the last 2 years. Last few months at this point. Had a kid 2 years ago. And here you are fucking wiling out to the nines? Huh? Huh? What the fuck did that have to do with Jeremy? Nothing? Are you gonna apologize? Nah, why would she need to apologize? She had more than enough ammunition that she eventually then got later from this broadcast alone. And then the one afterwards. But then, hey, here's these things. Here's this other stuff. Here's these other things. Still wasn't good enough. Because then it legitimately was not just about that, but about, like, basically, why did you not immediately give in? Which is the roundabout problem here. But that's because Chrissy's not really a creature of the internet. Not particularly. She doesn't understand the rules of engagement here. And in its truth and in its fullness, the problem isn't so much that you had Melanie Mac on, but basically you were not prepared to deal with the level of drama that you were going to be getting. It's like when Danky Jabot was being supported by the commentary community, and everybody shat down the throat of Lewis McClung, and Lewis McClung was not ready for literal faces and figures and head casts of the commentary community operating the chat room like fucking kings and rallying the entire chat against him in the time it took them in Cataclysm to basically figure out that, hey, this shit's not going good for us, it's going sideways fast, I'm gonna cap out and be the one that apologizes first so that Lewis gets all the heat. It's the same shit. Yeah.
I never meant to like mislead people, you know. I never connected the drama that was going on with Jeremy to Melanie. I never thought that Melanie needed to answer for Jeremy's sins. I knew there was drama with Jeremy. I knew he had beef. I knew there was shit going on. But I never at any point thought, well, this is Melanie's fault. She needs to answer for this. She needs to speak on this. She needs to call this out. So
pause. The thing that's stupid about that is that, okay, you don't think that it's Melanie's job to speak on Jeremy's Lolcow. It isn't. But you, as a host, should know damn well that the internet does not play by fair rules. And that they were going to use you as a billboard to air out their grievances and issues while choosing to attack what is your friend. And rather than make it clear that you would not allow that to happen, and instead of making it a pre-recorded broadcast that you would then upload as a video, you instead chose to have her on. You chose to have her on live, and you allowed the platform to get used the way it was against you. That's a you problem. You did that. And now, coming afterwards, woman, that's woman behavior. That's full-ass woman behavior.
And I never advertised that stream as a call-out stream or an ambush stream or an accountability stream. Nowhere in my title or description or in the body of the text of my stream with Melanie did I ever say that I would talk about the quartering drama or any of the shit that he did.
In the words of that one sexual meme that's posted by that guy that's like, there's hot, adult, attractive, muscular women out there. I don't want to be fucked by those hot, muscular women. That's not for you to decide, little girl. That's not for you to decide, little man. You don't get to decide what your broadcast is, little man, when you actively know that there's ongoing drama and you decided not to draw a line in the sand publicly, which then creates the opportunity for people to come at you sideways about that bullshit. Because that's what all of that circles around. You should have known better. You should have known better. And you did know better. Because you are on Friday Night Tights, a show that literally is centered around clashing counterculture and culture in entertainment media. You know that's what people give a shit about. You knew. You fucking knew. You fucking knew and you let it fucking happen. She should blame you for that. Because it feels like an ambush when that kind of thing happens. And you didn't at all take any time and precaution. Not even the wherewithal to know to screen the questions ahead of time. Ha 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 ha. A little bit of some more woman moments there.
So I wanted to talk to her about getting married, my conversion, and our faith, you know. So when I had her on and I see the chat, I panicked because I really wasn't expecting all that. I wasn't expecting 2,000 oranges. I wasn't expecting 2,000 brooms. When people say, Chrissy, the chat tried to tell you. The chat tried to tell you. The chat was extremely hostile. The chat was extremely insulting to both of us. And what am I going to say? Melanie, there's 1,000 oranges coming in. Let me put you in the waiting room. Well, because I was really overwhelmed and taken aback by all that. And
well, you see, Chrissy, what that is a sign that you're not good on your feet. Hello? Huh? Comedian? Female comedian? You're supposed to be good at improv. You're supposed to be good at crowd work. You're supposed to be good at being able to figure out how to deal with the situation. You have an advantage that most people don't have, which is the fact that you can stop the heckler's veto before it happens. And even if you allow it to happen, you know, because if you stop it from happening, that'll be a sin against you. If you don't stop it from happening, I'll criticize you for having not had the wherewithal that if you're going to have a talk with your friend, knowing that there's drama going on, you're going to have to do something. The first level of balls and strikes is that you chose to leave the door open. And then, as you left the door open, you're saying, what was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to do? Anything other than what you did? Take charge, be commander. Any level of shit more? Not lie about what you said about Brittany Venti and take ownership of the things that you know you did wrong versus the ongoing drama where people are litigating it through you, about her, about the both of you, live on air.
I froze, and it's funny because on my screen here I have my questions from my interview with Melanie Mack, and one of them was, you addressed the quartering drama back in April. Now that some time has passed, how do you feel about it now? So it's like I did bring it up with her, and I even though I wasn't going to like center our chat around it. And when all those chats and angry messages came in, I just figured, well, I guess she talked about it as much as she wanted to talk about, and I don't want her to get her upset by seeing all this. Like, was she expecting all this? And again, I was trying to keep my stream to like an hour and a half, like I normally do, and the stream ended up going 2 hours and 15 minutes because of all of the super chats. And at the end, I was trying to like move it along, and I wanted to read everybody's super chats because I know that people get upset when you don't do that. But I also felt like, oh god, these super chats are upsetting her, and I feel like it seems like she's talked about it as much as she wants to talk about it. And I didn't want her to get upset, so I just was like, all right, a lot of these chats are saying the same thing.
There is some legitimacy here where this is going to be a strike against the people antagonizing them. She has the right to say fuck you to your questions. That's something that actually everybody gets to do. I get to do it, you get to do it, she gets to do it, Melanie gets to do it, Jeremy gets to do it, the Quartering gets to do it, Kina Casino gets to do it, everybody gets to do it. Everybody that chooses to litigate through super chats, you have to understand that they can't ignore your shit. Now, whether or not they address what you're saying, if you're 100% right, is entirely different. But if you go out of your way to be antagonistic, and it's not a debate, it's not a presentation between people, where somebody has control of knowledge and somebody's known for trying to stop others from talking about things openly, there are times where you crash out, okay? You don't always crash out all the time, with 100% all the time. You crash out according to its necessary need. To each is crash out to their need of spurred. You don't go hard in the paint all the time. The people going hard in the paint, hard in the paint, like the guy who chose to talk about her dead dad and tried to pivot it into Nick Regatta. You can't do that. That's wrong. Those of you who spent way too much time doing the oranges, looking for a way to like one-up each other, to see who could say the meanest thing. But everybody else just bringing it up and having it out, yeah, that's fair. You have to deal with it. Sorry.
I'm not going to apologize for having her on. She's my friend. I wanted to talk to her about Catholicism, me getting confirmed, and her getting married. She caught the bouquet at my wedding. I wanted to talk to her. I wanted to be like, hey, why wasn't I there to catch your bouquet? But so if it's going to upset you that I'm not here to apologize for having my friend Melanie on to talk about my conversion, I am sorry. And for those of you who are upset that I didn't have Brittany on that stream, by the time she had messaged me, I had wanted to wrap this show up. I had wanted, because it had been 90 minutes. I get tired at night. But
pause. You made actions and statements about Brittany Venti. You have to face the Pied Piper. Saying, oh, but I wanted to wrap it up because I was tired is cope. You admitted that you lied about her. Take your fucking lumps. Face the Pied Piper. You are the show host. Face the Pied Piper. But Carl, didn't you just say she has the right to... No. We're not talking about random users. No. We're talking about her... We're talking about Brittany Venti being allowed to face her accuser. That's different. You don't get to make statements and actions as a private or public figure that you know are falsehoods that you admitted were false, and then state them as though they are fact and not be addressed. That's a strike against Chrissy. Cowardice. Pure and simple. In other words, I'm sorry you feel that way. The admittance, the broadcast, the live stream.
But again, it only extended as long as it did because I wanted to get through all the super chats. And please don't give Brittany Venti crap for not being on that stream. Please don't give Nina Infinity crap. Like, none of my friends or people I stream with should be getting crap for how I handled or didn't handle a stream.
Pause. She is correct, but unpause. The way that this happens and the way that it's being covered and the way that it was going, there was manipulation of information, which means as far as the internet should be concerned, everybody's in on it. So fuck everybody. Until somebody addresses my statement the way that it needs to be addressed. Air quote. That's something that should be done for a user that is a trusted member, not random people trolling a broadcast with their money. Or what you gonna do? Other than nothing. Kappa.
So I'm not gonna apologize for having my friend on because that's retarded, and I'm allowed to make the content I want to make. I also really want to address Nina Infinity's stream from 2 weeks ago. So 2 weeks ago, or 2 weeks before I had Melanie on, I was on a stream with Nina Infinity and also Verbal Riot where we did discuss the quartering drama, and I watched it last night to refresh myself because I heard that I was listening to Camelot and Nina's stream, and I was like, wow, I need to listen back to this. If we talked about this Jeremy stuff more than I had remembered, and I listened back to it, and I was honestly shocked. I was like, wow, I'm actually really embarrassed that I didn't recall everything in this conversation. And I dropped the ball. I should have been up to speed on everything. And but the main point I'm making here is I did not connect Jeremy's drama to Melanie. And this Nina stream happened 2 weeks before my stream with Melanie. So I had kind of compartmentalized that. I was like, well, that's Jeremy's stuff. That's not Melanie's stuff, if that makes any sense. I didn't bail on Camelot's stream on Thursday. I know he's making it sound like I bailed on his stream. I always had a scheduled guest Thursday. So I streamed with Melanie Wednesday. Thursday, I had my own in-studio guest, Nikki Huntsman, who I'd scheduled a while back. So I had her on, and she's not like in this part of the internet, so I wasn't going to spend my whole episode with her going over this stuff. So that's why that happened, and Camelot knew I had that stream already. And then Nikki was an hour late, and not like giving her crap, but like it was an hour late, which pushed everything back later, and I just didn't have time to go on his stream after that. So I didn't bail on Camelot. I didn't purposely not have Brittany on. I wasn't trying to.
Pause. This is narrativizing. Now, here's the problem. The first strike goes to Camelot. Camelot, if you knew for a fact that she already had appearances and you're accusing her of dodging and sweeping and running, knowing for a fact that's a lie, fuck you for that. That's bitch-ass behavior, just like what Cog was doing. However, Chrissy, again, you're narrativizing that, well, it wasn't my intention, it just happened that way. And it's like, okay, but why does it keep seemingly happening that way? The person was late. Can't control that. But why does it seem to keep happening this way? How are you a person who takes part of a show that literally stays on top of news, media, and drama in the consumer sphere, and you somehow completely forgot one of the hottest stories of the month? Chrissy! But Carl, she doesn't really focus on that kind of drama. She's more focused on, the talk show type shit that she can keep up with her guests about. Bullshit. 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 When you operate in cyberspace, you learn to pay attention to what's happening. This is keeping your ear to the fucking ground like a Native American and hearing the buffalo coming, nigga. What do you mean? What do you fucking mean? What do you fucking mean? There's no way you forget. How could you forget? It was everywhere. Well, it slipped my mind. Oh, how convenient. Did it slip your mind again when you saw them 2,000 oranges? Well, I just saw the oranges and I froze. What am I supposed to do? Just like a woman. That's me being the most maximal bad you're going to get out of me. That's it. Enjoy it. If you need me to hold the face for the thumbnail, let me know. 1's in the chats, 2 in the chats. Who's paying attention? Who's still awake? AFK check. Ow. Oh, it feels so weird. Ow. 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 6-7. 6-7. I dare you, Buster. Cool. Everybody else is lurking. Continuing.
To do an ambush gotcha stream. That's not really my style. And I know from experience that that's how you lose friends, is by throwing somebody on and at the last minute being like, haha, just kidding. We're not here to talk about
Well, you see, there's levels to that. I would say for Brittany Venti coming on, you have to talk to her afterwards. Not during, afterwards. And say, hey, this is what's happening here. This is what's happening and going on. This seems to be something that's really serious. We're going to have to litigate this and address this. Here's how we're going to do that. Can't happen day of. Not in the way in which you're describing it happening. You just kind of have to accept it for what it is. The people who are the detractors, that is. People do get busy after all. But not getting your tard cum, not getting your Lolcow milk in the order and the way that you want it, that's what makes YouTube shit nowadays. Can't do that.
your wedding. We're here to, you know what I'm saying. I also need to touch on the fact that I was given conflicting messages about what was going on with Jeremy. It's hard to ascertain the gravity and the truth of a situation when I'm being told two different things. You know, I have one very good friend telling me, look into this. And then I have another very good friend telling me, this is a nothing burger. This is just drama. And then when I tweet, what's going on with Jeremy? The responses are, cuck, 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 he's a cuck. Okay, I don't care about his like sexual life or his marriage, or you can understand how that's confusing. That's a lot of different conflicting messages.
No, that's 3 messages. You were told, 1, this is a nothing burger. 2, you should look into this story. And then when you ask about what the oranges are for, you see messages saying cuck, 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 cuck. So you have people who are trying to use you as a methodology to engage in pirate software levels of Moldova's fig tree, Moldova's fig tree, Moldova's fig tree, which is what I'm going to phrase it as when people are engaging in the worst faith dissertation of a person's drama and repeating what is the most mimetically viable. So for pirate software, it's Moldova's fig tree. For furries in general, it's, hey, did you know this guy's a furry? Fucking furry! He's a furry! And for anybody in their particular drama, whatever the most viable thing that they can be made fun of possibly could be at any point in time.
So that's why, you know, Nina's stream wasn't really top of mind, because I was being told by Melanie that it was not a big deal and that it was a nothing burger. So it's, that's... You know, I'm not going to read her DMs.
Pause. You were being told by an employee of the man who is involved in the bullshit that allegedly it was just a nothing burger. So who was the other friend who told you to look into it? Was it Zuhu? Was it Zoo? Was it X-Ray Girl? Was it another member of Friday Night Tights? Was it a female friend that you work with? Who? Who was it? Who? And then, if, for example, you were completely unaware of the actual narrative and the narrativizing that's been going on, why not reach out and talk to Kino Casino directly? Oh, it's because I don't operate in the world and it would have been blah, 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 bullshit. You're a talk show host. Make connections. Reach out.
I don't really like to read any DMs. I think that's a sleazy thing to do, but I'm just trying to explain. Like, I was given a lot of information on this, and I'm just now kind of going through and figuring out like what's true and what's not. I have to clarify that I'm not being paid by Jeremy in any way, shape, or form. I accepted coffee from him
at that time. You were not being paid in any way, shape, or form at that time. I consider the $100 dono that he gives you to basically be payment for you to hide under his wing. But I'm not accusing you of anything bad faith. If anything, I'm calling you lazy.
For an event we did back in September called the Content Hotel. It was, like 8 months ago. He sent me coffee. He was one of 12 sponsors who sent different food or coffee or whatever for the green room for the event. And so I thanked him, just like I thanked all the other sponsors in the body of that event, if that makes sense. So I thanked Coffee Brand Coffee
in the content house description. It's not like I'm thanking him on every single stream. I think somebody may have taken a screenshot of that and ran with it to make it look like I'm sponsored by Jeremy or sponsored by Coffee Brain Coffee. It was that one event. He gave me coffee for a 48-hour live stream 8 months ago, and that's it. I hope that clears that up. Another important thing to keep in mind here is that I am not the streamer or person that I was 2 years ago. I'm contrary to what a lot of you think. I'm not terminally online. I'm taking care of a 2-year-old all the time, all day. I don't have him in daycare. I don't have him in preschool. He's completely unvaccinated, so I can't put him in daycare or preschool. I have to watch him. He's all day with me, and I am not trying to have. I'm really doing the best I can. I'm probably gonna have to homeschool him because we live in New York, and you have to take like 1,000 different vaccines to even get into kindergarten. So I'm like preparing myself for that. But I'm really trying not to have. When people say, "Chrissy, why don't you have videos on the background? Why don't you research more?" I'm really not. I don't have the TV on when he's with me all day. I'm really trying not to look at my phone. I'm really not trying to expose him to much screens.
This is fair, but that's also very convenient. This is like the 3rd or 4th time I've said, okay, but that's really convenient. When you put him to bed, you don't do research. When you put him to bed, you don't look into it. When you go and talk about setting up for Friday Night Tights, as you guys are setting up the show, you don't ask the round table, hey guys, do you guys know anything about this fucking shit going on with this creator? No, none of that shit, none at all. No. Very fucking convenient.
While he's with me, I'm trying to read to him. I'm making sure he's eating. I'm making sure he's napping. You know, you guys, all of you that are parents know this. So I'm just trying to let you guys know that, like, yeah, a couple years ago before I was married with a kid, I did have time to do a deep dive on, say, like an Eliza Blue. But I don't have the time or mental bandwidth to do that anymore because my
Make time or get off the job. Shit or get off the pot. It's not an excuse. It's understandable. It's not an excuse. It's not gonna fly. And honestly, that's not on just my opinion. That's on the reality of concentration. If you got DDG out here impregnating people like Chloe Bailey and trying to be a big shot, fucking around with Duke Dennis, fucking around with Streaming University, if you got Dale, if you got Low Tier God representing himself in court to get fucking time and to get ownership and paternity of his daughter, if you have me doing the shit that I do, where I'm taking care of an old woman, like my member of my family, of which I'm paid for, but even if I weren't paid for it, still would have to be my job. If I can find the time, you can find the time. It's not an excuse. You're a grown adult. Map out your time. Oh, but I don't have it. Hire someone. Pay someone to be a researcher. I don't have the money to do it. Convenient. Figure it out.
my priorities have shifted. I'm a mom. I would so much rather be a good mother and a bad streamer than the other way around. And so I'm not enough time to do the research that I used to do or should do. I do a lot of I've done more now. I do gaming streams. I do reactions to body cam footage.
You're allowed to do reactions to body cam footage and play video game streams. Try putting the two together like everybody else has. Take the Asmongold pill. And, yeah, it is me. Yeah, it's 100% me. It shouldn't be like that. What it do be? She can figure it out. Just like everybody else.
I do content that doesn't require a whole ton of prep work because I know I don't have the time to do the research and stuff.
Then do the research on air in that broadcast. Come on.
And I've got hours of shows to watch for FNT every week. And
so do it while you're doing that. The fuck? Well, I gotta do this I gotta do these things and I gotta do this stuff for Friday Night Tights. Okay. Tell Gary to give you some extra time.
and then I'm still trying to find time to be with my husband before he takes over for the night and I have to start streaming. So I'm just not, you know, you might think, oh, it's lazy, but like, yeah, I'm reacting to body cam footage. I'm doing gaming streams. Yes, I still do have some interviews, but nowhere nearly as much as I used to do 2 years ago before the baby. So, and if you'll know, people who follow me know that like I'm not doing morning streams anymore because that's when I'm with him. My streams are all basically outside of FNT, 9 p.m. or later because that's when he is asleep for the night. And he's 2 and he's still nursing, and I don't know how to get him to stop. He even today on Mother's Day is trying to like
stop crying. I don't care about your tears. You're not doing enough. You're making excuses. You're complaining. You're whining about equal treatment. Accept that you're not doing enough. Step up to the plate or step back.
Pull my boob out at the brunch table. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. So
what the fuck you tell me that shit for? I don't want to know about your titty.
Yeah, if that's disappointing to people or people have a hard time grasping that I really have changed as a person in these last 2 years, and
for the people who want to antagonize you, that think that you basically sharing and spilling the girlfriend tea with 2 porn stars is attritable and immutable, they don't give a shit. Tell them to go fuck themselves. For people like myself who are more interested in calling balls and strikes, come on now, stop it. Grow up. Grow the fuck up.
Yeah, that's what's happening. Like I'm so fully dedicated to this 2-year-old that yes, that's why I dropped the ball and didn't research this drama as much as I probably should have over the last few months.
Few months, not days, not weeks, months, plural. This drama happened for at least 15 weeks. Do you realize how long 15 weeks is in the months that happened? That's 3 months. 3 months of this shit. When were you going to make time to do it? Out of the 3 months, where on your days in a week did you say, I'm going to commit time to learning? Never? Crazy.
I also need to let you guys know that major things have been going on with me the last few months. For those of you who have followed me and know that my dad was murdered like almost 3 years ago, some of it is pertaining to that, and I'm not going to go into like great detail of that because that's not everyone's business. But some issues have come up with that. I mean, I don't know how many of you have like had again, and I'm not saying this as an excuse. I'm just trying to give you guys a sense of like where I'm at, and I mean, this. I don't know how many people have had a family member murdered in their home, but it's kind of torn my family apart, and it's something I deal with all the time, and I don't talk about it all the time because like I'm not trying to fucking bring everybody down, but there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of other personal stuff that I've been going through in the last few months that has very much distracted me and taken up my headspace and kept me from doing things like catching up on the quartering.
Pause. If you're not ready to talk about this thing that weighs on your chest, don't bring it up. This shouldn't be a live stream. This should have been a pre-recorded video. And when you feel yourself getting too emotional, because unfortunately, your emotions will be used against you. They'll say you're using woman tears. I literally just said, stop that crying shit. This shit's not tear-inducing. This is. This should not have been a recording. This should not have been a broadcast. This should have been a video. This should have been an edited statement about things that went on and had happened. That's what this should have been. If you do it that way, you avoid this. Because if you feel yourself becoming emotional, then you're able to find the time to center yourself to then go into detail. Because the problem is that you brought it up and other people brought it up. And so people who aren't in the know want to know. They're going to want to know. Any rejection of not saying anything is going to be seen as, well, that's weird. Why was that brought up then? Why did you bring that up? Because you brought it up. And there are many times where you brought it up, and there are many times where other people brought it up. In that broadcast that we just looked at, other people were bringing it up to hurt you. And thinking about that in that way, fuck them niggas for that. You knew you were wrong for it, chatters that chatted that. How dare you? However, You, Chrissy, baby, Bubby, Bubsy, Booby. You can't go there. Come back. Come back. Come back. You're live. Come back. Get in the moment. Get in your head. Titty up. Titty. Toughen up. Step over chest. Power through it. Otherwise, record this. Make it a video. Don't make it a broadcast.
And I've seen people make the argument of like, Chrissy, how could you not watch all your friends' content? You stream with all these people. You're friends with all these people. My algorithm is not my friends' content. My content. It's my algorithm is Major League Baseball that I watch with my husband. It's like it's ways to remake your backyard, and it's like toddler content. It's like, why won't my toddler stop nursing?
She has a feed of a mom's intake. Why should she have the YouTube feed of internet drama that she can't be permanently online about? Which is a 100% fair statement. That's a ball and strike against people who are acting like retards, that think that everybody has time and bandwidth and bandwidth for it. The people who do, the people who don't.
I'm 2 years old. That's my content. That's my algorithm. That's what's passing through my YouTube. So, that for people who can't possibly grasp why I wasn't up on the Jeremy drama and why I was not in a position to be calling it Melanie, making Melanie speak on it. That's why. Another point is I also used to work for somebody controversial. I worked on the Anthony Cumia network on the Compound Media for a few years, and I think I had a show on there. When did I start there? Maybe it's like 5 or 6 years. And so I understand what it's like to work for someone who's controversial, for years. Even now, even though Compound Media's been over for 2 years, I still get shit for working for Anthony Cumia. And he's got himself into a lot of controversy, and he has had a lot of drama that I have had nothing to do with. But yet the internet still demands I explain or speak on his behalf, or what I'm trying to say is like, I know Melanie worked for somebody controversial, but I didn't think that reflected on her because I also used to work for somebody controversial. I used to work for Anthony Cumia, and a lot of people didn't like him. A lot of people have said horrible things about him too. So I keep that in mind. And for those of you that are upset that I am only streaming on Sunday instead of Thursday, look, I had my planned show on Thursday. Friday is when I go on Friday Night Tights. I was asked to not go on there, and no shade to Gary, like that's what he needed to do for his show. I totally get that's what they wanted to do for their show, and then we went away for Mother's Day weekend. So I'm not going to inconvenience my in-laws, my husband, the baby, 2 dogs. I'm not going to say, hey everybody, can we cancel our weekend plans? I have to make a video and address angry people who hate me and will never believe a thing I say anyway. So that's why I'm here Sunday doing my weekly show and talking about it here. And I think I've pretty much addressed all the points that I've wanted to, that I feel like have been mostly the concerns of many of the people who've been critical of me. And I don't appreciate and when people bring up, oh, Chrissy, you retweeted this tweet about SJW mob tactics. Yeah, I think the whole guilty by association thing is bullshit. I don't think that we should be...
Pause. There's reasons and levels to it. Should you be excoriating and antagonizing people by saying that they're guilty by association because they don't immediately dogpile on top of somebody else and take the shit out on and fuck with people who act in this capacity and level? No, that is retarded. That is retarded between all the ways in which it can be retarded. But can you be able to say that there is a reason and there is a level to why these things matter, and why would it be a concern for why a person should be discussing it and should be concerned about it? There is actually a reason. Yes, there is. There is a reason to care about that. There is a reason to address it. There is a reason to go for it. However, most of us know that that is not what some people are doing. We know for a fact that's not what many of them are doing. It is retarded that they are making that as an intonation of what they are trying to do, but that is cope, and we all know that it's cope. And they won't tell the truth that we know that it's cope, but that is what it is, unfortunately. It is what it is, and you kind of just have to accept that that is what it is. Oh, good, the 7 Deadly Sins Origin game is finally out, and it's free to play. Yay!
Coming for blood on people who are simply friends with someone else. I don't think we should be coming for blood on somebody who had someone on but didn't talk about the things that they wanted you to talk about. Again, if I had known and connected all the dots, if I knew today what I knew on Wednesday, it would have been a completely different stream. But again, we can all play Monday morning quarterback, and hindsight is 20/20. And I think that's everything. I think that's everything I want to cover. And I don't think it's right. Again, I don't think what he did was right. I don't think it's okay to flag channels for that. And I really do hope all these people get their channels back. And I hope YouTube restores everything. It's not okay. It's very fucked up.
So anyway, in my attempt to try to have a normal stream, I have some guests. Oh my god! All right, maybe I should get to some super chats before I do that because I just want to blow through this. Gary Carpenter, hail mods! You're gonna need some moral support tonight. Still love Chrissy and hope we can all get along, even when mistakes were made. Thank you, Gay. Chaz, playing stupid won't help you or make you fertile.
Pause. That right there. That comment right there. That comment right there. That's what I'm talking about. If we're going to have the ability to hear people out, like Christy in this moment, and we're going to call balls and strikes, this is violation of 1, 3, and the general fucking vibe. That kind of comment is what people are going to use as a justification to say that people just want permanent blood. This is what allows people like Cog, this is what allows people like Chrissy, when she knows she's in the wrong, but, you know, bare minimum, benefit of the doubt to her, but not benefit of the doubt to Monday Matt, not benefit of the doubt to Pistose, and not benefit of the doubt to chatters that are going to hide anonymity behind this, saying shit like this. This is the reason why snark behavior is unacceptable. This is the reason why snark behavior is unacceptable. Imagine if this was a content creator who decided that they were going to side on the issue of, no, I'm for the Kino Casino, and decided to say this head-ass bullshit. You will have to pay for shit like this. The fact that it's done in anonymity does not help. Is it fair for them to say it? No. Is it justified for them to say it because they think that she might be using tears as a justification? Even so, why the fuck would you say playing stupid won't help you or make you fertile? She already has a kid. What? That's just misogyny! That's just blatant misogyny! For the love of the game! What?
Good to know. Aided Clock. So you got caught sweeping for a flaggette. People are digging up your lies, all for a drunkard who betrayed his oldest friend since deleted his Twitter and crash out. Welcome home. Thank you.
You were doing it on purpose! No! Stop! You got caught sweeping. She wasn't sweeping. You could accuse Melanie of sweeping. She's effectively dealing with the consequences of an ambush. Also, lie, singular. She lied about the fact that she was already aware of the Brittany Venti shit, and she lied about bringing Venti on because she didn't want to antagonize her guests. That's the one lie that I know of. And you're saying that you're doing it on behalf of him? Sag.
So you got caught sweeping for a. How was your weekend, Orange? Daniel Moore. Don't bring on Nina. I ran, please God. All right. Hi, Cherry. Hi, Kim. Hi, girls. I don't know the extent to which like you care or no, but anyway, hello. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. How was your weekend?
Kappa. I swear to God, that statement's gonna go down in history as one of the worst ways to troll somebody. What have you done? Jeremy Hamblin, what have you done? Hamburglar!
I brought the orange chair for support.
Orange chair.
Kappa?
Yeah, well, how was my weekend? How was Mother's Day? Mother's Day is always awesome. When
Happy Mother's Day. I didn't.
Happy Mother's Day.
And Venti is here. And Venti is here. Hi, Venti. Hi, Venti.
Hi. I have to. So really quick, it wasn't a privacy complaint. It was that Jeremy had threatened to get his non-Indian YouTuber representative, to strike the Kino Casino. He said he would take everything, and then he was publicly endorsing it, and so it wasn't a privacy complaint.
Okay.
That's true.
And then also, it's not about like guilt by association. It's that Melanie was defending Jeremy's actions, not really addressing them, and then reframing it as, well, it's just because the hater trolls, SJWs, whatever, and people who had legitimate criticism, rightfully so, of him trying to deplatform people that you were co-hosted with on FNT, him coming for me and everybody else, that's wrong. And Melanie is essentially co-signing it and not really addressing it on stream and reframing it like it's just trolls. And I don't think it's fair to say that it's just guilt by association.
Yeah, it's definitely not. But she also, like, Melanie comes off extremely manipulative in this whole situation.
Well, as Chrissy said in the intro, she said that Melanie was kind of saying, "Oh, it's a nothing burger" type of thing. Versus, Nina had messaged Chrissy about it. She had the stream about it where Nina showed the screenshot of the tweet from Jeremy that said that he was coming from my scalp, Yellow Flash, and a few other people, and Chrissy's coworker (S) more than one. But anyway, so Chrissy had seen this, and when I saw this after I got off the phone with Chrissy, and she had gotten done telling me like, "Well, I didn't know stuff," and then I see that stream where Nina is breaking the entire thing down, where, hey, like Jeremy deplatformed people. Here's a screenshot of the tweet of him going after Brittany, Yellow Flash, and other people, and then it's like, well, I didn't know. It's like, well, in my opinion, to Chrissy, as I said on the phone to her, I think it was more than enough information. And I get and Chrissy is being honest when she's saying that she has a lot of in real life stuff going on. Like, I'm going to be honest and fair. She does. And obviously she doesn't want to like talk about it online. But anyway, so it's like this inconsistency. And it's like, one more thing. Specifically, Nina had sent a message to you, Chrissy, on the day that you had Melanie on. And she said, well, Chrissy, you're going to ask Melanie about Jeremy. And then you didn't respond to it. So I understand where you're saying, I didn't connect the Jeremy thing was connected Melanie, but Nina connected it for you and had explained it 2 weeks prior. And then 2 weeks before that, you responded to Melanie's tweet. So that I don't understand how it's the case that you didn't connect it. And I think that's how other people view it too.
And I totally understand how people are viewing it. I did not connect all of Jeremy's drama and bullshit to Melanie. I did not. When I interviewed her, it was to speak on these other topics, and I didn't think she was responsible for what Jeremy did, if that makes sense. And
when Nina messaged you, what did you think?
I wish that I had, like I said earlier, I dropped the ball. I should have recalled that conversation with Nina. And again, it shouldn't reflect poorly on you or Nina. Like, we tried to warn you. Again, like, no one should be giving you shit. You guys are not my producers. You're not like in charge of my content. So nobody should be giving you a hard time or like associating you poorly with me. No, we tried to tell her. Like, I'm so embarrassed that I didn't recall that conversation with Nina from 2 weeks ago. You know what I mean? Like I said, I have a lot going on, and it's not. I should have had all, crossed all my T's, dotted all my I's. I should have, I should have like been more. I'm thinking I'm just talk to her about what I want to talk to her about, which is my conversion, which is not something I have to like research. I just went through it. And
you said there was conflicting things, right? That Melanie was saying like, oh, it's a nothing burger essentially, right? But Nina 2 weeks had told you otherwise. So if you're saying that you had her on anyway because there was a confliction, then that doesn't make sense to say that therefore you didn't know. But even if we did assume that, right, and it's like, you just didn't remember from 2 weeks ago, even though it's serious, like I think that would be something to remember when he's saying he's going to go after me and he's already deplatformed people. I think that's on your responsibility, especially because we've known each other a long time and we worked together a long time. Take something like that seriously. And when Nina's telling you as your friend, so she even told you the day of. She told you before she had her on.
Into it, and one friend is saying, it's a nothing burger. It's like that cancels each other out. And then when in my tweet where I was like, what's going on with Jeremy? Everyone's like, he's a cuck. He's a cuck. It's like, I'm not interested in his love life. Okay. I think anybody can understand these are conflicting, confusing messages. And the friend I'm about to do a stream with is saying it's no big deal. So I'm kind of going to go with that because that is who I'm going to speak with. If that makes sense. Again.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. The logic sounds competent. It sounds competent. But the problem is that it depends on the timeline of events. If it was laid out in a very simple, very concise methodology, and you didn't have the time to do it, this creates a problem now. I'll do it like this. So, here's the current issue, okay? The current issue at this time, Chrissy, is that you've got the Gal Pal squad here. Okay? And you have Brittany setting up a timeline of events. It's like a causal loop. You say, I don't have the time to research all these things. Which is why you then get all of the shit that happens from that broadcast. So, let's put it like this. You say, I don't have the time, my friend says it's a nothing burger. Which then leads to you saying, this is what caused this outcome, right? I don't have the time, I can't research it, therefore, this live stream is going to become people going at my friend like this. But, in reality, if the problem is actually that you just blew it off, and somebody broke it down in a concise methodology for you to consume it. Let's see if I can find it if I Google it. Nina, Infinity, Jeremy, quartering. Nina Infinity's emotional statement about Chrissy Mayer. The funniest part of that clip is that Tim Cassidy wasn't watching the quartering.
But I got into some, I was responding to somebody's comment on air, and it made me think about what you said about Chrissy while we were talking about the situation and about how she should have come on your show, because you have to address these kind of things pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And it just kind of made me think that I should address this quickly because, as you know, I made a statement yesterday morning before FNT happened.
Yeah.
Now, you know me, like you and I, you can vouch.
Yep.
That you and I were basically kind of watching that Mel stream together, like in DMs, like we were talking about it specifically after. And I mentioned to you that I had that stream with Chrissy and that I had told her about all of this and that I was kind of in shock. Like I was actually in shock about what's happening. And I told you very honestly that I don't actually know how to handle the situation because I really like Chrissy and she's always been so kind to me and I really love her.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt incredibly gaslit and kind of in denial about what was happening because I was like, I'm going through a lot right now too in my personal life. Like my husband's sick and I'm taking care of him. And that was one of the reasons I couldn't come on tonight.
Right.
He's just sleeping now, so I can like come on for a minute. I just wanted to basically let everybody know that I was struggling with this a lot because Chrissy and I have been close, and I feel very upset about what was going on. So, I went and like when I realized it, when you kind of realize somebody's lying to you, it's a really hurtful feeling. So, and we have had DMs like since then too, and I've told her straight up that this is just, like, it's just so unbelievable. So I've told her to hold herself accountable and to admit that she's lied. And I'm not going to like share the DMs because that's not how I roll.
Right.
But I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that like I have been trying to get Chrissy to not do this. Like that, I just didn't understand why she even had to have Mel on. Like I DM'd her that morning and I literally said to her, "Are you going to address the quartering issue?" And she never messaged me because I wanted to tell her, please make sure that you have pushback questions for Melanie because she's going to come on your channel and she's going to try and obfuscate everything and then not freaking answer anything and try to basically create this situation where she's the victim and so is Jeremy so that she can call everybody, basically say everybody's just JW and they're trying to cancel everybody, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So, and it was hurtful and it still happened again. Like it just happened again in DMs, like after when she replied to me again and I was like, okay, she gave me a bunch of excuses and I was like, all right, well, it is what it is. I hope she handles it different. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I honestly don't know. So I don't know if Fenty's going on. I know I said you're not planning on going on. So I don't even know if she's going to have a show. So I have no idea at this point what's going to happen. I just know that when I realized that I was really being lied to, I went back and watched my show this morning because I was like, this happened 2 weeks ago. And, Verbal and I like to have fun. And I didn't even remember talking to her that long on air because we actually had a longer discussion after the show was over about the same topic. So it actually kind of all, how it is, Cody, when you're streaming a lot and everything kind of blends in together. Like I didn't even remember how much of the stuff that I had said to her in public. So I was like, I need to rewatch that stream. So like I went and rewatched it and I was like, oh my God, I literally told her everything. Like I told her everything.
Yeah, when I was watching Venti react to it like 2 or 3 hours ago, I was like, holy shit, this is everything. This is all the information right here.
Yeah, I told her everything. That's why remember when I was so upset? Do you remember in DMs when I was like screaming and I was like, I can't believe what's happening right now?
Yep.
Well, because of that conversation, because that was the last conversation I had with Chrissy. So I feel betrayed.
Yeah.
So this is from Camelot 331. This was a month ago to May 10th. I'm looking on Nina's channel, and I'm going far back within the months. Here is where she talked about breaking the narrative with... I have to assume it's Chrissy. Yes, that's Chrissy. Then 2 months... 2 months, 1 month, featuring Aiden with her platinum blonde hair. Kids Save the Bus Driver, More Incredible Good News, Blake Lively, Baldoni, Midnight Edge Reunion, he took his grandma to prom, But He's Normally Cooking, Live with Baby, Betty Boop movie, Alex Cooper pregnant, itchy. And more, breaking the narrative, cat kidney disease, AI taking over Hollywood, Cynthia Urbio, Stan Lee and more, Infinite Hope. So, May 10th. May 6th. So this is May 6th. This is May 8th. So, what is Nolan cooking? And then firefighter delivers her baby. May 15th, too far. What is Nolan cooking? Breaking the narrative. May 13th. Took his grandma to prom. May 8th. So, somewhere between May 8th and the rest of that week, she has a conversation somewhere. It's not on her channel. Lord knows it's not tagged in the DMs. But, so now we have the timeline issue, okay? You say, Chrissy, that because this happens, this happens. And that's why all of that stuff leads to here. So technically, this goes here. And then this broadcast goes here. So because things happened the way that they did, because you didn't have time to do research, this becomes this, and then brings you here. But what Nina's saying here is that you did lay it out to, she did lay it out to you. She talked to you about it. She was very clear and explicit about it. And you just basically blew her off, and then this shit happened. So, this is a flowchart problem. What was the inordinate connection of time here that occurred? Because apparently, you did know about this. So which one is it? Did you not know? Or did you know? If you lied to your friend and you basically bullshitted her and she told you and you knew and you just forgot because you didn't want to fucking give her hardball questions, you realize that makes you look more like a retard and that puts you in the position of sweeping as you are, right? Because now we can completely remove from, say, Brittany Venti was showing off your degeneracy and, lol, you deserve to be attacked because of that degeneracy, right? We're fully away from that now. Now it's, you knew the timeline, you confounded the timeline on purpose to play victim and have tears, and now Venti is playing the arbitrator, and you're acting as though, like, this, other side of the screen, this never occurred. So was Brittany being a bitch, or were you just lying? Which one is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? Oh.
No, I see what you're saying, but if you're saying that
I knew everything I do now, and like putting all the dots together, and I have spent so much time these last few days literally ignoring my toddler to the point where he's in tears and making a fucking fit.
I'm spending so much time on things that I said that I shouldn't have to deal with, where I am a mother and it's supposed to be my job to focus on this, that I'm now abandoning my job as a mother. That's ammunition that's going to blow you in the ass. And I'm pretty sure they did cover that on Kino Casino.
But mommy's got to get up in the quartering drama, so tough shit, watch Sesame Street. And that's what we had to do these last few days. So, again,
Chrissy, I'm really sorry that happened.
Like I did today, back then, it would have been a completely different interview.
But when you're saying stuff like that, it makes it sound like, well, dang, I have to like take accountability here. And it's like, you know, you open the stream with I was bullied into it. And I don't think anybody would want you to say anything you don't mean if you're bullied into this. Like, who's bullying you into this? And all I'm saying is that there's a conflict with Nina telling
the users who decided to donate the money, air quote, that's what's bullying her in. If she doesn't speak, she's considered to be a hypocrite. But if she does speak, people are antagonizing her. But then when she does speak, people are also taking in information that she's choosing to give of her own volition. Like, why would you say that? Why would you say, I've been so focused on trying to catch up to this drama because I've got one friend saying that she told me and that she felt that she was betrayed because she felt lied to, that this is like an Aiden and Paladin dev, like a short fat talkie situation here. That's what this looks like. This looks like this person is felting you because this person warned you, you blew them off so you could make money with this other person, and now, when shit ain't sweet, now motherfuckers gotta know how sweet it is. That's what that reads like. That reads like exactly what I just put together here in Obsidian. It looks like you ignored your friend because you didn't want to sabotage and also ambush them with questions and answers from somebody who you did not come there to talk to. If that is the case, then it should have been a recording. You should have done it as a video. The same way you should have done this as a video. This should have been a conversation that was had in closed air, not for the purposes of online bullshit. It should have been you talking to Brittany, or you talking to these other people and Nina with Brittany, and saying, listen, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I need you to walk me through this, because I don't know, I don't remember. And then for you to come here and you say that live on air, oh, I've been doing this so much that I've been ignoring my kid? The Kino sends its regards. That's a Tommy gun, girl. What you doing? What you doing? That's weird.
Telling you about Melanie the day of in the message. Hey, you're gonna ask about Jeremy.
Yeah, I didn't see that
So
message
there's
before
that.
I streamed with Melanie. I was focusing on Melanie and these issues that I'm dealing with. It was literally taking place the whole morning of before I streamed with Melanie. So I'm focusing on my private stuff, and then at night I had my stream with Melanie. So again, like hindsight is 2020.
Yeah, I mean, what I said this to Chrissy before, and you know, she's correct. Hindsight is 2020. But in a situation like that, where like you may not be like up to date, or not necessarily not up to date, but not have connected the pieces yourself. You're trying to have a different kind of stream. If you're having a stream with your friend and someone's trying to like say, oh no, like switch the stream, have somebody else on. At the very least, you could say like, you know, I'll let Melanie decide if it's too much for her. Then we can do a different stream where we talk about this. That way, there's transparency for everyone. Because like D-Day Cobra said it best. Like the chat is the most important part of the stream. That's why we're here. It's what we do it for. So yeah, like, is there a better way to have handled that situation? I completely agree.
There is, and the problem is that you're now an audience captured content creator. Oh, you see, I couldn't do that because it was the problem, and it's gonna do the thing that destroys the stream. The stream. It was the stream, bro. The stream. Bro, the stream. I couldn't do it. I would be cannibalizing the stream. The stream, bro. The stream. It was the stream. You have to understand, I was doing everything for the stream. It was the stream, bro, the stream. Please understand, it was the stream. How long is that going to be the excuse that we're going to get here, dude? Really? Every single time? Every single time. It's going to be, I couldn't do this because of the stream. I couldn't do that because of the stream. I couldn't do this because of the stream. Sometimes you gotta say fuck the stream, bro, and do your job. I know, because I have to do it frequently. One of those things that suck the most is when I have to stop what I'm doing, then effectively lose airtime, and lose the attention of the people who want shit to happen quick. And just deal with the fact that I'm gonna have to take the fucking L. Because, unfortunately, there's only one of me. There's only one of me. I wish that it wasn't only one of me, but there's only one of me. And because there's only one of me, I have to accept that there are people who don't give a shit, don't want to give a shit, and only want the shit that they asked for. Or rather, the shit that they're willing to give space for. Which is the context, and the content, and the lore, and the blah blah blah. But you just gotta You just kind of gotta not do that. Ooh, they put Neil the Wardens with you on a 70% discount. Ooh, I'm gonna buy that right now. You just kind of have to accept that as the case. And if you're gonna keep saying the broadcast, I do all this for the broadcast. No, you do this shit because you do things that entertain you. That's what's important there. You do things that matter because you want to be entertained. And in being entertained, you're also trying to hold your own entertainment in balance with things that you consider to be important for other people to also be invested into. Otherwise, there's no reason for any of this, and we're just coping, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how else to phrase that. Like, you kind of have to actually kind of sort of be responsible. Ooh, this is on discount too. You kind of have to just be responsible and accept that you can't get out of your responsibilities. You just don't. I'm sorry. If you are allowed to avoid accountability, and you can just basically bullshit your way through half the things that you need to address, then it's not at all about any of the things that you said. It's only about placating the people you have there. And at that point, if that's what you're doing, then this is about you being audience capture. You don't do things because they're good. You don't cover things because they're interesting. You don't cover things because you believe they're necessary. You cover shit because your chat told you to. And they lead you around by that dollar. They lead you around by that money. Oh well. Fuck all those other people, I guess. Kappa. There's no nice way to say it, man. I'm so sorry. But there's no nice way to say it.
I also understand being overwhelmed by chat in the moment. And I watch your content. I think you're a great content creator. I think you're coming from a place of truth and logic. I don't think that you're trying to be malicious. Neither do I. I don't think Chrissy's trying to be malicious, but I definitely don't think you're on here to be any kind of like, you know, just like get like your little digs in at all. But I do think that maybe there could be some kind of like meet in the middle moment here. And I hope we could get to that. But I do understand how it looks, and appearances are truth, so they say. And that maybe should be addressed. But that's just coming from someone who's like observing, you know, Chrissy's side of things, and then trying to see Jeremy as he's an asshole. I think we can all agree he's like done the most fucked up shit here. And like, anyway, I don't necessarily, I don't have to go into my whole opinion on that right now. But I just hope that like this could be a setting where we can, you know, meet in the middle a little bit.
So why wasn't it a red flag for you when you have two conflicting things? Because you said you were thinking about the Nina thing, you're thinking about the Melanie thing. They're saying conflicting things. She's saying it's nothing burger. Nina's like, Chrissy, this is serious. Why is that not a red flag to look further into?
I mean, I know, like, Brittany, you're probably wishing, like, Chrissy, why didn't you handle this like I would have handled it? And, like, I wish I had your brain. I wish I had your talent for investigative journalism. I wish I had your talent for...
It's not investigative journalism. It's her antagonizing people on the internet to then build up a repertoire of amelioration so that when other people see what has been done here, they can say, but yeah, remember when Chrissy was solo on this? No, she was a bitch about it. Remember when she was getting felted live on air by Brittany Venti and Brittany was being so super based? Big dude, it was so super based. Dude, how could she not own it? She was just being a fucking pathetic baby bitch. Oh my god. That's what people are going to actually talk about, and that's what they have been talking about. It's been nothing but non-stop embarrassments. It has been nothing but antagonism of non-stop embarrassments. Not a damned person, not one. Ne'er not one. Ne'er not one has been concerned with what was the concern in the first place. It was just antagonism. That's it. It was just antagonism. And in being antagonism, they decided to let a load off. Right on your face. Big penis. Right in your mouth. Non-stop. Ooh, Marvelous and Xseed are having a summer sale. Oh no, my wallet! It's draining! So like, No, I'm sorry, I don't believe that. You kind of should have put in more effort and work. You are, again, a broadcaster. You are supposed to have the agile mind to see what things you should ask and to be prepared with the kind of fucking questions you're supposed to give so that you can be invested in this goddamn bullshit.
Deep dives. It's why people love you, Venti. It's why you have a whole chat calling for you. It's because you're so good at what you do, and it's why you're fun to watch and you're entertaining and you're fun to have on stream. I can't go back and change anything. I can only try to illuminate what was going on with me at the time.
Right. So I understand you're saying there's your intent there, but obviously like there was a misstep. And when you're saying things like, hey, I'm being bullied into it, and like I'm not apologizing for having Melanie on, it's not that people want you, I mean maybe some trolls, but like it's not about like you having Melanie on. It's the fact that she was on and then given no pushback, as she is essentially co-signing and laughing with Jeremy. You know, she's replying to his tweet about them
Nothing
getting
with Jeremy.
the
Jeremy
platform.
wasn't on.
Well, hold on. So on Twitter, when the Kino Casino got deplatformed off of YouTube because of Jeremy rallying for that and threatening to use his connections as a channel with 2 million subscribers, he posted a card that had like casino theme on it right after they got banned. It was the #1 trending thing. This is his job. He knows it's happening. He's been honed in on this for weeks at this point, arguing with them, going on drunken rampages, deleting stuff. He posts this card to taunt them, and then Melanie replies to it. So things like that are seen as her co-signing it, and she has not, even to this point, spoken up on her friend that, well, he pays her, so people have a problem with that too. And then she's not speaking up on the deplatforming. And so it's not, oh, well, I'm not going to apologize for not having a friend on. It's the fact there's no pushback, and the Kino Casino is not able to go on their YouTube and defend themselves. So that's why people wanted me on. And if you didn't want to have me on, then it should have probably been you that gave some pushback, considering that Nina had given you the rundown on stream. And it was enough to have some red flags. And even though it's a mistake on your end, like there's still like mistakes made that should, if it were me, I would apologize. But it's just,
sorry I didn't connect Melanie to Jeremy's drama. I didn't realize that.
The problem here isn't you connecting her to the drama and then treating it appropriately like an alleged smart person should. It was about the fact that basically you are picking a side and you're co-signing. Because what would be obvious to a person with everything laid out in front of them, to other people looks like, wow, what a cunt. And that's a no-no. That's the no-no. The no-no is that you didn't press harder and you didn't look harder. And as much and as crazy and as dumb and as wild as that is, it is what happened here. That's what happened. That's what you did. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Bro, that's crazy. It's crazy. And the thing you gotta accept there is you gotta say, yeah, that's crazy. That was stupid of me. How did that happen? Easy. You were focused on the thing you were focused on. You weren't focused on the rest of that shit. You were focused on the thing you were focused on. Oh, well. Okay. All right.
What he did was her, in some way, she was complicit in. Like the tweet you're mentioning, I didn't see it. I'm not like up on everything. I'm not watching everybody's content. The only video that I ended up watching,
well, it was about 3 weeks.
Okay, that's great. But you know what's also trending is my fucking personal life and the shitstorm that is my dad being murdered and other stuff that I don't want to get into. So sometimes your 2-year-old does take precedent over the quartering drama. And I wish I could.
Yeah, but you're choosing to work, and your work is to be free speech.
My
job
is
Pause. Her platform is the stuff that's in her concern. Her platform should not be absolutism free speech at all times, because some people don't have the ability to fight absolutism free speech at all times. And knowing that some of the people involved in the material are choosing to go way beyond the fucking pale to make this into something greater than it actually is, it makes it kind of obvious that you guys are going beyond the fucking norm. Like, it's pretty obvious that's what you're doing. It's very strange that's what you're doing, too. But calling spades a spade, that's its own issue. So, balls and strikes again. That's ultimately what we're dealing with here. Balls and strikes. Tell the truth. Tell the honest truth. Balls and strikes. A Bankai Namco summer sale, but it's none of the games that I want.
To be a mother. I stream to make diaper money. And again, I already said I dropped the ball. I don't know how many times I have to say that.
You said you were bullied into it. That's the thing, Chrissy. I'm trying to point out to you that it feels inconsistent. You're saying, hey, I dropped the ball, but hey, I'm also being bullied into it in the hostile chat, and then it feels like victimization, which is what
you're also bullying her right now in this moment. What the fuck is wrong with you? So, like, here's the problem. She's trying to take accountability, but you are basically pressing the knee in her neck. And at the same time, that you can say, yeah, but Nina tried to tell you, you ignored Nina, you ignored Nina, you ignored Nina. This is no longer about you trying to address things about how she fucked up and dropped the ball concerning Nina and her statement. This is now you, Venti, putting the knee in her fucking neck because your chat room wants you to execute her live on camera. That's what that is. The harder you press, and honestly, it's crazy that these two girls are not, like, interceding for her. But, you know, when the alt-right queen walks up to you, what do? It is now about you trying to decide, well, which ones was her knowingly doing a mistake, and which one is you painting her into the corner that it's a mistake, while you actively browbeat her, and try to make her captured to your logic and to your argument and to your audience.
It's what Jeremy's been doing this whole time, which is why he had to delete his Twitter account today and run away.
I think Melanie shrugged off a lot of that chat onto
There you go, Kimberly. Cut in from Chrissy. Save her.
You, and I think you were trying to be a friend, but also like the chat was ambushing her for a reason, and the reaction, like despite the intent, which I've known you long enough to believe that there wasn't a bad intention there, but what the appearance of that was that you were trying to make sure that she didn't have to take the heat, and what that did was pass it off to you. And whether or not she intended for that to happen, we'll live in a world where she wasn't being malicious, but like I think there's argument for the other end of that.
Oh yeah, Melanie should have known that would have happened for sure.
She knew. Yeah, no, I'm going to sit down on that.
way.
Melanie would have known that drama would have followed her into that chat, despite how long in advance you had planned this. This was reason. She knew it was going to happen. She knew it was all over the internet. This has been trending for months. And like I said, I don't know. Her whole argument about like, oh, I don't have to mention it goes out the window when you hear the things that the quartering is willing to go on live and say about her. So he's allowed to talk all the shit he wants about the people on his network. He's allowed to like, reflect on, oh well, like we wouldn't be sexually compatible because I don't like her boobs. While she's on her honeymoon, she's not going to address that. Come on, give me a break. I think that
that's the same reason people had quartering under fire for the bull and cuck stuff, because why are you bringing a swinger around your wife when you're branding off of being a Christian too? His co-host's a Christian, Melanie, very, very much online talking about Christianity.
So Chrissy, when you're answering the chats for her, like I said, despite your intention, that's what's happening. That's what people are seeing.
Moment, I was so overwhelmed by the chat and I froze, and my instinct was to like protect my friend. And looking back, I now feel stupid because she probably expected all of that, where I was not expecting 1,000 oranges. I was not expecting 1,000 brooms. And
she might have thought you were okay with it. I don't know what's in Melanie's head, right?
Look, but I don't believe that for a second. I think it was really rude and really manipulative. And I think that a true friend, if we're on the other end of that, wouldn't just sit there and say nothing while the chat kept coming in and coming in and coming in and coming in and coming in.
And she knew
very much left you out to hang.
How could you not know, right? It's like, because of how bad Jeremy has to lock everything down. So I definitely agree. Like,
oh, do we freeze?
Okay, sorry.
Has anybody tried to like have a stream with Melanie where
it's very obvious how combative Brittany came in here to be, because in that one pause where nobody can hear her, you can just see how the energy immediately changes and then right back to where it was.
This stuff is specifically called out, or a stream with Jeremy where this?
Do you think she would do that? I don't think she would do that stream. I think if somebody even in the news is like, yeah, I don't think so. I really don't think she would. I think she would ignore it. I think she would. And then she, like I said, I think she knew that if she came on this chat, that stuff would follow her here, and she knew that you were a loyal friend. And I think that was extremely manipulative on her part. And I stand by that, because fundamentally, it's like, okay, I actually know you like IRL too for a large extent. We spoke for a long time. We've shared a lot of personal stuff together. And do I think that you are a person at the end of the day with malicious intention? Absolutely not. Do we all fumble and do things that are come off wrong, and like you can add 100 pieces together and try to make it whatever it is, but I don't think the intention or the root of your intention has ever been malicious towards anyone. And I think that Melanie knew coming in people were going to flood the chat, and she knew that you were a person who would be willing to stand up for her. And then when it kept getting worse, she was just sitting there like,
and my
yeah, how was your weekend? I don't work for the quartering. I don't know what that means. Like, don't make me take up my triangle. I brought it.
And in that moment, I thought, well, it seems like she has explained everything she has to explain. It seems like she's talked about this all she wants to. And then I was like, oh, I guess I'm. So if it looked like I'm trying to speed through the super, I was trying to wrap up, and there's so many super chats, and I was like, I was really overwhelmed, and I froze, and I didn't want her to get upset.
Like nothing, and also I can tell this is stressing to you right now. Like I can tell that this is something that's actually weighing on your mind. And if it was really just about superficial nonsense, it wouldn't weigh on your mind. So like I'm just maybe I'm the pregnant woman trying to appeal to emotion, but the fact of the matter is, like, were mistakes made? Sure, that's absolutely the case. Melanie is being extremely manipulative. Jeremy has been caught doing saying and doing disgusting things, and it's not like that's changed. It's not like, oh well, it's post conversion. After conversion, you're still talking about your co-host boobs and why that makes her unfuckable. So excuse me, I'm not. It's just like we're not buying it. And everybody else, and she is directly covering for that. And she's saying, well, I don't have to comment. Like maybe on some of this stuff, the network you're working with, like maybe you should have something to say about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and while you're right that she
Okay,
definitely has some accountability, like there's still responsibility on Chrissy too, though, as a host to research, and especially when there's a red flag that pops up. And yeah, Chrissy's saying she didn't do it perfectly, but like there's so many things along the way, which is like, you know, Nina tells you right before you have Melanie on, and there's a bunch of hours between that. You know, you're informed 2 weeks prior, so it's like it's your responsibility as a host, even if you're busy with your child, and of course you're a mother first. But like at the end of the day, the chat's still giving you money, whether you want to say it's your job or not. They're the ones still giving you money as a free speech platform. So to have Melanie on and she's covering for Jeremy and him deplatforming people, it's not good. And it's not good to say that you're bullied into this and that the chat's hostile, because it's valid criticism.
Well, it was very hostile.
So I want to know who's bullying you.
Yeah, well, not having. I would have maybe leaned on Melanie more to answer the questions too.
I'm sure people in there were incendiary, but it makes it seem like victimization. So I want to know who is bullying. Who is bullying you to do this? Because you opened with, "Hey, I'm being bullied," into this, and it makes it seem like everything else you say.
I don't know. From what I see on Twitter, there's very much a call for me to talk about this stuff. Are you kidding me?
Well,
Can you imagine if I didn't?
that's not bullying, though.
Can you imagine if I just like didn't bring this up? How bad that would be.
But that just sounds like you're doing it to just do it instead of doing it because you realize there's an error in what you did, that you're informed about it.
I was never wanting to talk about the quarterings drama.
But that conflicts with your brand, your free speech. You profit off of being free speech, and you have to be.
I'm just trying to explain that I had Melanie on to talk about conversion, and I had her on to talk about her wedding. What does that have to do with Jeremy's drama? It's Melanie
because she co-signed deplatforming. And you were told this by Nina.
Like it's almost like you're not listening to what I'm saying. I didn't know Melanie.
I am.
First, after the fact, this is all coming together. But when I was going into that interview with Melanie, I didn't know she was co-signing the deplatforming. I didn't know if she was encouraging it or saying it was okay. I didn't think his mistakes had anything to do with her.
Right, but it was trending for 3 weeks. You have multiple red flags. You have to take time to research
it. I'm not online as I was 2 years ago. I don't wish I vaccinated my kid and put him in daycare. Yeah, I'd have a ton more time, but then he'd be having myocarditis and possibly dying in daycare. So I'm really sorry I didn't have as much time to do internet research before interviewing my friend about my conversion and her wedding.
But do you see how that sounds like a lack of accountability? Because it's like, well, I'm just here because I had to be. That's how it comes across.
No, I have this show every Sunday at 9 o'clock, and this is the drama that came up for me this week. So of course I have to address it on my show.
Well, yeah, because it is about platforming, and you know, unfortunately, Kino Casino can't be here to address it because Jeremy removed them, and as well as flagging other people and your co-host. He came for your co-host as well from FNT.
Yeah, I hope everybody who had their channels taken down by him gets them back. That's really messed up, and that's not cool.
Well, it seems like when you have Melanie on, and she's sweeping for it by not acknowledging it repeatedly, and you say, well, hey, I'm not here to talk about that with Melanie. Well, look how it turned out. And it's a conflict of interest because you're having someone that's helping getting people that you know, me, your co-host, other people. She's co-signing them getting deplatformed. And for all we know, this stream could go down too because of it.
Well,
so
she was pretending also that like there's no like every mention of him possibly being involved in the flagging was like a conspiracy theory, you know, like likened to the SJWs spreading lies to get people deplatformed. And that was just not the case. He was like openly bragging about how people were gonna feel his wrath, you know, and that's especially if you don't understand that context fully, or if you don't like see that happening in real time.
Well, here's the thing. Chrissy's point of contention with that is that, well, she didn't know that Melanie was connected with that. But my point of contention with that is that and it's not about like paying for the sins of friends. Melanie herself did something wrong as a content creator that is supposed to be pro free speech, and by platforming her and her sweeping under the rug and it not being pressed because you didn't press her on it despite Nina giving you information on him deplatforming. So that's what needs to be acknowledged, and it just feels like it keeps turning into like my toddler, which of course Chrissy is a mom and she should prioritize that. But you know, it comes to a point where it's like, okay, well, you have to pick a lane. If you can do the job, then do the job when you need to press someone about deplatforming, because otherwise it turns into this. And I think that needs to be acknowledged instead of.
Okay, I hear you saying that my job that night, Brittany, was to talk to Melanie.
That's a lot, Brittany. That's a lot, actually. So, oh, fuck me. So, Brittany, what you're asking for is a never-ending, it is that list of the never-ending demands and asks, where you're expecting her to be on top of the ball, and not only be on top of the ball, but to behave the way that you want her to behave. So it doesn't matter what she would have done if she had been smarter and had realized how to handle things in that situation. So let's go back and let's argue with Past Carl. Past Carl said, literally, hey, it's supposed to be your job to recognize that as a host. But now, Brittany, your argument is, actually, she should have been prepared to literally do the very thing that she said she didn't want to do, which was to basically ambush her. You believed it's your job to have her ambush her and basically act as a proxy of you. You have to go fuck yourself, Brittany. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Brittany. You have to go fuck yourself. No, Brittany. No. No. Not even then.
Money about my conversion and her wedding and Catholic stuff. My job that night was not to press her on the quartering because I did not link her with the quartering's drama. If that
I mean,
makes sense.
she also, like, if she didn't say anything about, like, how she thought
Your
this was
job
gonna
is
go,
to
I think that's
research, though,
disingenuous.
especially about the
I think I
platform.
just explained how I didn't have time to research
Well,
and I have a lot going on.
Melanie can be disingenuous.
Melanie should have said
Melanie
something.
can be disingenuous. We agree she didn't handle it right, but the responsibility isn't all on only Melanie. This is Chrissy's show, and she had.
Just sandbag. So, it's just the frequent sandbagging is the problem, dude. It's probably just the frequent sandbagging. The frequent sandbagging here is probably the thing that's the biggest issue. Because, hell, we don't even have the ability to get to the other woman, because the other woman's not mentioned in that. But it is the case that does confirm that actually Chrissy did not know actual shit. Like, Chrissy, originally here, from my own audience members inside of the thread, someone that Chrissy, Melanie, and Jeremy clearly don't know shit about, as a joke about Jesus Christ. But in this instance, it is actually the case that Chrissy didn't know shit. And in not knowing shit, you've decided to basically paint her in this corner as a bad faith individual who's fully in on the sex work and swinging shit, and thus is basically giving a pass on purpose, intentionally, to silence people. But no, actually, it's just you being antagonistic nonstop. French. So, from there, the last part, the last one, is the other one that's a part of the thumbnail. So, we've gotten how she dropped the ball with Nina Infinity. We've got how the ball was 100% dropped and 100% just out there with Melanie Mack running avoidance. What about Brimlow? What about Brimlow, people? This one's probably going to be the easiest one. I can't read. There you go. Let's see here. Which one do I want to use? Hannah Clear being out. Jeremy Hambley humiliates himself going after Hannah Clear. Hannah Clear Blimroll on train derailment. It'd probably be this one. So,
Feminist
to give context for the people at home who are still playing the home game, AFK check, 1s, 2s in the chats. It's about 7:48. We're about to be done in the next 10 minutes. For people who are playing the home game, who do not know about Hannah Claire Brimlow, this is her.
podcaster would never do that if she had a male guest on her show.
Can you imagine?
It's weird that she's okay with this weird stance.
And it would be, that's the other thing, is it would just be weird. Like, if a feminist podcaster did that with a male guest, like, it wouldn't, like, red pillars and stuff wouldn't even think that that was cool. It would still just be uncomfortable for everybody. Who likes that? Who's watching
I was
that?
thinking that if that had been me and she was feeding me the Dorito, how weird that would have been.
I was thinking about it. I was thinking, who is this for?
Yeah.
When you first played it, I was like, who is this for? Who sees this and they're like, yeah, I want to vote for these people for sure.
You know, I wasn't going to, and then
Lamar is actively a governor right now, right?
That's
like,
wild.
isn't that crazy? This is a sitting politician in America.
Doesn't she have a kidnapping to stage or whatever? Or I guess that was the
that was already
FBI.
done,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
actually the FBI was involved. The whole thing.
Did this spawn from like a show she did with that podcaster?
I think it's the promotional video
Oh.
for this interview that we saw clips of in the Post
Okay, so
Millennial
this is a
article.
style of humor that I don't get.
So, she's got a homely face. She's a bit of a firebrand. Here's Brimlow.
Now he's gonna read the
trying to go at Hannah Claire from this episode of his live Rumble show.
personal email correspondence between them.
No.
On the air. And this is a conversation that should happen off the air.
Yes.
Like, you shouldn't be handling employee relations publicly in front of an audience of allegedly 30,000 people. We have even further proof that it's really getting to Quartering by the way he's now treating Hannah Claire. We will now see Quartering snapping on poor Hannah Claire and calling her a bitch.
No.
Yeah. He's really unhappy with Hannah because of our coverage where we point out that Hannah's undermining him and laughing at him and is made uncomfortable by him. And so Quartering is really insecure and he's lashing out.
This is another, like, yeah, I know that Boogie was faking this. He wasn't actually a white dude for Harrison. They're putting him in there as a trigger liberal. I've seen so much. Oh, wait, the White House. Did the White House actually post this?
There's a lot of deepfakes around, so who knows?
But they have the White House
They
at the end.
obviously did.
I love how you could just put the video of the White House at the end of your video and Jeremy thinks it's legit, even though it's on Kim Katie USA.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
anyone could cut that, right?
Yeah.
Shut up, bitch.
Oh, she goes, you know, anyone could have cut that up, right? And Jeremy goes, shut up, bitch.
No.
Yeah.
Anyone could cut that, right?
Yeah.
Shut up, bitch.
Okay, that was not jokingly.
No, he was not happy. He's unhappy that Hannah keeps undermining his authority on the show.
Oh my
and so he's trying to put her in line. Now,
the idea and the audacity that this series of events led to Hannah Claire Demlow basically being dismissed from Timcast is probably crazy to me. Because we saw a version of this clip from the Roundup videos. You go at her at the throat, and you call her a bitch to her face. What? Huh? Really? You serious? Apparently they are. Apparently he is. He's just right up there. In her face. Okay. Wow. A level of respect for Hamley that I didn't think I had for him, I just lost. And then, here's this broadcast featuring Melanie and Hannah.
Notice, but I was like, I'm gonna not say anything because she took off on Tuesday, and then she made me think something was wrong. She just sends me like a text, I need off tomorrow. And I'm like,
oh, well, I mean, this is crazy, isn't it?
Bro, that's ridiculous.
like he's talking about like punishing her. I'm not really sure what happened because this is how the show immediately starts. So I think
I don't need your filibustering.
Tyler was like,
I know what's funny is she's obviously trying to lighten the mood.
Over her because he's losing his control because we're highlighting the deplorable working conditions that these women have to suffer, the strange sexual harassment they have to suffer at his hands.
Okay.
Jeremy too, like, went on Tyler and was like,
I know what's funny is she's obviously trying to
for him because he doesn't have to pay her. Him. Let's have a look.
All right.
okay, we should be good. Yeah, that's the punishment. See, I actually did notice, but I was like, I'm gonna not say anything because she took off on Tuesday, and then she made me think something was wrong. She just
crazy. It's showing me Schmidt.
Good to
yeah, Andy. It's wrong. Isn't it? I think he's but we're hot his hand.
Called her. I was like, what's going on? Are you okay? Like,
imagine the.
It's actually impossible to be able to understand this without the two of them constantly fucking pausing and thinking over the content and narrativizing. But Quartering reads out a text message that she sends. Hannah tries to lighten the mood of the audience.
Dare she?
She's just like, I need off work. That's it.
That's all. No, I didn't. I was nicer than that. But I was like,
oh, shall I read it?
Oh my
so now he's gonna read the.
So then, Quartering threatens to read the message.
Personal email correspondence, but shouldn't be handling.
And us.
Again.
He worries about his
does
friend.
worry. He's a nice man.
So they try and reframe it again, like to suck his ass and validate his ego. Oh, he just is worried about us. He wants to know what's going on because he's a kind and loving man. And that's still not enough to validate this freak's ego. He needs more submission from them. Like, and this is what this is. It's some weird power trip vanity project by this creepy old man to try and like get these women to validate it. It's weird.
Yeah.
Also, he was very cool about it.
Of course, I'm always cool about everything. But this is what I get from.
If you were cool about it, you wouldn't bring it on the air.
Look at how awkward this is. Hannah's hanging her head. Melanie's like looking very much uncomfortable.
Claire, okay? You tell me.
Ooh, the way she said okay there. I know this is micro fucking nitpicking.
Well, you have to though, because this is a very strange situation. Like I don't know of other shows where this happens. Really? Do you?
No.
Something like that, right?
From Hannah Claire, okay?
Look at her left.
You tell me. This is it. I haven't heard from her. We have a nice day.
I bet
she's stressed, impressed.
I just realized something. They're messaging each other.
Oh, is that what's going
Yo,
on?
I see. Like Hannah will look down and type something, and then Mel, like later, will fucking
Off Monday, right?
Right.
Hey, I need to take tomorrow's show off.
They're messaging each other. I guarantee you.
I would be worried too.
Like how Hannah's like, yeah. They're a fucking adult. Like this is not retarded.
That's the entire message. I was like, are you in the hospital?
Look, I would say this. If they had a guest who was like a once in a lifetime, bringing in million viewers, it's like, bitch, why the fuck would you take off the day that we had this happen? It better be a great reason. That's the
But
only...
there were no guests.
No.
It was just she was replaced with Nina Infinity.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
But watch out at the end of
True. That is true.
this how nasty quartering is to Hannah. It's really nasty what he does.
Really? Okay.
Too much, you know? Like,
Awakened Bear asks, why is he being such a dick? We think it's because our video, we talk about her facial expressions and how she sort of like mocks him, and then he probably watched it, and then he goes like,
just to do it for
Especially women, we tend to over-explain ourselves a lot because
so
we're nurturing.
they literally have to get down on their knees and apologize. None of your fucking business. Make this money doing anything else anywhere else. No one is going to pay her $500 a show to talk for an hour and a half or 2 hours. Like that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So
I get why she and Melanie are doing it. They're basically getting free money. You know what I mean?
It's
not quite
you know,
free.
random female. It was nobody even noticed. So it's
Do you hear that?
Shout out. This is an
Bring it back. See, did you see the way her eyes went so wide? He goes, I just brought in some random other woman, and honestly, nobody even noticed. You're totally
random female.
replaceable.
It was nobody even noticed. So.
And then she has to nod because she has to be agreeable and grovel to him, and it's just kind of disgusting, you know? Because he's basically saying, you're worthless. I can replace you like that. You won't be calling in sick, and you will be a yes woman, and you will agree and yes answer to everything that he says. And it's just like, it's very degrading to watch this happen publicly. Like, he could have just pulled her aside privately and been like, look, the casino guys are making fun of me. You need to be my fucking personal servant, bitch, for the next month until this blows over. Understand that, and you're not calling in sick anymore because it makes me look weak. And that would be more respectable than what he's doing. He's doing this weird public display. It's sick.
Yeah.
That was fine. Shout out. This is an all gold dial, gold bracelet.
So
I believe,
here it is.
Rolex.
So after dangling her job over her head, he then starts talking about Rolex watches again. And like subtly flexing his wealth that he knows what type of luxury watch this is.
Buddy, why would you tell? You're asking your audience.
Interesting correction. I would never spend money on one.
Oh, here it comes. Here it comes again, folks. This is crazy.
never spend money on
How much of this that exists?
Gold or platinum bracelet. I like watches.
Interesting correction. I would never spend money on one.
Ooh.
Well, look. Once a year,
Would you steal one?
Yes, I would.
I'm gonna be rich. I can't afford it.
Yeah.
Oh, did you hear what Hannah said?
Again?
Yes, I would.
I'm gonna be rich. I can't afford it.
I think he's telling us he's rich, but he can't afford it. So it's like this big humble brag flex about how rich he is. She called it out exactly for what it is, but that he's not rich enough to be able to afford it.
Yeah, just the gold and platinum bracelets make a already into like a $20,000 watch, which is like a Rolex Daytona, into like an 80.
Who wants to hear about this?
I am so annoyed with the two of you constantly narrativizing. Okay, so the event here is pretty easy to put together. The quartering is mad that Hannah Brimlow's reactions and facial expressions get used against him, because every single time that they choose to narrativize about the things that are being said and are being done or that are happening, while the two of them are uncomfortable, while he's fucking dick wagging in the office while they're live, she's giving pushback and counterpunches because, bro, you hired a woman that probably has a strong spirit and has a strong opinion that doesn't want to be a part of the shit for something that puts her in the podcast space. And you're expecting her to just be meek and let you narrativize over everything and talk over everything and act over everything in the way that you are? Of course she's going to counterpunch. And so, ironically enough, Brimlow probably comes out looking the best. She doesn't want to be involved in the situations. She asks to call out, not be associated in it, and unfortunately, that makes Quarter look weak. So he decides to fucking mock her to the face, and then she's like still counterpunching him. So this waiver of his authority can't have that. And so here we are. So Quartering's a pussy. He can't hiccup. Quartering's a pussy. He can't handle the shit. Ow. That hurt. He's taking out on his employees, and the people associated to them as friends. He's constantly fucking with them. He's getting them in trouble. They're getting in trouble because of the stances that they have to take with the shit that he's doing. They put them in a position of embarrassment. And then he says things on the level of, Hannah Claire is off for the summer.
HCB is off for the summer. She's working on family and her own channels, and once midterms heat up, we'll bring her back.
Hannah Claire died on the way back to her home planet, guys. She had to go home, and in going home, she died on the way back to her home planet. Face-ass kind of content. You completely destroy your platform trying to fight the one people that you cannot fight, Quartering, which is comedians who are more agile and witty than you. You fuck with probably the smarter woman of your broadcast. She calls you on your shit. She pushes back against your shit. She tries to do what the shit she's doing, and she's probably the only one who's smart enough to get the fuck out of Dodge. Good job, Brimlow. Good job, Brimlow. Then, you've got Chrissy, who allegedly knows more and knows less, doesn't know a lot, who's just getting sandbagged by Brittany Venti, and everybody siding with Brittany Venti, saying she's our girl, our girl, our girl, to where she's got a 3-man female team where it feels like it's a 3-on-1, where Brittany is just sandbagging her over and over again. After, not 1, not 2, but 3 broadcasts. Because we skipped the orange one, I think. And they're just more focused on the drama than on the, hey guys, that's not her job. And then, the less said about Melanie, the better. There are plenty of things that were said about Melanie. There are plenty of things that can be said about Melanie Mack. And how she was unwilling to go into a lot of shit. The less said, the better. We're approaching 9 hours here. But the very, very last thing that came about this, specifically back onto Chrissy, was that in having this conversation of all that shit that it could be revolved around, the very, very last thing happened to be the show in where they asked her not to call in and where they addressed the Quartering's false flagging on May 8th.
Press. The elephant in the room. The oranges.
The 400-pound, 2 million subscriber elephant in the room? Is that the word? Is that the elephant?
That would be ultimately the cause of all this, wouldn't it? So
false flagger, allegedly. So allegedly, you know, I mean, he only just admitted it publicly and privately that he was going to do it, but apparently the internet's just making shit up. So
I thought it was just a massive coincidence that all the people criticizing him got
yeah, just coincidence.
coincidence.
Just a coincidence.
Sure, there's 0.001% of plausible deniability, I guess.
Yeah.
There's an email that nobody's seen yet that apparently has disappeared because you know what I did yesterday, guys? I researched all of this. You know, I made sure I was prepared for this statement to make sure I watched Kino Casino. I did research before I decided to talk about something and find out what the hell's going on. And
trying to beat Ryan Kendall or something?
Ooh, shots. Ooh, Gary Beekler. You can't say that about Chrissy. Bro, she's got a kid. She got a kid. It's too much time. She can't go on and have the platform, the conversation, and also have on a person who's done the whole research work and told her both before and after. And then again in DMs, begging before she went on. You can't do that. No, don't do that. No.
Something, getting all prepared and
just once. Yeah. Just once. So Chrissy's not on the show today. I had a talk with Chrissy yesterday about the situation she inserted herself in, whether it was due to ignorance of the situation or not. That's something she's going to have to address on her channel. It is not anything I feel I need to answer for or will answer for. I will say unequivocally, if I could pronounce the word, that I'm against false flagging in all of its forms. I'm against even slightly hinting at false flagging that can cause more false flagging. I'm against stealing content. These are things I don't like. They are antithetical to everything we do. Authenticity and integrity is all we have. And when that is in question, that's a big fucking problem. That's a big problem. Yep. So again, I spoke to Chrissy yesterday, told her the situation, and she has decided to address it on Sunday on her channel. And I think that's a wise move because it's not something that's going to get addressed here because it would just be a Chrissy roast fest for 4 hours, and it might not be that way anyway.
Well, I think it's a wise move to address it. I think it's a terrible move to wait 3 or 4 days.
I agree.
Went on with Camelot because Camelot, I guess, is going to have her on try to break everything down, and she, whatever. I don't know her business. Like maybe she couldn't make it or whatever, but
this is a situation that needs to be addressed as soon as possible. And on the internet, 24, 48 hours is a fucking eternity. And not addressing it ASAP it's just going to make it even worse. But it is what it is on that.
Ultimately, Gary, what you said, this stunning and brave stance of I'm against false flagging, I'm against stealing content. I'm against bad things. I'm against being puppies. It's the easiest statement to make, right? This is as content creators in every space, political, gaming, entertainment, Minecraft, YouTubers, whatever fucking content people are making, naked yoga, makeup stuff. The one unifying rule that binds us all is you don't false flag channels, you don't take channels away, you don't try to flag people for revenge or get them demonetized because you never know when that's going to be weaponized and turned around on you, especially with all the shit we see going on right now.
Right.
And this is not a drama channel, right? We've mentioned it in the past couple of weeks because it's impossible not to mention, but all of us here have made it crystal clear that we stand against that. Very stunning and brave.
Can I add one to the list as well? Like, generally, running cover for people who do all of those things is also bad and you shouldn't do it. And it doesn't matter if those people are your friends. Being friends with someone does not mean that you run cover for them and excuse absolutely everything they do and try to massage their reputation. Being
correct.
Friends with someone means that if they're doing something which is extremely wrong and unwise, you tell them that they're doing something extremely wrong and unwise, and you try and correct their behavior. So, that too.
Years ago, there was a creator that is no longer part of Geeks and Gamers that was part of the team. This person told me that they flagged down someone that was going after them. I told this person in a private phone call, I said, I'll protect you from being a racist, a sexist. I'll protect you from anything.
It wasn't me, guys.
It wasn't Ryan. I was like, I will stand with you on anything that you say, but I will not stand with you if you are false flagging a channel. So if the internet ever finds out that you did this, you're fucked. So here's my recommendation. Reverse that shit immediately. This person did reverse it, and it got corrected. But that was my statement to this person in private, that I will not protect you. I will go against you if the internet goes against you. If this is what you want to be known for, I'll stand with the internet. Because this is the one thing that no one can do. Now, to be fair to this person, they didn't understand the ramifications of this. This was 2019, I guess, 2018, I can't remember. But that was my statement. I say that all to say that if you are truly a friend of someone that is caught up in this, being a friend is telling that person that they have fucked up big time.
Agreed.
And that's not happening, shockingly enough, from fake Christians on the internet not wanting to be honest with people behind the scenes, apparently. Fuck off.
And also, like, as bad as the false flagging is, it is. I think stealing content is about as egregious as that.
No.
So this is a compounding issue.
No, gangster channel removed is way worse. It's way worse. It's way worse. Stealing is second. It's second.
It's like letting someone take it down doesn't just affect them, but it creates an entire platform of everyone hitting each other because now it's allowed.
Yep, and
it's like
it
just becomes free fire again. Good point.
And that's what's been happening. Whether the channel that instigated this did it themselves or just started a fury of false flagging, it's happening. I saw a channel today. So
that's the thing, right? We talked about allegedly, and you watch all these videos, you see the email. I think I know what happened there, but it doesn't matter because the statements that Jeremy made about having the power to take it down, threatening to take it down, all that stuff. So regardless of whether he actually pushed the button or it was somebody that he told to, basically, it's like that's what happened. And
and ironically, that repeats itself in the Callisto situation, and it's so surprising and also refreshing. Is it just men who understand this? Like every single bit of the points in which I hit, all three of them, literally within the first statement by Gary himself alone, before everybody else lays out the contingency and the many different ways this overlays onto each other. Damn, maybe it's just niggas get this. Maybe it's just that men understand. Maybe it's because men deal with shit as a tournament species that we're the ones that best understand this. Wow. Maybe, hey Chrissy, maybe you should have had one of the guys on. They seem to get it perfectly. But then again, it's just so hard for you. There's no one else that you could have gone to, not even Nina, for you to talk to. But I guess you should have just fucking asked your boss, hey guys, what the fuck is going on about this? Shit, you have Little Platoon. He's a part of EFAC. Ask him. Mahler would have done the work for you. Crazy.
Until we're honest about that, until he's honest about that, and until he does something to try to make it right, get a contact at YouTube, whatever it might be. There is nothing else. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah. And so for those that might be confused, there's a lot of stuff out there.
If you might be confused, it's because you're not spending every moment on the internet, so you should be very thankful for that.
Yes, but I see someone in the chat that apparently got ignored the other day, Brittany Venti. You should check some of her content out because she's been on point with covering it. But bottom line here is, if the chat is overwhelmingly demanding something, even if you're not caught up on it, don't dismiss that. Don't dismiss it. Try to figure out what's going on. And right now, based on what we've seen, there's a clip from the Camelot live stream from a few weeks ago where Chrissy was in the live chat when Camelot gave her the high-level talking points of kind of what was going on with the quartering. It's there. And then the whole thing with Brittany Venti, I don't know the specifics on Brittany. The whole chat was streaming Bring Venti on Chrissy and Melanie's stream. It was fucking awesome. It felt like the Attitude Era. It felt like people were calling for Stone Cold fucking Steve Austin, man. It was like Venti. And Chrissy apparently said on that stream, she's like, well, I've tried to reach out to her and I haven't heard anything. And that's not quite what was going on from what I understand. I don't know all the details of that, but I know Brittany has responded to that. Yeah. And ultimately, there's a lot of disingenuousness going on from that stream, and that's the one thing we're not about. We're about transparency, being honest. And shockingly enough, Gary, I was told that everybody on Friday Night Tights was all on the same page and we had talking orders from you, but apparently this proves that's not the case.
I was told we're supposed to bring our rooms today. I was told.
Yeah. Well, they all got stolen on the set of
I was going to say that.
It wasn't me.
It's like the horseshoe theorists, though. Like we did the whole Eva Buffalo Anthony Removia thing 2 weeks ago, and then basically the same situation happens on the other side. And
Yep, exactly. The AG shit was exactly this.
it turns out that when people are very, very convinced, or at least like to convince you that they are convinced that they are on the side of the good and the righteous, they can justify all kinds of bad behavior, and they will justify all kinds of bad behavior because they believe they've got God on their side, or that they're standing up for anti-racism. Turns out that bad behavior is just bad behavior. It's not that much more complicated than that. So a little bit of accountability all around is generally a good thing.
Yeah, and I'll say this, and I can speak for myself, and I think I can reflect the rest of the panel here, though. I'm not mad at Chrissy. I'm just like, this whole thing is just unfortunate.
It's not that you're mad. It's that you're disappointed because you expect her to be smarter, to know better. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. You're not upset and mad like a parent. You're just disappointed because you expect more of them, because you know you've taught them better than this, because you've helped them know better than this, and that this is the millstone upon which they break their back. It's crazy.
Fortunate set of circumstances that has hit a level that is a point where, like, Gary doesn't like to talk about this shit on his show, but here we are. We're having to deal with it because it's unavoidable at this point in
It's
time.
for the chat. You know, like the chat deserves to know how we feel about it, how we feel about the connections to it. So it is for the chat to. Yeah, it's like ultimately, I'm not saying I know exactly what was going on, what Chrissy knew, when she knew it, when she didn't. I don't have all of those answers. I have guesses and stuff like that. And apparently, she's going to talk about it on Sunday on her channel. But ultimately, when your job is on the internet, and when talking about people and things on the internet is your job, it is your responsibility to stay up to date on some of this stuff. And if you're going to have someone like Melanie, and this is not like you said you're not mad at Jeremy. I'm not mad at all. But it's like if you're going to have somebody who's in the middle of something big, and that's what's going on with Melanie right now, obviously. You have to be aware of that, and you have to know that your audience is going to ask things or want to know things, and you have to make a decision of how you're going to handle it, whether you're going to address it, whether you're not going to, or what's going to happen. That's all part of our jobs, and being YouTubers or whatever. It comes with a lot of perks and a lot of awesome things. We can work from home, all this stuff, but it also comes with it like you have to be aware of your audience and what they're going to feel about shit. You know, you can't just ignore them or push off their concerns or say it's just leftist attacking Christians or nod your head along
True.
with somebody who's saying it's just leftist attacking Christians when I feel like that's not the case.
True. So it's two things at the same time, and I said this earlier, but I'll try to make it more clear here before we end. When I said, quote, you, Chrissy, are being audience captured to her group, and you, Brittany Venti, are just expecting her to be audience captured, there is an equal hand and even-keeled yoking here that has to happen. There's that word again. So, the chat is yoked to the content creator, and the content creator is yoked to the chat. The content creator should not be a slave to the chat room. They should have their own mind. And the chat room should not be pay pigs to the content creator. Both push and pull and make each other better. The content creator leads them and they follow, but if they are being led to a place where it's dicey, let's start with dicey, up to this is clearly bad faith bullshit, the chat will rebel and they will call for justice. And if justice is not served, that's when the rebelling continues to get worse and 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 worse. In this situation, Brittany was looking for opportunistic revenge. And that's disappointing. Simple conversations. Whether or not it was because they wanted to avoid toxic clashes or not, doesn't matter. It's gonna happen. But she's prioritizing her friendships over the drama and content. That is fair. But the other thing that Ryan Cannell just said is also fair. You're supposed to have the push and pull because it makes the entire experience better. It's part of the job. Pull shit, pull the crew. Pull shit, pull the crew. Pull shit, pull the crew. But at the same time, I'm not one for audience capture where if you don't do things exactly the way that this individual says that you should do, it means that you're a bitch. It's not for that. And with 10 minutes before 9 on the dot. We're done now! Oh, I'm so sweaty. I'm so sweaty. And I have more shopping to complete. I have to assume if I want to buy Fractured Daybreak for Sword Online. To plan for all this upcoming content and also catch up with older shit. But, being as I just went from 8:13, I'm not about to go do another 4 to 6 hours. I will be taking off for like 6 to 10 hours. Somewhere in that, I will sleep and rest. And then I will come back. Assumptively. Because I still have my thread from the other day. I still have my browser from the other day. The one that was going to follow up on Anthony Gramuglia with Revenant Sif 777, and then a wrap-up video from Harmful Opinions, also about Anthony Gramuglia, Idiot Influence, Chibi Reviews, then Kamikaze Short Bus, and a video that she made about incels that aren't being what you think, and then also Tipster from YouTuber to Lolcow, or rather Tipster,
Hey
the
there, folks.
YouTuber who ruined his own life. Got those that I still have to follow up on myself as well. So that's the order I'm going to try to do that in. I hope this broadcast brought you all of the fun and excitement that you wanted and more. I'm sorry about the periods in which I had to step away to do my job. The job comes first. I don't even think I properly clocked out last night, so I didn't get paid for yesterday's work, probably. It is what it is. But I hope you were entertained. I hope you had fun. Thank you for those of you who gave me money. I appreciate you. Please appreciate me. Now I'm going to take my black ass to, well, not here. You can go home. You don't have to go home. You can't stay here. Bye, everyone. Mwah.